So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to the 2025 Cayman Islands Chamber of Commerce Economic Forum. It's wonderful to see all of you here this morning, and thank you for being here with us today. We know that this is an investment of your time, keeping you away from your businesses, from your clients, and from your teams, and we really do appreciate your presence here today. So for those who don't know me, I'm Omari Corbin, Chamber of Commerce President-elect, and I'm also Director of Credit Risk Management for RBC. Today I will serve as moderator of the forum. My role is to keep the agenda on time, as well as encourage active participation, and again, just making reference to the QR code that was on the screen. Before we delve into the program, let us acknowledge some of our special guests whose dedication, expertise, and leadership are instrumental in shaping our future. Her Excellency Mrs. Jane Owen, Governor of the Cayman Islands, Honorable Kenneth Bryan, Deputy Premier and Minister for Tourism and Ports, Social Development and Innovation, Honorable Franz Manderson, Deputy Governor, Kenneth Jefferson, Financial Secretary. Thank you all for joining us today. We are also grateful to our title sponsors, CUC, DART, Hull City Cayman Bay, and the Ministry of Tourism and Ports, without whom this event would not be possible, and of course to you, our Chamber members and guests, for supporting this event. This year's theme, Cayman 2035, represents our collective vision of a future defined by sustainable growth, resilience, and innovation. Together, we will explore opportunities and address challenges in key areas of our economy: tourism, financial services, infrastructure, and more. The forum is anchored in the Chamber's 3-year advocacy agenda, which emphasizes 3 pillars: building a future-ready workforce, sustaining economic success, and advancing quality of life. These principles guide the discussions that we will have today and the long-term actions we aim to inspire. President Lawson will share more information about the pillars in her address. As we look to the year 2035, the stakes are very high. With an estimated population now above 85,000, based on the ESO Spring 2024 Labor Force Survey, and increasing, we face pressure on our infrastructure, environment, and social systems. Issues such as traffic congestion, lack of affordable housing, and education are pain points impacting us all. However, we are not defined by these challenges. Our islands are blessed with an entrepreneurial spirit, a thriving economy, and a global reputation for excellence. In March of this year, the Chamber celebrates the start of its 60th anniversary. For 6 decades, we have been the voice of the business advocating for sustainable business practices, economic growth, and workforce development. Programs such as our Training Center, Leadership Cayman, Mentoring Cayman, Votex Stars, and events like the Business Expo, Careers Expo, Annual Earth Day Cleanup, Parliamentary Luncheon, and this Economic Forum have left an indelible mark in our community. We established the island's first multi-employer pension plan, Cayman Crime Stoppers, and the Employee Assistance Program. These programs have addressed specific needs in our community and are the result of our members' active involvement and the support of the government and the community at large. We do look forward to your continued support. The Council, staff, and I are proud of these achievements and your support over the years. And we are not stopping there. The Chamber's 600-plus members and their 20,000 employees will continue to drive ahead as we work to implement the Chamber's 3-year advocacy agenda with the goal of building a better economy and quality of life for everyone. This annual forum is an opportunity to bring together our members, business leaders, policymakers, and stakeholders to discuss policies and initiatives to ensure a vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive future. It is also an excellent networking opportunity. I would encourage everyone to maximize today's opportunities to extend their business network. Turning to the forum highlights, throughout the day you will hear from visionary speakers, including our keynote speaker, regional economist Marla Dukaran, and have the opportunity to participate in insightful discussions that will explore the following: economic development, tourism innovation, financial services, infrastructure development, and the future-ready workforce. Additionally, panel discussions and TED-style presentations will provide a deeper dive into these areas throughout the day, encouraging dialogue and collaboration. Your active participation is vital to the success of this event, and I encourage you to share your insights and ideas. We will be using a new interactive tool, which I mentioned earlier, so that you can provide us with feedback and participate in the discussions. The path to 2035 will require bold decisions, innovative thinking, and a shared commitment to our community. Together, we can ensure that the Cayman Islands remains a beacon of prosperity and sustainability for the current generation and those to come. It is hoped that today's forum will stimulate bold thinking and actions to address the challenges that our growing economy is experiencing. Together, I'm confident that we will succeed. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Her Excellency Governor Jane Owen is the second woman to hold this position, taking up the role in April 2023. She has extensive diplomatic experience, which involves key roles such as the British Ambassador to Oslo and most recently the Principality of Liechtenstein. She has extensive experience in trade-related matters, having served as the Deputy CEO and COO in the UK Trade and Investment Office. The Chamber Council is delighted that she has accepted our invitation to attend today's forum and to deliver some remarks. So please join me and put your hands together to welcome Her Excellency Governor Owen to the stage.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's fantastic to see everyone here today, and thank you so much for inviting me along to this really important event as we kick off 2025 together. Deputy Premier, it's great to see you here. DG, FS. I was talking to our Honourable Premier last night about this event. She had to go back to the BRAC yesterday, but I know that she sends her very, very good wishes and acknowledges just how important it is to be bringing us all together today. It's great to see Marla here as well, and thank you very much to everyone from the Chamber, Joe, Will, Amari, the whole board, and all of you. In fact, the first thing I really wanted to say was a massive thank you to everyone for all of the tremendous work that you do to put us in the position we are today, which I think is to stand here in Cayman and to really feel that despite all of the global uncertainty out there, despite all of the things that are going on, we remain in a relatively very strong position, I think, to tackle the future. And that is in so many ways down to our businesses, our financial sector, everybody out there, everybody in this room that is contributing to this economic strength of the islands. So the first thing to say was just thank you all very, very much for everything that you are doing to put us in this position. It does still feel like the new year, doesn't it? I think we're still, only halfway through January, really. So I think I can still say Happy New Year to everybody. And I was wondering about New Year resolutions. Have you all made New Year resolutions for 2025? I've made a few. I'm never very good at keeping them. But a couple of mine were to improve my performance at pickleball, which remains really terrible. So if any of you have got hints on that, that would be very good. Another of my resolutions is really not to look at the phone if I wake up in the middle of the night. I'm told constantly that is very bad for your health. So I need to get better at that. And the other thing I've been doing in the government admin building is being determined not to use the lift when I go up to the 5th floor, which is all very well, but it does mean that any of you who had a meeting with me at kind of 8:30 in the morning will find that I'm kind of puffing like an old dragon, because I've probably just walked up all of those stairs. So those are my resolutions, and I was kind of thinking today, if I wanted to talk to you about 2 or 3 of my resolutions for Cayman for 2025, what would they be? Well, I think the first one, the first resolution would have to be security. So that probably doesn't surprise you because it's part of my direct responsibilities. And it's probably not a thing that you necessarily think about as your top priority every day as businesses. But I'm just so aware that security of our islands, which then bolsters the kind of confidence that we need for the economy, is so very, very important. And when you look around the world and the sort of threats there are to securities, you know, whether we're looking at the wildfires in Los Angeles, or even the riots we've had in the UK, or the kind of more close to home law enforcement threats that are out there in our Caribbean region, in Turks and Caicos, Anguilla, Jamaica. You know, you don't have to look very far to see that, do you? I think it just brings home how fortunate we are and how very, very important it is for us to manage these risks. So one thing about security is obviously crisis, natural events, man-made events. I don't know if any of you have seen some very large ships in the harbour this week, some unknown planes flying overhead. We're not being invaded, but we are working this week, particularly with Jamaica, Bahamas, and some people also from Turks and Caicos, to look at how we can support each other in terms of a crisis. And I would encourage all of you, when you're looking at your risk registers, please do think about these kind of crisis events. I know that a great many people in this room were probably here during Ivan. You probably know a lot more about how to handle a hurricane than I certainly do. But it's interesting that one of the tests, one of the exercises the guys are doing this week is not about a hurricane, it's about an earthquake. And I do know quite a bit about that, having spent about 10 years of my life in Japan. And it's interesting that when we used to practice for an earthquake in Japan, we spent some of our time diving under tables, but we spent most of our time crawling through smoke-filled containers, because actually the big threat at an earthquake is fire. So, you know, let's all just think about all of these kind of threats and figure out how we can best manage them. I also wanted to share with you, though, some sort of bigger picture thinking that's been going on in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Every year they do a report on, you know, how is the current year looking, what are the sort of things we should be aware of. And if you look at the sort of things they're talking about for the coming year, none of it is surprising, none of it is remotely surprising. But I think as you as leaders look forward and try and get that big picture for your businesses, it's worth just bearing it in mind. I mean, one of the things they're saying is that a fragmented world, a multipolar world, is absolutely the new normal. You know, this is not an aberration. This raises really significant questions for G7 countries. You know, what is the role of the G7 in the world? What kind of diplomacy, what kind of new links do G7 countries, and I know Cayman is not in the G7, but it's very, very closely connected to the whole of the G7, I think, aren't we? What kind of new relationships do we need? What does it mean for the sort of relationships we have with what we would call middle powers? You know, there's a lot of countries out there that are growing in strength, economic strength, and how do we develop those relationships? So, you know, it all looks a bit ambiguous, a bit uncertain, and that's not going to change. The US is absolutely crucial to all of this. President Trump being inaugurated on Monday, I think, isn't it Monday? So, you know, the US and the new Trump administration will obviously affect everything. Global growth, what's going to happen to global growth? Well, I think the prognosis, and Marla probably knows a lot more about this and we'll probably talk about it, but sort of slow and fragmented trade and investment. Be prepared for it not to be plain sailing. And looking to the future, I think the overall view is that threats will get worse, but opportunities will also increase. So that kind of just, I think, emphasizes how bobbly it is all looking out there. And so we need to be prepared for those threats, but we also really, really need to think about how are we going to tackle those opportunities, including and perhaps especially in areas like AI. And those of you in the financial industry here will know that, you know, AI is such a powerful change agent, isn't it? So how do we really get to grips with that? Not just in financial services, but legal services, anything to do with services, and, you know, probably in all of your businesses, I know you're looking at this. And I've always been very aware in my career, actually, that if you're looking at a big diplomatic picture of the world, business and the economy is absolutely crucial to it. That's true in the US, it's true in the UK, it's absolutely no different in Cayman. When we are building our links, we in government rely on all of you to help us to do that effectively. There is no challenge, there is no issue that government can handle on its own. I'm very, very aware of that. So I really want us to be able to say that we are working together. And building those trade links is really important. And when you're building those trade links, also be aware that I think in the global economic picture, whatever happens, sanctions are probably going to remain as an economic tool, not just in the financial area, but the trade area. So we all need to think about that. But also, let's not forget that trade as that powerful diplomatic tool, that powerful international tool to bring countries together and to create new links is always there for us, and it's something that we in Cayman should continue to develop. So I think, for example, the fact that we've now opened an office in Singapore is really, really a good thing and very, very important for Cayman for the future. And the only other thing I'd say about security is that obviously here close to home, I feel very privileged to be working with extremely effective leaders in areas like the police, the Coast Guard, the prison, but also on the softer side with the Department of Community Rehabilitation. And one of the things we really want to do is to make sure that when we're trying to improve the domestic security of our islands, that we're also looking at the soft side as well as the hard side. And these are areas where I think business can really play an important role, not only in providing opportunities maybe for those people who've sort of come off the tracks of their lives at various times, but also just in creating jobs, because, you know, the cost of living is an issue. Amari was talking about quality of life and the role that you play in making sure that people in our community have access to jobs, to money, to security is really, really important. So please don't forget that, because, you know, you are part of creating that secure environment for everyone to thrive. So that was my kind of first resolution, was try and keep our security looking good. My second resolution actually was about communicating better, because when I look around what people are talking about in the world, when you look at how the world is going, how society is going, it does feel very often, doesn't it, quite polarized, quite quick to jump to judgment without necessarily having read all of the small print, quite focused on very short sentences on TikTok or Twitter or whatever. And so I think we are in many ways, not just in Cayman, but everywhere, kind of lacking this ability to communicate better to each other. And I do believe that the business community, you guys have a really important role to play in this, but obviously it's very important in government as well. One of the things we're trying to do is to ensure that when we're making decisions, and Deputy Premier will probably, you know, be able to reinforce this message, is that, you know, we explain the data and analysis that we've done in order to come to the decision, and that we try to talk to everybody about that, and also try to involve more people in our community in the decisions that we are taking. So that's something that DG and the whole civil service are trying to do better. So in terms of communication, I mean, just a few examples. We've talked quite a lot about financial services. Cayman's brilliant financial services industry. Beneficial ownership is a big thing on the agenda at the moment, isn't it? I do feel we need a better narrative very often, and I think that's partly my role as well, a better narrative to explain just how Cayman's financial services industry is well regulated and the sort of money that is flowing through here and how we're managing that. So I'm talking to Cayman Finance about that. I think we can do a better narrative on how we are looking at sustainable development for the islands. What is the balance between environment and development? Because there is a balance, and we can find the balance. We are working hard to get the right balance, and we just need better communication, I think, on all sides to talk about that. There's also immigration, and that kind of balance between immigration on the one hand and investment on the other hand. So how can we talk about that? How can we talk about jobs for Caymanians in the context of the value also of bringing in expertise? You know, investment, bringing in expertise is a good thing. It can help to grow the local economy. So how do we communicate that? How do we get that balance right? And also, I think for the government, and we are working on this, making sure that we are communicating those kind of long-term plans, whether it's a long-term plan for the holistic development of the islands, whether it's a long-term plan for transport, which has already been mentioned this morning, which is another thing we're working really hard on. But just trying to make sure that we are communicating to everyone what is the long-term vision, because I think very often, you know, that's what people are looking for, isn't it? And in all of this, and I know Joe did want me to talk about accountability, I think. In fact, I had a horrible feeling last night when I saw my little vignette that I was supposed to be talking just about accountability this morning. So I think I've rather failed in that. But in terms of in terms of accountability, which I know will be a big theme of today, we are very aware of that. And I think for me, it is a lot about communication, isn't it? Saying what you're going to do, communicate and get lots of people involved in trying to make those decisions, being clear, doing things on time. If you're not being on time, explain why you can't do it on time and what are the reasons for that. Having a long-term plan and having a very clear process, a clear governance process. And all of those things are very close to the heart of our Deputy Governor and the whole civil service and our politicians. And so, I think accountability is absolutely vital and, something that we need to continue to work on. And then finally, my final resolution was really about you guys. It's about, in all of this, what is your involvement? If I'm standing here, what am I asking you to do? So I think one thing is, please do, continue to communicate and talk to us and suggest ways in which you can get involved. Please do think when you're planning your strategies how it can contribute to this bigger picture. Please think individually about what you might be able to offer with your fantastic expertise. I mean, in terms of governance, we've got quite a lot of commissions on the islands, and I know Woody is coming to talk at your next session, I think, and he's just joined our Standards in Public Life Commission. We've got a commission on the Constitution, we've got a commission on human rights. There's all sorts of really important commissions that help us and support government. And sometimes it's quite difficult to find the right people or to get people to volunteer to get in the expertise in these commissions. So if you're interested in that, please do come and talk to me, because I'm really keen to sort of broaden the membership and get more people involved in that. So that's definitely, absolutely an open door. And finally, the UK is also, as Cayman is an overseas territory, the UK is another entity that needs to continue to be involved and will continue to be involved. Our Premier and a couple of our cabinet ministers were in November in London to meet Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Foreign Secretary David Lammy, our Overseas Territories Minister Stephen Doughty, and they were all talking about the future of this great relationship. So the British government will be looking at producing a kind of white paper, which is sort of strategy for how it sees the modern overseas territory relationship developing. And we will also, in the next couple of years, be entering into a bilateral agreement or compact about how we manage very specifically the relationship between Cayman and the UK. So I'd encourage all of you to kind of watch that process and think about if you've got ideas about it. And overall, just, coming back to what I said at the start, I do think having this relationship can bring real benefits to both sides in a very uncertain world. It is not a bad thing very often to have a link to the UK and, by extension, its allies, which are very clearly standing up for things like democracy and freedom, free trade, not protectionism, and good global governance. So, those are the sort of areas where I think we need to benefit from that relationship, as well as swooping in any kind of crisis if that was necessary as well, which we shouldn't forget. So those are my resolutions for us all. And I would say, looking forward, I feel confident for 2025, largely because of all the work that you guys are doing. And I feel grateful. I think we should all feel grateful that we are in a relatively strong position to tackle all these issues. And I hope that many of you will feel that my door, the door of Governor's office, is always open. So even though I might be rather exhausting having walking up the stairs, you can come and talk to me at any time about any of this. So thank you very much for having me today, and I wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Owen, and no, you definitely did not fail at all. You've given us a lot to think about. I do want to say thank you for sharing your resolutions. Thank you for giving us things to think about in terms of the threats and the opportunities that are present. Also, the update both on what's happening globally and locally. The conversation about what we need to balance is definitely something that we all have to think about as we move forward. The call to action to help, I think you will get engaged on those. And also, thank you for laying out the benefits of the continued link to the UK. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our journey through the Economic Forum, I'm beyond pleased to introduce our next speaker, Chamber President Joanne Lawson. I think I could definitely speak for everyone in the council and say that you have been an absolute inspiration to all of us as we've continued this journey. In addition to her pivotal role as Chamber President, Mrs. Lawson also serves as Chief of Staff at DART, where she plays a significant role in driving strategic initiatives and fostering innovation, especially her innovative and out-of-the-box approach to developing human capital, both regarding her role at DART, but also in the contribution she's made to the topic through her role as Chamber President, where she has taken a leading role in developing the Chamber's 3-year advocacy agenda. With her dual roles, President Lawson offers a unique perspective on the intersection between business and community development, making her insights particularly valuable and a privilege for our audience to hear today. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Chamber President Joanne Lawson to the stage.
Too long have we sat back and allowed our children to graduate when ill-prepared and without basic skills. We cannot speak correctly about Cayman for Caymanians if we do not prepare our children for jobs in the financial sector, hospitality, or technical services. These are not just words for today. Nearly 20 years ago, Chamber President Angeline Hernandez stood before this very body and shared those same concerns in her acceptance address. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming this morning. This year's theme, Cayman 2035, highlights the focus and effort needed to build the Cayman we envisage by 2035. The Chamber reaffirms its commitment to fostering innovative strategies and actionable solutions. Achieving this vision will require collective efforts to shape the economic and social landscape of our islands over the next decade. As we look forward to 2035, the Chamber's focus remains steadfast on 3 interconnected pillars over the next 3 years: building a future-ready workforce, sustaining economic success, and advancing quality of life. Based on members' feedback, we believe these pillars are the foundation of our long-term vision for a better Cayman and will represent the framework for my address today. It's time we stop waiting for a vision to be handed to us. Instead, let's focus on what we can control and push relentlessly for the changes we know are necessary. In the face of dynamic global changes, we must resist stagnation and adopt a bold, innovative approach to building a future-ready workforce. We have strong, resilient business community and government leadership committed to progress. I am confident we can succeed in these areas. Building a future-ready workforce is a linchpin of our vision to Cayman 2035. Advancements in technology, automation, and artificial intelligence are reshaping industries and redefining the nature of work. We must ask ourselves, are we adequately preparing our children for the jobs of today, let alone tomorrow? Are our educational institutions aligned with the skills and competencies required in an increasingly digital and globalized world? The answer must be a resounding yes. But achieving this will require focused effort and collaboration. The Chamber has heard the call loud and clear from its members. Building a future-ready workforce is a top priority. To answer this call, we have a plan consisting of two broad objectives. First, to foster workforce development by establishing strategic partnerships aimed at creating opportunities through apprenticeships. This includes offering accessible, continuous learning opportunities for professionals across sectors to upskill our current workforce and create an environment where startups and innovators can thrive, supported by mentorship, funding, and access to global markets. Since finalizing our advocacy and action plan last year, we have made significant strides in advancing this objective. Our second objective is to develop a comprehensive national human capital planning strategy aimed at defining the skill sets required for future jobs within various industries. The plan must identify skill gaps, forecast future labor market needs, and align educational and training programs accordingly. While we will not see these efforts come to fruition overnight, we must remain bold and resolute in our mission. A future-ready workforce is not just about the technical skills, but about cultivating resilience, adaptability, and commitment to lifelong learning. These qualities will empower Caymanians to excel in a world where change is the only constant. The second pillar is sustaining economic success. The Cayman Islands has long been celebrated as a global leader in financial services, tourism, and business innovation. However, success is never static. It demands adaptation, forward-thinking policies, and a commitment to fostering a business-friendly environment. And for years, businesses have voiced concerns about rising operating costs, red tape, and difficulty in finding qualified and affordable labor. Our State of the Business Survey 2025 underscores our economy's strengths and challenges. Small and medium-sized enterprises are critical to our economic success. Yet, this year, more than half of our businesses reported a decline in profits, a stark reminder of the urgent need for proactive measures. Rising costs, notably in bank fees, health and property insurance, and labor, are straining profitability. Despite the challenges, many companies are planning to expand their workforce and are optimistic about relying on local labor. This spirit of optimism reflects the entrepreneurial drive that has always defined Cayman, a drive we must continue to nurture through collaboration and innovation. Economic success cannot be an isolated goal. It must translate to tangible improvements in the lives of our people. That brings us to our third pillar, advancing quality of life. A thriving economy is only meaningful when it elevates the well-being of those who live and work here. Our survey responses highlight the pressing need for modern infrastructure supporting a growing population. Traffic congestion, housing affordability, and access to quality health care remain persistent concerns. These issues are challenges to overcome and opportunities to create lasting solutions that will benefit future generations. The importance of partnership between government and the private sector cannot be overstated. By working together, we can sustain economic success, build a future-ready workforce, and advance the quality of life. Collaborative efforts to drive innovation in public transportation, invest in renewable energy, and implement sustainable practices will create new economic opportunities while ensuring environmental stewardship. Education serves as a cornerstone of enhancing quality of life and building a future-ready workforce. By strengthening the connection between education, economic mobility, and crime reduction, we can foster a resilient community prepared to meet the demands of tomorrow. Strategic investments in education and workforce development will not only secure long-term economic success, but also empower individuals to achieve their full potential, creating a brighter and more prosperous future. These changes require collaboration, innovation, and commitment. On the journey to 2035, continuous progress on our Chamber Advocacy and Action Plan is essential. We call on businesses, government, and community leaders to join us in shaping the future of our islands. Our goal for today's forum was to bring critical issues to the forefront, encouraging thoughtful reflection as we visualize where we want to be and who we want to be in 2035, as we all prepare to cast our votes in April. In addition, as we've done since 1986, the Chamber will host a series of televised candidate forums for the 19 constituencies. These forums will provide an opportunity for members and the public to hear directly from the candidates and understand their position on matters that will shape our future. Thank you again for being here today. Together, I'm confident that we can shape the Cayman Islands for 2035 and beyond, where opportunities abound, quality of life is unmatched, and the workforce is prepared for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, President Lawson. So we're going to move into our first panel discussion. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce Pilar Bush, founder of Atwater Consulting. Pilar is a change management and communications expert with over 25 years of experience in the Cayman Islands and the United States. Whether working in-house or as an external consultant, she helps boards, CEOs, and executive teams move confidently towards their goals. A trusted advisor by leaders in both the public and private sectors, Pilar is relied on to develop and lead change initiatives to achieve high-value outcomes faster and with less risk. A certified mediator, Pilar holds an MBA in aviation and airline management and several professional qualifications in strategy development, change management, and facilitating structured meetings. Today, Pilar will speak on building a future-ready workforce, one of the 3 pillars of the Chamber's 3-year advocacy agenda. She will provide an overview of the current state of workforce development and share insights from members and the community about what is required to prepare students and job seekers for the future workforce and the need for ongoing national human capital planning. So please join me in welcoming Pilar to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols having been established, I'd just like to say thank you for the invitation to be here. I have the privilege of moderating this panel, so I'll start by introducing our 2 panelists. First up is Mr. Woody Foster. No stranger to this audience, Woody is the current Managing Director of Foster's, the largest group of supermarkets in the Cayman Islands with over 800 employees. He's also an integral member of the Board of Directors, and the Board of Directors of Foster's is part of the group that includes Car City, Progressive Distributors, Car Rental, and Home Gas. Woody's also on the Board of Directors of CUC. He's chairman of Life Literacy is for Everyone, president of the Cayman Food Bank, and a director of the R3 Foundation. So thank you, Woody, and welcome. Our next panelist is Ms. Juliette Dufa, and she's a founding member of the Society of Human Resources Professional. Juliette has founded and managed her own consulting firm, and she's held some of the most senior roles in some of Cayman's largest organizations, which include DART Enterprises, Cayman Airways, and Hyatt Grand Cayman. And I should be specific, most senior HR roles in those organizations. Juliette was also head of the Technical and Vocational Studies program at the Community College, now UCCI. And in addition to her current role as the director on the R3 Foundation, she's also served on a number of other boards, including the Education Council, Tourism Apprenticeship Training and Advisory Council. She was a founding member of the Cayman Islands Society of Human Resources, and most recently, she was chairman of the Business Staffing Plan Board. So I think we have two great panelists to talk about this topic, and I'm going to join you over here for us to get started. See, will this work? Oops. There we go. Thank you. So to get us started, I thought it would be useful to set the context. We are in a rapidly evolving global economy. Workforce development and human capital planning are at the intersection of education, technology, economic growth, innovation, social mobility, and in some cases, even social harmony. So let's start by defining what this is, and then I'm going to ask our panelists to start to comment on where we are in Cayman. I'll leave that up for you to just have a look at. Pull this back a bit. So with that, could I invite either of you to start with your observations on where we are in the Cayman Islands in terms of our workforce development? How are we doing? What are your observations?
So I'll start, and I'll say that the good news is that there are things happening, there are initiatives happening, there are individual strategies that various stakeholders have around workforce planning in the Cayman Islands. The not so good news is that these appear to be very individual and discrete. They're not a part of a national plan. And what has happened is that silos have been created. I mean, that's nothing new. We've talked about this for a number of years. But we now have silos where Governor Owen talked earlier about the importance of communication. And that's so important when we talk about workforce planning. So I'll give an example from my own experiences. Last year when I was chair of the Business Staffing Plan Board, one of the pieces of information that would have been really helpful in the conversations that we were having around the board table would have been, well, for our scholars that are graduating next year or even the year after, how many of them are, where are they studying? What are their areas of study? So that we could better plan then for when they returned home, like what gaps would they be able to fill? Another example was we would get monthly reports of job postings. As far as I'm aware, those we looked at those. The comparatives would have been sort of for the month, for the specific month. For the year to date, it may have gone back and compared the data to the previous year. But as far as I'm aware, that data was not used for forward planning, so for long-term planning, which is what workforce planning is all about, in order to project, well, what are going to be the jobs of the future, or what are the trends that we're seeing, so that we can better prepare our workforce for that. Another area where gaps have been identified. There was a report that was published last year by the Auditor General. I think it was talked about improving employment prospects for Caymanians. And one of the gaps that was noted in that report was a lack of focus on TVET careers. So one of the areas where gaps exist is in career planning within the school systems, where the focus has tended to be more on white-collar occupations and careers, as opposed to TVET. And one of the other things that was pointed out was that local scholarships, or scholarships for local courses, short-term and medium-term in TVET areas, were actually just made available, I think about 3 years ago, through the Scholarships Secretariat. And then another interesting statistic was, and I can't remember which report this was from, but in fall of 2023, 50% or almost 50% of persons that were unemployed in the Cayman Islands fell either within the age group of 15 to 24 or over 55. And what that tells us is that we're not doing a good enough job in preparing our young Caymanians that are entering the workforce in that 15 to 24 age range. And we're not doing a good job in preparing Caymanians that are already in the workforce, that are a more advanced stage in their career. We're not giving them opportunities for retooling to gain employment or remain employed. So that's sort of just a synopsis and sharing some of my experiences as to where I think we are and you know what the current state is.
So this topic is obviously so big that we got together yesterday just to make sure that we would be able to do a reasonably good job in tackling this topic. And what you've just shared with us, Juliette, are examples of where you think there is either a recognition of what the issues are or a barrier to helping us be more effective, right? So is there a single entity that is responsible for workforce development in the Cayman Islands? Either one of you can take this.
I would say no, would be my easy answer. But before I respond to that, I'd like to go back really to something that Juliette just said in terms of the early years of our young people and then our older ones being sort of the biggest issues.
I'm over 50.
Older, I said older.
Okay.
Apply that how you feel you need to. I am quite young at 55, what I'm saying. But when we look at our census within Foster's, our biggest turnover is in our young people. Let's call that the 18 to 25 age group. And we're really struggling with that and pounding our head and beating ourselves up for not doing a good enough job and whatnot. And I think what we took from that in all of our discussions is these are also our most immature, because they're just coming in, they're just entering the workforce. They don't really know how to hold a job and whatnot. But yet and you'll hear this theme later, is patience. And so we don't really have a lot of patience for not showing up to work, not being there on time, not being resilient, whatever, soft skills. At the end of the day, we need cornflakes on the shelf. Excuses don't get them on the shelf. So we're not very patient. But then when we look back at, well, do we want to do better at this? We're going to have to build in some patience somehow. So I think that's something to just marinate on through the day. To answer your question, is there one body that's focused on this? And I would say the answer is no. Because I think as Cayman has been successful for however many decades we've been successful, I think in large part that's what people are allowed to do what it is that they need to do without a lot of bureaucracy. Just get on with your business, run your business, and do what you got to do. Yay, that's good. The problem with that, however, is someone has to keep it on the guardrails. And if it's just left up to market forces, the market simply doesn't care. The market is selfish. They're taking care of themselves. And so if you want there to be some type of guardrails put in place, someone, some entity led by someone, because that can't be run by committee, we all agree that committees do not run things, somebody has to take the mantle. But we equally can't just simply blame it on education and immigration. It's so much bigger than that. There's an ecosystem, and we are all involved in workforce, whether we like to agree to it or not. Because it's easy to simply say, well, I gave them the opportunity and he failed. That's not my problem. That's their problem. That's John Gray High School didn't train him well enough, or work didn't do whatever.
Or parents, or
whatever.
No.
We are all involved in workforce planning, whether we agree to it or not. And I think that's something that we also need to marinate on and just stop blaming other people. let's look at how we all tap into that workforce ecosystem, because it's an ecosystem. It's no different than how the Cayman Islands functions with mangroves and the sea and all the whatever. Everything happens together in harmony. You take any components out of that and things start to fail.
So we were talking about this yesterday, and we agreed it needed a visual. And this is the visual that I prepared to try to capture what both Woody and Juliet believe to be the ecosystem. Not relationships, not necessarily proportionate, but these are all the players and stakeholders. So do you want to just touch on this a little bit more, Woody?
Well, I mean, the examples are endless, right? And please forgive me, my memory is really terrible. I can't remember, and there was only 2 speakers ahead of me, so it was really bad. But somebody mentioned TVET. And I've been fighting for TVET in our education system for decades. Why the Cayman Islands doesn't look at TVET as a functioning part of our education ecosystem is beyond me, because we really just focus on mainstream education. We don't start thinking about TVET until post-secondary, and really that's in the vein of them looking at them as they've already failed everything else, so let's see if we can give them this. How ridiculous is that? We have to spend money and time and energy on when they're really within our grasp of foundation building and start working in them earlier from secondary. As far as I'm concerned, you should start from primary. But at the very least, secondary. Why are we waiting until post-secondary failing? Makes no sense. And TVET is so important. That's plumbers, electricians, nursing. It's so broad.
Nail technicians, very important.
It's massive. So anyway, don't get me started on this. But there's a private sector. How are we interacting with these students? How are we interacting with the schools? Are we raising our hands and said, listen, hey, I'd like to come and speak to your students, not once to say that you've ticked a box and you've done it, but sustainably, like an active part of what's going on in the curriculum. Parents or guardians, are you looking at the things that your children do, whether they're in our bagger program or whether they're gymnastics or football or whatever it is that they're doing? Are you making sure that they take it seriously, that it's not like, oh, well, I can't show up today, I got a headache? That's going to show up in the workforce. How you deal with that. So it starts way back here, not here where you're blaming education and immigration.
You have a point of view on resilience as well, right? Like parents and guardians can build in resilience, because what did you share with Juliet and I, that you were seeing some of our young people are unable to handle pressure, I think we're talking about. So how do we help them develop the capacity to handle pressure?
Well, it starts early, right? So that they know it. And this isn't you yelling at them to get in the car because we got to go to school. It's deeper than that, but at least when we see it, you know, because we hold them accountable to things, whether it's showing up in time, whether it's doing their job properly, whatever. And then when you get a bit aggressive with them, they can't handle that. And they're like, I don't need this. And off they go. But remember, and we'll probably talk about this again later too, because there are more jobs in the Cayman Islands than there are Caymanians, we must hire from overseas. And we are hiring from 8 billion strong of people that need to work for whatever reason. And they're coming with or without education. And even those that don't come with education, they're coming with a fire and a hunger to get ahead. And so if our children are not prepared to outwork them, they are going to get left behind. You can call it whatever you want. It is what it is.
Thank you. So we talked about this already, and it turns out that if you just look at websites and the responsibilities, there is one entity that has the line as well as workforce development in the Cayman Islands in their mission. That's the Ministry of Border Control, Labor, and Culture. So we also know that chamber members in a recent survey have all asked for, in various ways, when you read through the comments, it's a theme. There are a couple of themes. One is a request to look at the education system and to look at what is being taught in schools. Another one is a chorus of, we need effective programs to retrain and upskill, and wanting a strategy and effective programs. So we believe that there is a ministry that has this as this remit. To be fair, it's a big ministry with a number of other things in it. But even though there is a ministry, would you say that there is a clear strategy? I think, Juliette, your view is that we don't have a single cohesive strategy as yet. We've got pieces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So maybe, Woody, let me ask you this. Have you ever been asked, what do the jobs, or have you ever been asked or required to think about in your own business, the jobs of the future, and how are you thinking about that?
Sure. Well, I'm not really very smart, so I don't really think too far.
But you have a human capital plan at Foster's.
Into the future. So, I mean, really, and I actually was on a panel at UCCI about AI, and I don't know why they asked me to come to an AI panel, because I am not prepared for that. But really, it was talking about workforce. And from my vantage of being somebody who hires people and a fair amount of people, I don't know that we should necessarily worry about the future and the jobs of the future and what it's going to take. I think what we should worry about is who we are as individuals, because at the end of the day, that's all you can control is yourself. And how do we show up at the job? Are you providing value to that job or not? Because if you're not, somebody else will. So how do I do that? And these are the soft skills. These are the resilient things. These are the things that make you you, that when the employer says, I want that guy, he might not have the or lady, excuse me, may not have the education, but they're willing to do whatever is thrown at them and turn that into something else. So it's your personal branding as an individual. How are you going to make a difference to that workplace? For me, that's really important.
And that's time and time again what we hear from employers is, the technical skills we can teach, but it's the other skills, it's the soft skills that we need from the people that are coming in, from the workforce that are coming in, the young people that are coming in. And that's something that I don't know if it's even taught in schools today.
Well, I've gotten ahead of myself because we're going to come specifically to skills, but the Chamber wanted me to ask you both whether you thought, in the context of Cayman, not an individual business or not even an industry, if you thought that having a human capital plan for the country, and by that we mean a plan where we've assessed the human resource needs across industries, we've inventoried the different types of jobs, we've mapped the skills required, we've aggregated all of that, and we have a forecast, and then we develop a plan. Do you think that if we had that would solve our problems? Would it go a long way to solving our problems?
I think that it would. I think that, one of the important things about a plan like this is that it has to be a national plan. It can't just be sitting in one ministry. And we'll talk about this a little bit more as well. There has to be, I think as we discussed yesterday, there has to be a captain, right? There has to be somebody driving this. But there's so many, we looked at the ecosystem, there's so many stakeholders that there has to also be that collective responsibility across all of the stakeholders that participate in that plan.
To make sure we get there. So one of the things, this is the skills part, if you just look at the bottom, the IMF estimates that 2/3 of the world's youth lack the skills they need for life and for the workforce. Essential skills are considered things like time management, executive functioning, metacognition, and yet those aren't taught in schools. This is from an organization called Como Learning, where they are working with schools to build in teaching those skills without it being a burden to the teacher. Right? So the teacher can do what they're doing with their existing curriculum, and then they layer in these types of things. So this is some of their research. And surprisingly, 80% of university, or those bound for university, are also not prepared. How many of you as parents do your best before you send them off, only to get the stressed out call when they get there, whether it's about laundry or time management or come exam time. So we really do have a need to pay more attention to the skills, right? And Woody, you shared with us a great little clip that I want to share. It is from, I think, the chief economist at LinkedIn, an organization that certainly sees a lot of people in the context of work and training. And if this works with the sound, it did not. Can you do that for me? I'm not doing anything. You're going to go forward one?
Here are some of the most in-demand human skills that we see on our platform. Every year since I've joined LinkedIn, communication has been number one. It's number one for economists, it's number one for marketers, it's number one for sales. Communication is the number one most in-demand human skill that we see. Yes, there are other skills in demand. It's not just communication, but if we're talking about these human skills, this is the number one, followed by teamwork, leadership, things like that. My favorite is actually problem solving. I think that one is huge. I will tell you, people ask me all the time, what should I have my kids study in school? What's this, the jobs of the future? And the answer is, nobody actually really knows what the jobs of the future are going to be. But what we all know is that if you are someone who's able to do abstract problem solving, you will always have a job. That's my answer.
What do you think of that, audience? Yeah? So, Woody and Juliette, continuing. Do you think we're falling behind? President Joe talked about the fact that former President Angelin mentioned this 20 years ago. I think it was 21 years ago, and you shared with us an article from the Nor'Wester, which was 1976, I think. So, where are we? Are we a little behind?
I'll take a quick pause and just give Matthew Seals a little plug. Matthew Seals, the son of Desmond Seals, who used to have the Nor'Wester magazine in the 70s and 80s, for those of you who were around then. So Matthew has very kindly printed those and does whatever it is that he does, and he's put it on Facebook. And if you haven't looked at it, go on Nor'Wester, Remembering Nor'Wester magazine, that's N-O-R-Wester. It's amazing because it gives you a glimpse into kind of who we were back 50 years ago, and there's some really amazing stuff in there. And as I was going through those, because I really have been enjoying them, we've come across a whole bunch of education articles, and this is from one of those. And in 1976, they were talking about the graduating class of 1976 at Cayman Islands High School. And we've sort of outlined something there that is in that article. And he pointed out that 125 graduating students, 44 were still unemployed. 43 had chosen to continue their education, 8 entering universities and colleges, 8 going into sixth form, and 27 repeating their 5th year. Anyway, 50 years ago, we were talking about the same things that we're talking about today. So are we falling behind? Well, did we ever catch up? That's an interesting question, right? And this, remember now, is 1976, so this is really before we started having mass immigration. So that just compounded the problem.
I would add to that, we're falling behind, we're losing ground. I had an opportunity about 3 years ago to work on a private sector project that looked at awareness and training initiatives in the hospitality industry. And now bear in mind that this was after COVID. So a part of the project for me was to assess what initiatives were currently in place. Some of those things have been put on hold because of COVID. But one of the things that struck me was that there seemed to be less focus on creating that awareness, on creating that interest. There seemed to be less initiatives and programs at a national level than there were 15 years ago. And 15 years ago, that's a point for me, a reference point for me, because 15 years ago would have been when we had programs in place like the Tourism Apprenticeship Program. I think there was a Pride, that was around about the time that the Pride training program came into being. I remember about 15 years ago things happening like the Ministry of Tourism networking events that would happen across the industry. And even if I think back to 30 years ago, which is about when I started in the workplace, and my first job was working in the hospitality industry in the hotel. You know, some of the things that were happening at that time, I will never forget Mrs. Alma McKenzie, because I remember coming back from university and she was so happy that there was somebody who was Caymanian, who was working in the hospitality industry who had a university degree that she decided that I needed to go to my former high school and talk to the assembly there. Talk about getting over public speaking anxiety really early in your career. Try that one. That was the era of Tourism Awareness Week. I think at one point it was Tourism Awareness Month. So there were initiatives where at a minimum once a year, and there were other programs that would happen throughout the year, but at least once a year, the focus would be on helping to create that excitement and conversation around jobs and careers in the hospitality industry. And I'm not saying that we should be doing the same things that we were doing 30 years ago or even 15 years ago. You know, a lot of the things that we talk about requires adaptability, requires, President Lawson talked about innovation, the importance of innovation. So I'm not saying we need to be doing the same things, but it feels as though we've taken our foot off the gas, and this is just in one industry at a time when we're increasing airlift, we're increasing hotel rooms. We hear from our visiting tourists that they want to see Caymanians in our properties. So, you know, again, this is just one example of how I feel that we are falling behind.
And to your point that the highest unemployment is sort of 15 to 24 over 50, the innovation might be that we're not asking people to stay in an industry all the way through. They might come in, spend 4 to 5 years, go do something else and do something else, right? You don't stay in one career all the way through.
Maybe a gap year between high school and college, you know?
Yep, yep. Just before we move into looking at the future, Woody also found a second Nor'Wester article. Woody, do you want to talk to us about this?
Well, this one wasn't specific to Cayman, and I don't know who this individual was. I think it was when he was 3 at the time, so I really wasn't reading Nor'Wester magazine. But in going through, I found this, and I found it really interesting. And so as we were having our conversations, I was like, you know, I read this article, and I think I thought it was really important. But you can see for yourself, it says, if our investment in education is adequate, and for me, adequate's not good enough, it needs to be a little bit more than that, we get a long-term return that is second to no other. For we are investing in the lives of men and women. We are investing in their productive capacity. We are investing in the homes and families that they will build. We are investing in the contribution that they will make to the culture of the nation. In short, we are investing in the ideas and beliefs of our civilization. It's not just about education. It's so much bigger than that. And if it's bigger than that, we need to play a bigger part.
Thank you. So we've talked about human capital planning. We know what that entails. I just put this up here before we move into the next phase, which we challenged ourselves to not sit here today and talk about what is or, you know, what has been, but actually to take up the offer from the Chamber and develop a set of ideas and recommendations about how we as a country, we heard the governor as well, challenge us all to work together. How could we as a country change things going forward? So in the time that we have left, I'm going to invite our panelists to share with us a little bit more on the steps you've identified. You've identified 7 steps, and you said the first one was to define success.
So I'll take that one. I think before we define success in relation to workforce development, we have to define success in relation to our country. What do we want Cayman to be like in 10 years, in 25 years? What does it feel like to live in Cayman? You know, what do we want the opportunities to be? And then once we define that, and I liked, again, I think it was President Lawson that said, let's not wait for someone to hand us a vision. We have to decide what it is we want Cayman to be. But once we define that broader context, then we can define a plan that helps us to get there, that helps us to produce the outcomes and provide the initiatives and opportunities that will help us to create that community that we want to live in and that we want to be a part of in 10, 25, 50 years down the road. I think an important part of that when we talk about defining success, and we can come back to this later as well, but we have to be able to measure what that success looks like. What are the metrics? What data? How do we know that we are actually moving towards the community that we want? How do we know that our plan for human capital is actually working?
Okay, thank you. So if the first step is to define success, Woody, I know you have thoughts on what the second step is. You want to share that before I put it up?
Stop whining about the past. Never mind all my stuff about the Northwestern magazine, but stop blaming everybody. It's not this politician's fault or this government's fault or this whatever.
School
Who
principals.
cares?
Yeah.
Like, who cares? It's gone. You can't change that. Well, let's put our finger on the time today and the date today, and let's look forward. Because at the end of the day, that's all you can change, and that's all that matters. So stop blaming any and everybody. I'm in a whole bunch of WhatsApp groups, and all of the experts are on WhatsApp. They're all there. They know all the problems. But we need to come together.
So we're going to stop that.
Yeah.
So step 3, as a group, you said?
Well, find a root cause, which does go into the past. But you got to know your past to know you're going to start with your future. So it's important. You got to connect all these dots. For me, this goes back to the ecosystem of not just picking on work or picking on the education system. It's looking at all of us together collectively in whatever part it is that we play. Because I don't know that necessarily for things to work, that the really important people are more important than the not so important process. Because without them all linked together cohesively, they don't really work. My brain lives in a cartoon world, right? I need all of these analogies and all of these stories for my brain to function. And so apologies, bear with me. So watching, I think the cartoon was Happy Feet, I think it was, with the little penguins and whatever. So at the very end, there was this whole pileup of shrimp and whatever underneath the ice, and there was one last little shrimp that came on and attached. And that one last little shrimp attached and just created this cataclysmic thing. None of it would have happened had it not been this one last little shrimp. So how important is that guy? Not. Who would even know he ever existed? But it was the cause of everything to happen. So if you take that stupid cartoon and apply that to us in this world, it's all of these things connected, working in harmony that make it work. So it doesn't need all of the power brokers or the decision makers or the fancy politicians. It's all of you helping in the system. I'm going to say that over and over and over and over again until it sinks into us as a country. Collective will make a difference.
Yep. And that's starting with the right assumptions, right? So thank you for that, Woody. And it is about making sure we have the right assumptions. One of those assumptions that you talked about was, do we assume we want growth? The governor talked today about us being in a very polarizing time, not just in the world, but we even see this polarization happening in Cayman. There's some people who think it's going too fast and we should slow it down. I mean, how do we develop a workforce strategy? What assumptions should we use? Do you have ideas on 1 or 2 assumptions that are important for us before we start tackling this?
Well, I think the first assumption needs to be, do we in fact want continued growth? I believe the easy answer would be yes, but in a lot of conversations for those that feel disenfranchised, the answer could be no, right? But it would really be good to find a way to look at, well, what does no actually mean, right? If we stop growing, what does that mean? There's ramifications to that. Mm-hmm. So if we assume that we want continued growth, well, we need to state that. We need to understand that.
Mm-hmm. And certainly that is the view of the Chamber. We've heard that for many, many years, that we do want growth. We might have to define it, calibrate it differently, but one of the assumptions to developing this workforce development strategy and a human capital plan would be that the Cayman Islands does want to continue growing.
And I think
other assumptions?
And I think linked to that one is that if we assume that we want to continue to grow, and that could be managed growth, if we assume that, one of the points that we made earlier is that today we do not have a population growth that will at any point in the near future give us the Caymanians that we will need to fill all of the jobs that exist. And so another assumption has to be that we will continue to rely on imported labor.
Yeah.
Labor.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I think it's important for us to have the conversation with these types of assumptions so that we don't get together thinking, well, some of us want to go backwards or some of us want to revert to protectionism. We heard the governor talk today about free trade, and that includes, to a degree, free trade in labor, right? We would need that for economy. So you had a fifth suggestion or step, and that was to identify the right stakeholders. This is to your ecosystem again, Woody.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, but could we go back to the assumptions? Because I think
sure.
we have a few more. I know I have a few more. So the last point that I made is assume that we will continue to need, people that are coming into our country to fill jobs. But I think the other assumption that hopefully we can make, and again, this comes down to a lot of you in this room, is I hope that we can assume that the majority of employers are willing to and want to hire Caymanians that are capable and are willing to do the job, do the work. And that has to be one of the assumptions, I think, that we start out with.
That's an important one because
I think that's really important.
Yeah,
because
really important.
I think there is a huge misconception that businesses don't want to hire Caymanians. And that is something that we do need to grapple with and probably have a further conversation on. But I think it's a correct assumption that businesses, by and large, there are rogue players out there. There is in everything that want to hire Caymanians.
Yeah, thank you. And did you have one more?
Yes,
more?
I do. So this one is something that I have sort of held passionate for a while. Whatever the solutions are, whether that's developing a national human capital plan, it cannot be dependent on a 4-year cycle. It cannot be dependent on, which government is in power, which politician is responsible for which ministry, which chief officer is in place. It has to live beyond our political cycles, and it has to be something that everybody supports and buys into. So that has to be one of our assumptions.
Well, if I could just add real quick that we're obviously about to hit our political 4-year cycle, right? We're in it. I see a whole bunch of political wannabes in here, whatever. So really, this doesn't need to just be bipartisan. On my whole ecosystem cohesion thing, we need to be omnipartisan, right? So we can transcend political cycles to where both parties, whether you agree on whatever, is that we're pushing forward with a plan.
Yeah, thank you. And that applause was led by the Deputy Premier, so that sounds like you believe that that is the way to go. I think that is very important. Our students are in school for more than 4 years. Some of the training opportunities will evolve over time, so thank you.
And maybe linked to that last point as well, Pilar, is I think another assumption that can be made is that there's already a lot of good information and data and initiatives that are out there. And we need to use what we have already. We don't need to reinvent the wheel in every situation. So,
yeah,
again.
Thank you. So now that I've allowed you to share the assumptions that you wanted us to start with, what next? Your next one was to identify the right stakeholders. And Woody, we cannot run it by a committee.
I got a lot of opinions. I think that's really important, and there may be some pushback today, I'm not sure, but I believe we have to get stakeholders who are willing, but I believe that the government is the right entity, shall we say, to drive this. Because at the end of the day, private sector is private sector, and they care about what they care about in their vein, where the government, who takes a beating all the time about everything, and God bless you guys, they don't have the luxury of only thinking narrow-mindedly about what's important to them, because they have to think about everybody in all of the instances, which is what makes their job so difficult and why they get beatings all the time, because everybody's only interested in themselves, right? And they got to answer to everything. So I believe that they are the right entity to take it on, but we need to find a way for them to do that with an actual leader. But I think what's most important in there is that they can cut through their own quagmire of all of the entities speaking cohesively, and not this silo with this silo and this silo, and says, yeah, because I've been on lots of committees, and we say, these are the things we need to do, and yeah, we agree, but that's works. I can't really mess with that, or this one is this one, so I can't. But how are we going to work this if you guys aren't speaking? I don't know, but I can't get into that. That's somebody else's. That's some other chief officer. If we don't fix that, then we might be up here for really no reason.
Thank you. Good. And I will echo something you said yesterday. I had the privilege of serving for 2 years in the government from 22 and 23. You said yesterday, Woody, and I want to echo, there's some really, really brilliant people in the civil service who, if the quagmire was removed, if the sort of structural barriers was removed, they could lead this very well and engage us in the private sector, and we could go quickly. So I just want to acknowledge something you said yesterday and maybe take an opportunity now to thank those hardworking public servants who know that they could help us with this if they were given the right system to work in. So
Absolutely.
thank you very much to the public servants in the room. So I'm sensitive to the time. We said then that if we'd gone through those first 5 steps, we defined success, we stopped the blame game, we get to the root causes, we're working with correct assumptions, and we identify the right stakeholders, and we have a leader. You as panelists believe we could come up with a long-term workforce development strategy and a human capital plan. I want to touch on that for just a bit. What would that do for us as a country if we had that, or what might it look like?
Well, I think, one of the things that it would do is to, again, create that cohesion that we talked about. You remove the silos from what's happening today, and enable all of the stakeholders to collectively, it's important to get everybody around the table. It's important to have the right people, and I think Governor Owen talked about this, getting more people involved in the decision making, getting the right people involved in the decision making, and helping to come up with what that looks like, what that, where do we want to go, and how do we get there? So again, I think it comes back to getting the right people around the table, building that cohesion, breaking down the barriers, especially when we talk about communication and sharing information and working collectively and collaboratively together.
Yeah. Okay. And as a group, you had 7 steps. The final step was to measure what matters, which means what exactly in the context of workforce development?
Well, it links back to the first point that we talked about, which is, we want to understand what success looks like. And one of the things that we talked about is once we define success, we have to figure out how do we measure that? How do we know that we are making progress towards our goals? How do we know that we're heading in the right direction? So from the very beginning, we have to determine what's the data, what are the statistics, where do we get that from, how do we measure this?
Anything else?
Well, I'll give an example from my cartoon brain. I was having one of my many arguments with somebody in education a number of years ago, and we were, anyway, they said, Woody, you are too impatient. You need to give us 10 years. I was like, bro, I will give you 10 years, but what I'm not going to do is go away and come back in 10 years. I need you to tell me every quarter, every year, what it is that you're doing to actually achieve where it is that you're going to get at the end of the 10 years. But don't expect me to vanish and come back in 10 years, because I know what will happen, nothing. Yeah. So in terms of measuring what matters and knowing the definition of success, we need to know the roadmap of how we're going to get there. Now, it may change, it may tweak, it may do whatever it needs to do, but you need to have a plan that's mapped out that you then measure and hold people accountable along the way. Yeah. And I think that's really important.
And the accountability we talked about is, holding people accountable is not to punish them, but it's to make sure that they're resourced properly and that they have the guardrails and that they're going in the right direction. Accountability seems to have become a bad word, right? But it can also be for us to know that it's working so we can put more resources to it, or we know that isn't working, so we need to adapt. So if we summarize the roadmap, there's 7 steps to this. And I would like to invite the audience to just think about the fact that we don't want to look backwards, we want to look forward. You have 2 panelists who, between them, have a lot of experience, both in their professional lives and what they do in terms of volunteering, who've shared a perspective. This is based on your discussions with industry associations, with learning organizations, membership associations. So I'd invite the audience to really give this consideration, chamber, the government, to consider this. It may not be the right time to start right now, but we certainly should be able, if we're here next year at the Chamber Forum, to be able to have a presentation on who is leading this initiative, how far have we come, who are the stakeholders around the room, and that we have made significant progress. So I think that's the challenge to all of us, to make sure that if we're here next January, God's willing, we are not talking about this anymore. There is a strategy group, there is a clear leader, and work is underway. Now, I promise you we're not copying the governor. We actually talked about this yesterday, that the panel has shared with you what needs to be done at a national level, and that's obviously going to take the work of organizations coming together and collaborating. But we didn't want to leave today without thinking about what we could do right now. So I'm going to ask you, Juliette, perhaps, to share what do you think those of us in the room could do right now, this week, to make a change and to improve our chances of getting a better workforce?
So I would say my challenge would be to the employers in the room to either start or increase the opportunities that you provide young Caymanians to come in to your workplace and gain experience. And this could be in a number of different forms. You know, it could be in apprenticeship programs, it could be in internship programs, it could be summer employment programs, it could be just coming in to do a project. But give young people opportunities to gain these soft skills and gain the experience that we're talking about, that you're talking about needing. And one of the things that we found, again, going back to last year when I chaired the Business Staffing Plan Board for a period, one of the gaps that we saw was there seems to be a lack of transition opportunities. You know, we have our young people that are coming out of schools at various points, or educational institutions at various points, and then we are expecting that they're going to come out of school, start work, and become the perfect employee. And a 1-day or even a 1-week orientation is not going to achieve that. So it's building those relationships, starting out, some of the best success stories that I can think of in terms of young Caymanians coming into various workplaces and being successful is when those relationships started from the time that young person was in school, coming in to do projects, coming in to do summer jobs. I even remember one of the initiatives that was in place when I first started in the industry. 1 day a year, the Hyatt that I was working at would bring in a group of young people, I think they were about 12 years old, from one of the schools. So pick one school, one class, one group of people. And for a day, they would be assigned to different employees to shadow the employees around the hotel. And we had a little orientation and gave them cookies, and they always looked forward to that. But what struck me was years later, when this 12-year-old then became 16, 15, 16, 17, and that those individuals are looking for summer jobs, some of them, not everybody, but some of them would come in, and one of the questions we'd ask is, well, what prompted you to come and apply for a job here? And every once in a while, and it would blow me out of the water, I'd get a response to the effect of, well, Miss, you remember the day that our class came and we spent the day here and, you gave us cookies and it was fun and I wanted to come and, see more about that.
You bribed them?
Yeah, we bribed them, yeah. But,
She made them feel welcome.
but you just never know the importance of one of those interactions and how impactful that can be, especially in a young person. So create more of those opportunities would be my challenge.
Perfect. And in the minute that we have left, Woody, what is your challenge to the audience?
Well, I actually had two. So parents, again, you do play a role, as I mentioned earlier. So I'll give you another little story. We have a bagger program. You see baggers in our stores. For those of you that shop with us, thank you. It's a very successful program, and we know that because we have a waiting list of people that want to get in. And it teaches discipline. It teaches the kids how to deal with money. They get to interact with other people instead of just their peer group. There's all of these wins. Great program. We have parents who get mad at us because we terminate baggers. If they don't show up to work, if they're late, whatever, we'll fire them. And then we have parents, every once in a while, we have a parent come in and they start and argue with us and says, but they're children. So we know what they are, but we have a responsibility to this job, and you have signed them up to that. And you knew they were going to travel, or you knew they had football. Why didn't you do something about not making us put them on the schedule? Then they wouldn't have been fired. So look at yourself. So that's just an example, but you can apply that to anything. We as parents have a role to play in that. So just remember that. The other one that I have is on business. Businesses. I work a lot with Michael Miles and think he does an amazing job at Inspire Cayman, because he's dealing with a lot of at-risk Caymanians who a lot of us don't want to deal with. And so he has a really tough job, and he's had some amazing wins. And so as I read some of those wins and look at those, I'm like really in awe of what he does. But I also equally know how hard it is. And I read a book recently called Carry On. Write it down. It's really a good book. And what it's about, really briefly, because I know I only had a minute, so I apologize, but it's about two high school wrestlers. One is legally blind and one has no legs. Wrestling, seriously? But these dudes are actually good. And so what it's about, really, and I'll break it down really fast and then get to why I think that this is important to you today, is somebody came in to video them. The video went viral, and it was amazing, doing great things. A pile of money came in, and it was like opportunity, win. Problem was, they didn't know what to do with this opportunity. They were wasting the money. It was a mess. What saved them was the lady that made it all happen, the newscaster that made it all happen in the first place. She didn't just cut bait. She stuck with them. And it was through her resilience as somebody that's dealing with that risk, with most of us, once we write the check, we cut bait. For those of us that have a little bit more resilience than that, once we go and get stuff, we're like, well, I gave them the opportunity, that's on them. She pushed through that. And because of that, they succeeded. It's a good book. Read it, and it'll apply to what we're talking about today.
Thank you very much. In our final slide, we wanted to just say to you that we believe Cayman's at an inflection point. We have talked about this for decades, but we can't. Between economic growth that is before us, the population growth that's before us, artificial intelligence, shifting demographics, hybrid work, we really have to do it now. We cannot wait. We should not make excuses. And so the challenge is for us to do as Gandhi suggested we do. We need to be the change that we wish to see. And I look forward to being invited back next year to receive a presentation on Cayman's emerging workforce development strategy. Thank you very much for having us.
Wow. Can we give the panel another round of applause, please? I'm not even sure where to begin. But firstly, Pilar, Woody, and Julia, thank you so much. You covered so many important topics, from the workforce development ecosystem to the importance of education, which includes TVET training, to patience and resilience, technical skills versus soft skills, continuous learning, creating that fire and hunger, the role of parents, and then ending with the 7 steps for the way forward. And I like what Woody said in terms of collectively we need to put our finger on today and this time and really start to move forward and realize that it's going to take every single one of us in this room and the community for this to move forward. So really looking forward to everyone being a part of that journey. So at this point, we will play 2 of our title sponsor videos from DART and CUC, and then we will move into a 10-minute coffee break. So we'll see you back at 5 minutes to the hour. Thank you.
What if you could look into the future? What would you hope to see? At DART, we believe a better tomorrow starts with the foundations we lay today. 30 years ago, we could see a path to a better future for all. That vision hasn't wavered. We understand now, as we did then, that every action we take has an impact. So we laid the foundation by planting a nursery, knowing we would need mature trees for the work we would be doing today. We restored local parks, designed our office spaces and residences with sustainable materials, studied shade and wind direction for natural cooling, connected one side of the island to the other with walkable green spaces, and designed and built community gathering spots where families can play, relax, and thrive. We built homes next to schools and athletic fields and office spaces next to retail, ushering in a new way of working and living. We invested in infrastructure, building and restoring roadways, expanding the airport runway, and now we're looking ahead to ways for Cayman to run on clean, sustainable energy. We recruited leading global and local companies to our office spaces, bringing a vibrant and connected global workforce to Cayman, while helping to broaden opportunities for Caymanians at the same time. Our focus is investing for a prosperous future for the Cayman Islands, as well as our company and our people. It means continually identifying new opportunities. It means growing our investments with long-term horizons. It means ensuring our environmental impact is lessened on islands with limited resources. It means developing a company culture that is resilient and caring. DART.
Transitioning to renewable energy and lower carbon emission fuel like liquefied natural gas would reduce our carbon footprint, create new opportunities for growth for our economy, and lower costs for our customers. Our commitment to sustainability extends beyond energy. For us at CUC, sustainability is about planning for the future, looking for innovative ways to allow our island to flourish, and making the investments today that will make a big impact for us tomorrow. The investments we all make today, not just in infrastructure, but in our people and our community, will contribute to our overall economic success in the future. As we look to the future, let us embrace the opportunity to come together to achieve great things for our community. Let's work together for the common goal of securing our future through partnerships, investing in our people, and contributing to an energy future that will allow for Cayman to continue to sustainably grow.
Hi, everyone. We'd like to start in 1 minute, so if you could please come back in. Thank you. This is yours? Oh. No, it's fine. We're already good. Okay, everyone. Welcome back. Before I continue, I will say I'm probably starting a little lost and found here. There is a pen set here. So I have it at the front, so whoever this belongs to, you could pick it up for me. Not sure whose own that is. Okay, so officially, welcome back. I will take this opportunity to now introduce our next moderator, who is Chamber Councillor Tammy Sullivan, and she's also the founder of TS Consulting, which is a PR and communication strategy consulting firm. Tammy will moderate the panel discussing the shaping the future of tourism in the Cayman Islands. With over 2 decades of experience in media, Tammy began her career in print journalism before transitioning to television in 2007. In 2015, Tammy became the news director at the Cayman Islands' only independent TV station. In 2019, she was promoted to station manager at Hurley's Media Limited, now Compass Media Limited, overseeing television news, talk shows, and radio content. Tammy's career also includes managing communications for DART, the largest developer and private sector employer in the Cayman Islands, and directing communications at the tech-focused investment firm B1 and its subsidiary Bullish. She now runs her consultancy firm, as I mentioned, providing PR, content creation, media strategy, and more throughout the Cayman Islands. So without further ado, I introduce Tammy Sullivan.
Thank you for that introduction, Omari, and good morning to everyone. It's really a privilege to be here before all of you today, and we're going to be discussing an extremely important topic, and arguably they're all very important topics, but I suspect this one is going to be looming quite large as we get on to the campaign trail that's before us in the lead up to our general elections. So again, a hearty welcome to today's panel discussion titled Sustaining Economic Success, Focusing on Tourism. It goes without saying that tourism has long been one of the cornerstones of the Cayman Islands economy. It has helped shape our identity, supported countless livelihoods, and is driving our country's global reputation as a premier destination. However, as we stand at the crossroads of recovery and innovation, recovery, of course, from the pandemic that wreaked havoc in 2020, the tourism sector faces both significant challenges and remarkable opportunities. And over the next hour, we are going to do quite a bit of discussion and delving into the subtopics under this overarching tourism umbrella. And as you can tell from the people that I have on the panel with me, as well as our Deputy Premier who will be joining us shortly, you are in for quite the discussion this morning. And we are going to delve, as I said, into the current state of the industry. We're going to be looking at recovery trends and shifts in visitor preferences post-pandemic. We're also going to address critical topics like the preservation of our iconic 7 Mile beach. We're going to also focus on the ongoing cruise berth facility debate, the development of a comprehensive tourism strategy. As you know, we need a plan. If we're going somewhere, we need that roadmap. And the role of economic policies like minimum wage in fostering sustainable growth. So, to my left, we have two esteemed panelists who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the discussion. Please welcome Elio Solomon to the extreme left, the chair of the Cayman Turtle Center, which of course is an institution at the heart of our ecotourism efforts. He's also the executive program manager of the Association for Cruise Tourism, known as ACT. And of course, you will remember him as a former MLA who brought quite a few pieces of legislation when you were part of that government, as well as a former talk show host of Crosstalk. Please welcome Mr. Elio Solomon. We also have Troy Leacock, who most of you will know as the immediate past president of the Cayman Islands Tourism Association, and he has long been an advocate for the industry's sustainable growth. He is a water sports director and continues to play an incredible and remarkable role in our industry. Troy, thank you so much for being here with us. And I'd like to welcome to the stage, we are so privileged to have with us the Deputy Premier, the Honourable Kenneth Bryan. He's going to share insights from his ministry, that's the Ministry of Tourism, providing the government's perspective on sustaining economic success through tourism. And as he makes his way to the stage, we're going to be looking at how we should navigate these evolving demands of the global tourism market while preserving our natural environment, fostering community engagement, and ensuring the economic benefits are felt across all sectors of our society. So without further ado, I want to allow our Deputy Premier a few minutes to talk to you before we get into our panel discussion. Deputy Premier, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, Tammy. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Distinguished guests, speakers, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, special good morning to you. I'm just going to say a few words before I get on to the panel itself, and that's one of the perks of being a sponsor today. The Chamber of Commerce has a long-standing reputation for stimulating dialogue on issues that impact the growth and the development of our island. And today's event is in keeping with that philosophy. When the Ministry of Tourism was approached to be a sponsor for this forum, we embraced the opportunity to be one of the title sponsors because we also recognize the value of engaging in dialogue and sharing perspectives through platforms such as this. These discussions are taking place here today, not just about exchanging ideas, they're about addressing the challenges and driving actionable solutions that align with the realities and the aspirations of our people. I am particularly pleased that today's panel places a tourism focus and the center of our conversation, and I'm happy to be a part of the panel today. Tourism is not just merely a contributor to our GDP, and as well as the second pillar of our economy, it is the heartbeat of our island, the engine for employment and a driver for investment, and a showcase for promoting our natural beauty and our cultural heritage to the rest of the world. This is a valuable opportunity to shine a spotlight on some of the most topical issues in tourism, and I'm looking forward to it, which I'm sure most of us here are, to a productive and enlightening conversation. And if Mr. Solomon is involved, I'm certain that it will be. I'm here not only to share the government's perspective on this topic, but also to listen to the views of you, the people, and the other panelists and the audience members alike to engage in meaningful exchange of ideas. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the President, Joanne Lawson, and the Executive Committee members, and of course, our best friend, Mr. Will Panu, the Executive Director of the Chamber, who always does a great job, for hosting this forum this morning. It's not easy to get the various stakeholders and partners from private sector and public sector, as well as government representatives all in the same room at the same time. But every year, the Chamber of Commerce seems to get it done, but nobody else can get that done. I also extend my thanks to my fellow panelists, who I know is going to give some interesting points, for being here so we can inform the people of the various viewpoints. With that being said, I thank you so much. God bless you all, and I look forward to a positive conversation.
Thank you so much, Deputy Premier, and I also want to extend our gratitude to your ministry for sponsoring this session as we get into this discussion right now. So, when we take a look at the state of Grand Cayman's tourism sector, we need to look at the numbers, right? The numbers do paint a picture for us. And we can see that our air arrivals continue to do strong in 2023. And if you permit me to just share some of the latest numbers that we have, we tapped out with air arrivals at 429,000. And it seems like we're on track for the same for 2024. Because at the end of November, we're waiting on December's numbers. But at the end of 2024, of November last year, we were at 385,000, right? So it gives good reason that we will achieve maybe even more than we did in 2023. However,
We did.
We did. Oh, so you know already? Are you going to break news now?
Let's break them. Let's break it. So I'll tell you all about them.
What's 2024 overall numbers?
All right. So we're up by 2% for 2024. The overall arrivals was 437,842 persons, which is 2% higher. Now, recognizing that we did have some pretty interesting weather over 2024, which caused us a little bit of cancellations. So we would have done a lot better. Our projections were going to be around 9 to 10% over than 23, but we'll take the 2% increase. At least we know we're going upwards.
What about cruise? I think we're seeing a...
The totally opposite direction.
Yeah.
We're actually down 15%. We were expecting to make 1.1 million, and actually we didn't even make that mark. We got 1,074,000 passengers, which is really, really terrible. I think you all know the perspective of the government in respect to cruise and what we need to do, but going from almost 2 million in 2019 to now almost 50% and projected to continue to decline. But I don't want to eat up the conversation.
No, but that's important to know because I had gone on to the ESO, so you're going to put those latest numbers into the website,
Yes,
right, for the
we
rest
will.
of us
Yes.
and do your little release and whatnot. But that's important because you're absolutely right. So in 2006, so if we look at the last 25 years, in 2006 we hit our maximum cruise tourism numbers over that 25-year span where we hit 1.3 million. And then in 2018, we had the 1.92, so we were almost at that 1.93. However, in 2023, we were at 1.2, and now you're saying that last year for 2024, it was just
Less
a million?
than
Less
1.1.
than Less than 1.1.
1,074,000.
Okay, right? So we hear those numbers. If you had to give a very 2-3 sentence picture, what are we dealing with right now? And knowing those numbers, what would you say about our state of tourism today?
Well, we got to be specific. So it's about the state of cruise tourism. Stayover is doing very, very well, projected to continue to increase as long as there's no abnormal weather patterns, which causes a lot of cancellations for stayover passengers. And we're doing better at trying to minimize that by having cancellation insurance and so forth for passengers who are coming in, and working with the CETA organization. And I want to give this opportunity to welcome the new president. Stand up, let everybody see you. This lovely lady will be the person who will be working with
Troy.
With government.
Oh, and with government, yeah.
With government in respect to the future. And I thank Troy so much for all of his hard work in the last year from CETA. But we project that the future will be good for stayover. In respect to cruise, pretty straightforward. If we don't have a pier, it will continue to get worse.
So we have some critical questions to answer.
Yeah.
Troy, let's go to you. You hear those numbers. You've been in the game a long time. Your livelihood is wrapped up in this, yours and your employees.
Well,
what are your thoughts?
As you already articulated, the state of Cayman's tourism is really a tale of two sectors. the air arrivals, stayover, and cruise. I'm going to push back a little bit on the minister because even though we did have, an adverse hurricane season, which definitely impacted, I believe, reasonably our numbers, I still feel that our air arrivals, our target, it was 500,000 in 2019, and we have got to set our goals and getting back to that sooner rather than later. For last year, we were up 2%, but when you really think about it, some of our competitors like Turks and Caicos, BVI, USVI, they're up double digits. In the context of looking back to 2019, in 2019, Turks and Caicos had fewer air arrivals than we did. Turks and Caicos is now 73% above us. We had 437, as the minister just said. Turks and Caicos are up 600,000 plus. So they're up they're up more than 200,000 more than us. So in terms of relative performance, it would be remiss of us not to say, hey, what is happening and what do we need to do? Quite frankly, I believe that the amount of time that we closed and stayed closed and stayed closed and stayed closed, we didn't just pay that price in 2021, 2022. We are actually paying that price now. And it is probably going to take us another couple of years at our growth rate. Even if we have a 10% growth rate in this coming year, which we're optimistically hoping for, we're still a couple of years away to getting back to where we were in 2019. An important metric to look at is we now have 1,000 bedrooms more than we did in 2019, but we had 67,000 fewer air arrivals. Anytime you get that kind of vacancy or a disparity between supply and demand, it's going to start dislocation in the industry. And then cruise, I'm just going to say Cayman's cruise tourism is in crisis. We'll talk about that more, but it's as simple as that. You just cannot get away from that.
All right.
Well,
And
if I
Deputy
may, I
Premier.
think it's important to put things in context because the increase amounts you're speaking about is in different years. So we may compare ourselves to other Caribbean islands, but we also have to think about the rest of the economy, and too much growth too fast may not be great for the islands. I do agree that we could be doing better. We've added an extra $2 million to our tourism budget in a very expensive 2004 advertising year. And we recognize that the numbers are going to increase, but our air arrivals have been increasing. What you may compare is that Cayman has been doing so well for so many years. The opportunity for growth is within margin as opposed to other islands who've never been doing very well. But I have to agree with you. We are suffering from the lockdown period and the negative effects that has caused us, where other people got their attention and islands that were open before us, we were staying safe. So we can't have our cake and eat it too. We were keeping ourselves safe, but it did have some damaging effects on the people.
But I think, too, the point is, and at least this is my perspective, we also can't rest on our laurels, right? And
Correct.
just rely on what has taken place up to today. We have to continue to innovate. We have to understand what that roadmap is to move forward, and we have to plan, right? Mr. Solomon, I'm sorry, I was on a first-name basis. Gentlemen, do you mind if I use first names? All right, Elio, let's go.
Yes.
Your thoughts. You've heard the numbers. You are the chair of the Turtle Farm. You're very involved in ACT. You've always had an ear to the ground. You've done what I've done for many years.
Yeah.
So your thoughts, and a former MLA, your thoughts.
Well, I think that, first of all, I don't think I have to repeat some of the numbers that these gentlemen have given. I think that in terms of stayover, I think Cayman is doing really well. I think we're talking about additional rooms. I understand even the Hyatt's now going to bring another 300 plus. So I don't think there's much issue there. If I do state something, I believe that on terms of stayover visitors, particularly as we see even the damage that's happened to some of our beaches, I think that in itself should cause us to start to rethink whether we want to be as beach-centric as we are, and maybe start to really look at other ways to diversify our stayover visitor product. You know, I remember, for example, they had that program, I think it was GCCP, which was Global Citizen something that took place during COVID.
Program, yeah.
That was during
That
COVID.
expired, for example, I think in November 2024. So again, just on that sort of basis, you need to ask yourself, are we putting all of our eggs in one basket? That would be my concern. And I think not only beach-centric, but also that we're just strictly trying to get the high net worth persons as well. And I think we need to understand there's a complement There's a reason why the world needs that diversity. In terms of cruise tourism, I think persons have expressed it. It is a very unfortunate situation, and I think it's something that people are not really paying attention to. If you look at still visitors, they get our culture through immersion. They get to stay here for a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, assimilate themselves in that culture. The cruise tourist doesn't do that. They come and they want to grab as much of your culture as they can within that 4 or 5 hour period that they're here. But why that's good is because both result in an expansion of the economy, but cruise tourism forces you to diversify. It allows you to fund artisans that are going to shape the turtle that the cruise tourists didn't get to enjoy. And the list goes on. And if we lose cruise tourism, we're going to lose that diversification. And that is going to impact stay-over visitors, because a lot of those things that stay-over visitors are enjoying are in large part only surviving because of that need through curation process to grab our culture in 4 or 5 hours. And I don't think people are considering that. Many years ago, I used to say it all the time, if you plant a tree next to your house and you've allowed it to grow for X amount of years, you have to be careful when you're pulling the roots up. You might just damage the foundation in the process. Cruise tourism has been with us since the 40s. And you're not going to just get rid of cruise tourism and not have really serious impacts on this economy. And I think people are just being too dismissive. Yeah. And the reality of it is that it doesn't take much to solve this problem. Change has been knocking at our door for decades now. And it's simply saying to you that for economic reasons and other reasons, the cruise industry is developing bigger ships. And just as technology evolves, I'm sure there's somebody time that's using a rotary phone, but not very much. And the same way that technology is evolving, it's saying, I need peers. There's also the stress for peers, and this has been around for a long time, because even from disembarking and embarking, you need the peers. And I see the cue.
My face. So we're
as a talk show host, I see the cue. Yeah. I'll just end by saying that, again, we really need it, and the solution is simple. But I want to say to people, if you think that you're going to get rid of cruise tourism and not impact stayovers, you're making a big mistake.
Well, this is where the need for the plan comes into play. And there is a desire to have a referendum question, one of 3, to be on the ballots in the upcoming general election. Whether that will come to pass, we have to wait to see what happens in Parliament. But fundamentally, people may say, well, it should be those in government who should make that decision as to whether or not we move forward with the change. And there are those who are saying we can't because of the environmental perspective. There are those who are saying we absolutely need to because we have too many lives that are still wrapped up in cruise. Ultimately, Deputy Premier, you want to put it to the people. You're saying government's taking a neutral stance in this. But I'm suspecting that you feel like this is something that we do need to do.
Well, just to make clarity, I'm fully in support of building a pier. So if there's any misconception of that, hopefully
that's a position that's changed over the years, though. Because were you always of that opinion that we needed to have that?
I was always supportive of cruise. What I was having difficulty with was the proposed plan that was there before was extending a cargo facility downtown, which is our main city capital.
Okay.
And I think the cargo facility needs to move out of town. I still hold that position today, but obviously I'm one of members of the government, so you have to do collective responsibility. If this was a dictatorship, I would have moved it out of town already. But this is democracy.
That's a strong word right before general election.
I know, but we still live in a democracy.
He's just stressing
and I respect that democracy so much that I believe that we should have a referendum, because there are people who genuinely say, I don't like the cruise model. There's a lot of people who are in the hotel industry who go, the cruise model affects my business and I don't like it. But who decides that? Is it the elected arm? Particularly as sensitive as this is, I think the people should have their say on that. And the fact that people don't want that to be allowed is quite disturbing, because what you're saying is, let me control it, you shouldn't have a say. Nobody should be saying, let's not allow the people to have their say on it. Now, if you want to put thresholds on it to say, okay, then you need to make a certain mark in order for you to take it into consideration. That's why the government decided to leave it to non-binding, because we recognize the results will be for the next administration to make a decision. But particularly, we saw how negatively it impacted the last administration. I think the progressives would have won if that cruise situation wasn't in the way. So I think that the right thing to do is allow the people to have their say, and the next administration can take that directive based on the people's input. I can't see no other way around it. And I tell you what, if we don't have a referendum, here's what's going to happen. You're going to have a group of people who are elected, some who are against it, some who are for it, and nobody's going to want to make a move because they don't know where the population is. And then we're going to get stuck doing nothing for 4 years.
Arguably, that's where we've been for the last.
Agreed, and that's why we should have had a
12 years,
referendum
15
before.
years.
Interestingly enough, the cruise pair referendum individuals are now saying we shouldn't have a referendum when the whole organization was created saying cruise pair referendum.
Well, I don't think it's as cut and dry as they did want it and they didn't want it. There's other mitigating factors. But this discussion
Okay,
isn't necessarily
fair enough.
about the actual referendum itself, but it's about having a plan and taking action. And we heard from Mr. Woody Foster in the earlier panel, it's not about looking back. We need to look forward.
Agreed.
And about having that plan and making a decision and moving forward with it, regardless of who's in power, regardless of the
Agreed.
flip-flopping that we've been having every 4 years, right? So I think
So
that's
what is the
something we
plan? The
take.
plan to stay in cruise? Because if you don't have a pair, you're not in cruise anymore. I can promise you. And we are about to release in my ministry a series of videos where I've sat down with all the key executives, asking them directly these questions about what will happen if we don't have a pair. And the answers are really, really dark for this country. And anybody who lives in the cruise space, if we don't build a pair, you might as well start thinking about a different industry because you're not going to have enough business to sustain an income or to keep your business running. And that's the simple facts. And I don't want to sugarcoat it. I know I'm being a bit straightforward, but if I don't be raw with this, and I'm going to set people up for failure, people are going to keep on putting cash in their business thinking it's going to come better. And it's not. It's continuing to decline. In 5 years, there's probably going to be at least 60% of those persons in cruise, the businesses shut down, not being able to provide for their families. And that's a fact. If the people still don't want to go forward with it, that's okay. Let the next government plan for where we're going to help those Caymanians, those Caymanian business owners in respect to the other parts of our economy, whether it be a new industry or what have you. But my job is to be honest and be straightforward about the realities and what we see coming.
So we're going to hear a bit more about those questions that you had asked, but I do want to ask, Troy, what are your thoughts on the, because we've gotten into this topic
Yeah,
already,
I'd like
so
to
let's
step
go.
back
Cruise.
from a pair, right, and go back to cruise tourism. Because it's really important in this debate, whether it happens at a referendum level or whether it happens at a debate or a new government coming in. I like to form my opinions from fact rather than form my facts from opinions. Here's a fact. Cayman cruise tourism is down 45% from 2019. It's down 15% last year. And listen to this carefully because there's a lot of information out there that says the rest of the Caribbean's cruise is also dropping. It is not. Cruise tourism is the fastest growing tourism sector
in the world
globally.
Yep.
And the Caribbean is the fastest growing cruise tourism sector. Caribbean cruise tourism was...
And that's based on latest data that you've looked at.
Caribbean cruise tourism is up in 2024, 12%. Cayman is down 15%. Any business or sector that has a 27% divergence with its competitors is on the cusp of catastrophic failure. Okay? So, fact, Cayman's cruise tourism is down. At the same time, the Caribbean cruise tourism is up. So when we have this conversation, we cannot be having a conversation about, oh yeah, cruise is down everywhere and they'll still come. Let me tell you, they've already stopped coming, okay? Now, as the minister said, we as a nation can make a decision, we don't want to be in cruise. And we just, let's just put a bullet to cruise's head and say, look, let's just be done with this, okay? Now, I believe that cruise tourism is an important part of Cayman's tourism economy. I also believe that cruise tourism plays a really, really important social benefit. I'm in the tourism industry. 10% of my business comes from cruise. It used to be 20%, but I know a lot of people. Years ago, I wasn't behind the project that was put forward for different reasons. But things have changed. What was the biggest change? COVID changed. Operators that went out took all the money out of their pensions, borrowed money from family, borrowed money from banks. They leveraged themselves to survive COVID. They have not recovered.
Yeah.
This idea that the cruise operators and the cruise industry can pivot to stay over is a fantasy. It's an absolute
Well, it would certainly take a lot of time and planning and using innovation. I don't think it's not
just think
completely
about it, right?
doable,
You might Stingray City. Let's say you take 80% of the capacity that now go to Stingray City with cruise, and you're going to pivot that to stay over. We already complain about operators not getting enough from the cruise ships. So what do you think when you take 80% of capacity and pivot it to stay over, which we've already just talked about is flat? It's going to have the domino effect. It's not going to just impact those who are dependent on cruise. It's going to impact all of the adjacent, right? So my business is now going to be hugely affected because somebody that caters for cruise is now going to turn their eye and say, I need some of what you're eating, right? So now we'll have tour operators out in front of the hotels saying $10 trips to Stingray City. We have got to get realistic about our situation, and we've got to get realistic about our options, and this hyperbole and polar opinions has got to stop. We have to debate this like intelligent, caring people.
The thing that I think is important, because I don't want to, you're right, we shouldn't be on opposites. The truth is, we can live in harmony. One of the biggest negatives that I've noticed as I've become the minister is that we're not working together and seeing that the management of cruise has been the problem that caused the negative effects, whether it's downtown traffic or too many people at Stingray City. If we manage the cruise sector better, I think the people wouldn't even notice it. And I must admit that the former Minister for Roads had a strategic plan, who's now the leader of opposition, Joey Hugh, had a strategy about the road infrastructure around town to alleviate traffic. I can also say that there was a plan of action for the quality of movement with the design that they had. Also with the diversification of products across the island, it won't be concentrated in any one area. The truth is, Stingray City cannot hold any more people. It just can't. So that's why within the ministry, we decided to create this grant of $50,000 for new innovative ideas so people can create programs and activities.
And what has the uptake been on that?
It's been very, very good. Matter of fact, we just awarded, forgive me, I think it's 15 new small businesses, and we're trying to make sure that they're not all on the western side of the island, so we can spread the passengers out. Because this room looks crowded right now because we're all in this room. But if all of us were spread across this property, we probably wouldn't even see each other. So when you put everybody on one side of the island in one spot, that's where the crowded negative effects that we're talking about, that we feel while we're anti-cruise. Because I see the sentiment. People, Caymanians are very welcome. We like to see tourists, but we just don't want it to affect us. So let's fix
We don't
the
like
thing.
seeing the lines and lines and lines of people in
Exactly.
town and dealing with the traffic and that kind of
So-
thing, right?
so
It's not being managed
So,
well.
fair. But the management also has to do with the infrastructure. The truth is, the reason why they're not going to East End is because they can't get off the ship fast enough or get back on the ship long enough.
Let me just supplement some of what the minister is saying. I mean, first of all, when we look at that horrible line, and we had a video, would love to be able to show it, but when you look at those horrendous lines, again, that is in part because of the infrastructure, primarily the fact that we don't have piers, and people are now having to wait for tenders. What I can't understand is the hypocrisy of the argument, because one of the things that continues to be stated as the roadblock for not getting the piers is the environment. But we've taken videos of where the infrastructure is supposed to go. First of all, there's nothing, honestly, with the greatest of respect, not a lot down there to protect. But
I'm sure that there are those who would disagree with you on that.
we can all disagree, and that's the problem. I think he had a good saying just now about you getting the facts right. There's a lot of perception. I'm 55 years old, and the first time that I've actually seen that has been just recently. And I'm pretty sure it's the same situation with a lot of people in the room. So, but just to get on to talk about the negative, let's really understand. We had another panel earlier on in terms of human resources. We're talking potentially 2,587 people and more losing their jobs pretty much overnight when you lose cruise tourism. And at the present decline, it's going to last 5 or 6 more years before it's out. The Turtle Center, which I'm in charge of right now as a chairman, for example, 60% of our revenues come from cruise tourism. We have 104 employees, 97% of which are Caymanians. You can't put that amount of people without jobs, which is exactly what's going to happen when you don't have the revenues coming in, without having
Or
serious
without a
impact on the
plan.
economy.
And I think that's what it comes to. It's a decision needing to be taken and a plan being formulated as to if we do want to continue with cruise tourism, this is what we need to do. If we don't want to continue.
And what I don't want to see, sorry, what I don't want to see is this argument again, this fallacy that is cruise tourism creating all the traffic. I leave East End sometime from my farm at 5 o'clock in the morning,
Listen,
and I'm stuck in
I live Savannah, I
traffic.
know about that traffic, so it's not just.
No, I'm stuck in traffic from East End at 5 in the morning. And I guarantee you there's no cruise tourists here in the country at 5 in the morning. So we really need to get past all of these things that we're telling ourselves, because we're like a group of people just throwing literal crap on the wall and seeing what sticks. And let's just really make some good factual decisions like my good friend here just said. And I think that when you look at the facts, environmental impact, employment, unemployment, and employment, and all these things, the arguments just don't stand up. This is why the opposition to cruise pairs don't want to debate. They'll be blocking people, shutting people off because they don't want that. Because you know what? The facts ruin a very good argument.
Is that a fair statement to make, to say that they don't want it?
They don't want it. They don't want it because we even reached out as ACT to be able to have a panel sit-down discussion. They don't want it. They're literally blocking people on their Facebook pages, etc. So I'm speaking factually. And I'm saying that because nothing ruins a good argument like the facts. And when we look at the facts, everything supports cruise tourism. When you talk specifically about the referendum, first of all, I don't agree with single-member constituencies. I think it is divided and chopped this. Hold on, I think this is very important. Chop the country up into 19 different pieces, and why that's important?
We had this discussion some 10 years ago, you and I.
And this also goes to Woody's point about looking back in the past so that we can learn from our mistakes.
But we can't do the blame game.
But why this is important? Is because with the greatest of respect to the politicians, they have to focus now in some very insulated areas in order to get their votes. And this is where chamber is going to become even more important, because you need somebody that's going to focus on national issues. Because any one of these politicians really don't have to concentrate on national issues anymore to get elected.
That's a good point.
This is just a reality. They could just totally ignore that and they'll get elected. And so who's going to fill that gap? Either we change it and get to a national vote, which is most unlikely, but a chamber, a body like this, really needs to help to drive an initiative where we can have a national.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Gentlemen, I'm very cognizant of the time, and we've focused a lot on cruise and we have other aspects.
I just want to share one
more fact. Let's go.
Okay. In 2024, cruise arrivals was at COVID closure years aside. In 2024, cruise arrivals are at its lowest point since the year 2000. 24 years since we've had 1.1 million cruise visitors. So when we talk about traffic, I just want you to bring that into play, all right?
Yeah.
It's lowest level in 24 years.
I want to throw one last thing in. In the 1940s, I want people to understand, in the 1940s, you know how we were bringing tourists here? On a seaplane. On a seaplane in the 1940s, and they had to tender them in. And the only reason we got an airport was because a politician at the time was willing to donate the land so that we could get an airport. I want you all to understand, if you deal with some of these environmentalist groups right now, we would still be bringing people here on a seaplane. Okay, at some point, we need to move it on.
Leave the mics up, because you're going to have people in and out here. So just leave the mics up.
I apologize. I think it's important. It's my responsibility to make sure that this conversation doesn't go into us against them or environmentalists against cruise people. Because the truth is they can both live together. We can fix this and we can offer an amazing tourism product. We just can't be afraid, right? And you have to allow the people to have their say, because the truth is the question on the referendum ballot is whether we want to build cruise berthing infrastructure, which is ultimately saying, do you want to be in the cruise business or not anymore? That's ultimately what the question is. Because the fact is the information we have and what the cruise lines are saying, and I hope I get the chance to play that video, is if you don't build it, you're ultimately saying you don't want to be in that business. Now, we have the right to say no to that. But the truth is, Cayman doesn't have we don't produce many other things, and our people are not prepared to transition all into financial services, or like Troy said earlier, the hotel industry ain't gonna be like, oh, come on over. It ain't gonna work. So, and not only that, they hire most of that industry hires most Caymanians, as opposed to Stayover that hires a lot of non-Caymanians. So when I think about it as an elected member, who do I work for? I don't work for work permit holders. I work for Caymanians.
But the previous panel is all about workforce development. It's about, again, planning and trying to ensure that we're filling in those gaps so that we're not so reliant on the work permits in those other areas, right? So nothing operates in isolation, so you have to be thinking about it.
Of course.
I am very mindful, though, of the time.
So we're going to get
I see you watching.
So, look, I know we got to put this cruise topic to rest, but right before we do that, Deputy Premier, he was an intrepid reporter, remember? He used to work with me back at Cayman 27, and so he was at the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association conference last year and decided to do his own interviews with his phone. And so I'll hand it over to you. You ask some pertinent questions. We're going to hear a clip from that. And after we hear from that clip, we're moving on, gentlemen. Yes?
Fair enough.
Agreed? Okay.
So
I had a qualifying statement here.
So just to let you know, I agree with the governor's sentiment about number 2, communication. Communication is key for us to all be a part of a solution. And I'll admit, we have failed as an administration over the last 3 quarters, almost 4 years. Because I'm a former reporter, as you heard her say. So information is key for people to understand. And sometimes it's just lack of information that's caused people to be upset. So I decided to take the ball in my own hands and
phone, as it were.
And on my phone, and ask the questions to the top 4 cruise executives that comes to our shores. And you're about to see a video clip from, I think it's Carnival. And I asked the direct question, what will cruise be like in the next 10 years without a cruise pair? And you'll hear the answer. But I asked 5 questions. I'm going to be releasing a video series. This evening will be the first one, and every business day afterwards, I'll be releasing the other one. So you can hear from the executives. These are the big bosses who make the decision whether they come to the Cayman Islands or not. And you hear what they had to say, not from me, not from us. And so you can see the reality of what the future is going to be like with cruise. So this video here is a short clip of the very first one, which we'll be releasing later this evening.
So relative to Carnival Corporation and Carnival Cruise Line specifically, I would say the numbers, unfortunately, would continue to go down, because now from a Carnival Cruise Line perspective, we have 3 of our largest ships that are sailing from Florida and the Gulf Coast. Those aren't reaching any destination today, which requires tendering. And we have two ships similar to the XL class and 3 new builds, which are even larger than that. So 5 of the new next class of ships will not be calling any destination that requires tendering. So unfortunately, that would mean a continuation of deployments, that won't reach destinations such as Grand Cayman when we have to tender.
That's good. Thank you. Deputy Premier, you walk around with a mic to...
Yeah, I keep my gear still intact,
right,
man.
then.
You never know
I just
how this
noticed
business
that.
works.
Can't get rid of the reporter in him. Tommy, I just want to say one thing really quickly.
I told you it was going to be interesting.
So that we don't, I'm going to be super quick, so that we, ACT, for example, do not come across as against the environment. We're very much for the environment. And I think what you will understand as well, and I want everyone in the room to understand, is that the piers actually is something that's pro-environment. If you look at 2014, one cruise ship alone destroyed over 16,000 square feet of coral.
Because of anchoring, you're right.
Then, when I was in high school, I think it was the Rhapsody, up on a dock, up on the reef for weeks. So much that we even...
when we were, I remember
so much so that we even made a drink off of it. And let's understand, the total square footage of the pier and the pylons that would be built in such a way that allows the sand and the ocean to flow, it wouldn't even get near the 16,000 square feet that one cruise ship did. Yeah. And a parked boat makes less noise and less pollution than tenders and cruise ships parked with thrusters on running all day. I just thought I'd add that to
I appreciate that,
yeah.
but it's a good segue into even more of what's an environmental concern that should be for everybody here, what's happening to our 7 Mile Beach. And we talk about the need for balance, and we're talking about sustaining economic success. And our tourism product is a big part of that. And when people think of the Cayman Islands and they think of Grand Cayman more specifically, they're getting even more specific when they think of 7 Mile Beach. And what has happened, that's not no 7 Mile Beach anymore. I think one can argue it's much less than 7 miles at this stage.
You're messing up my branding here.
With
It's still 7 Mile Beach because we're going to fix it.
We're going to fix it.
I don't think it was 7 to start
Right.
with, but yeah.
So it's about balancing the...
Well, if you beat, again, that's the facts. It wasn't 7 to start with,
No,
but yeah.
it was like 5 point something, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully there's no
So we're
international
probably down
media
to
here
3
today.
now.
But, no, okay, right. But the thing about it is, anybody who is walking along, what little bit you can walk along now if you're standing on the rubble that was once Royal Palms undergoing the redevelopment there right now, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see what's happened. You go to Marriott, we might as well be in Venice. You could bring up a gondola right there, right? So it's a very concerning situation that has been going on for a number of years. We've had changes in weather patterns. There are those who believe that the development along the 7 Mile Strip itself has contributed to that, though there are also those who have shown pictures that they were well within the setback when there was a stretch of beach, right? So there again are some arguments there to be had. We can't be looking back. We can't do the blame game, as Woody said. So what is the plan for moving forward? And how do we fix this?
Okay, I'll try to be quick because I know my colleagues might want to have input on this, but just from a government perspective, the Department of Environment is in receipt of bids for a proper procurement consultant to design the plan of renourishing the area, because we can't just ad hocly do this. We can screw it up even more if we don't have the right consultants. So the bids are in about 2 or hopefully no longer than 2 weeks. We'll be able to announce who that consultant will be to design the plan, and it's to renourish the area.
But you've had plans presented to you in terms of what renourishment could look like.
Yes,
right?
and that was 2.5 years ago. So obviously we've had a larger extended area that is gone further up past Dart's house. Now it was further down. So once things change, you have to do a new design. So the design was, I think, 50% of what it should be now. So
when you say renourishment, what does that actually mean?
Putting sand back.
Putting sand back.
Yeah, at least in my mind. I don't know what the consultants are going to say, but I will not be supporting knocking down the walls that are there. I know some people have that idea, but I think that's ludicrous. The multi-millions of dollars that are placed there, it would cause so much more legal action. And the simple solution is to put the sand back there with proper engineering, marine engineering components to make sure that the sand stays there in the future. So that's where the line of thinking the government is going. We just want to make sure that the consultant designs that plan for us so we can execute it. Now, bearing in mind, the election is right around the corner.
I was just about to say, this process, this tender process, well, consultancy bid process.
So the good continuity about this is the Department of Environment is leading the charge. So regardless of which government is in, that plan will be guided by them. And those persons who know Ms. Gina very well is not going to agree to something that is not in support, that is not smart to do, as well as the next administration, regardless of who it is, will need that support from DOE as well. So I'm hoping that, particularly with all of those persons who are putting themselves forward for office that are here in the audience today, congratulations, it's a very noble thing to do, so I wish you well. But to make sure that this is not a political football, because trust me, this is damaging our tourism product. Absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, I feel hurt that we were not able to resolve the matter, and obviously the Honorable former Wayne Panton left, caused a lot of problems, the whole thing went shelved, then we didn't really pay attention to it again until the weather started coming back and making it worse. So we dropped the ball on that, but I think we have to resolve it. Ms. Dukerin did a very good report on the value of 7 Mile Beach, and I think that it's obvious that we just have to put sand back there with a strategy of keeping it there for the long term.
So one of
but lastly, I'll do a Elio. One thing we do know, it wasn't a cruise pier that caused 7 Mile Beach problems now.
So one of the proposals that we saw at the legislative luncheon that Chamber hosted late last year, was a sand machine. Is that one of the things that is being considered by the
I think it's a
DOE?
wonderful thing, but we have to take the guidance from the experts. Like, it sounds practical to me. You go get the sand that is going off close to the edge, suck it up and put it back on the beach. Sounds logical. But we don't make decisions that way. We have to wait for the specialists to give us direction. We want the fastest, cheapest, most environmentally friendly way to do it. It's just unfortunate that's going to take a lot longer than we think. I hope that persons who have extreme positions on the environment don't derail or slow the process down because they want some of the walls to be knocked down. And I think that's what's happening behind the scenes. And I think it's a silly idea because if you think you can go to multi-billion-dollar owners of those properties after the Cayman Islands government gave them permission to build there and tell them to knock their building down, it's not going to happen. So we got to be realistic about this. Put the sand back, support the private sector businesses like the hotels, and even the persons who reside there, because we have a lot of what you call generational homeowners, exactly, that have invested their money legally through a land register to be able to do that. And we gave them planning permission to do so. So the thinking that we're going to tell them to knock it down when there is an easier solution is crazy. So let's get forward and get past that and just put the sand back. And this is not something novel to the Cayman Islands. It's happening everywhere in the world, right? So let's just get on with it and get the thing done.
Yeah, I agree. I've got to second that. And I think importantly, as much as it's also managing a solution to renourish and keep in place, and the keep in place strategies for whatever is renourished is also part of the pier is not going to affect it because we're going to have keep in place strategies. We have to have that. We also need to manage the message because this idea that the 7 Mile Beach has eroded is a really dangerous message. It could literally take us years to overcome that message.
And millions of dollars.
You're talking about message beyond our shores.
Absolutely.
So what's going
Not only from a DOT level, but even from a social media level, for everything that we're saying. We all know that it's a small segment of 7 Mile Beach. And for every one negative image that is out there of the erosion, we probably need 200 positive images that says today is in front of whatever property. So it's really, really important. We cannot underestimate the impact of this. And it is not just an issue for the Marriott or those properties. This is an issue for the tourism industry, and it's an issue for Cayman. And we have to
there's a domino effect for sure.
Absolutely. We cannot have a them and us. They've got to pay for it. This one doesn't want to pay for it.
We got to share the responsibility in this.
This is a crisis.
What about then, so we know that we have to address the 7 Mile Beach situation. We know that's a given. But what about diversifying our tourism product? We've had that Go East initiative that we've talked about for a long time.
How are you going to get there? You can't go east without a road. And they're stopping that too. I mean, we believe in that. No, seriously. Like, I want to spend money within our ministry to get tourists, East End, North Side, Bordentown, but they don't have enough time to get there and back.
Well, there's public meetings next week, Tuesday and Thursday in Frankstown and Bordentown. Hope to see some of you.
But Tammy, again, on the diversification, that was the point I raised earlier on, and I think that that's the key. Cayman is often, and I'm not picking on this particular minister, I think it's been very... No, I'm serious. It's been successive government been very reactive, right? Because I think you need a proper plan. And trust me, I'm not one for all these super plans that just sit on the shelf, but we need a plan in terms of diversifying our economy. As I've said before, we're too focused now on the high net worth guy, and then we're too focused on being beach centric, right? And I think we need to start pushing and diversifying things in a different way. I completely support the minister with the replenishment program. I think we should put the sand back, and let's just be clear about the environment. There's a little island somewhere that nobody actually inhabits that's being eroded right now by the same coastal waters, etc. Okay? It happens, and we just have to go ahead and deal with it. And I think Cayman has a wonderful opportunity. I mentioned this GCC program earlier on. We had 104,000 tourists, as far as my research tells me, that came under that program, but we stopped it. Why? Because there's no more COVID? We should learn from COVID. COVID's taught us what could happen. So why do we have to stop the digital nomads from coming here? Why aren't we building on that? And then now we're going to react to the beach, and then what happens? Something stopped because that one's been resolved. We need to learn from all of these things, act on it, and continue to utilize it and learn from that in the future to make sure we never get back there.
We have the big Time's Up slate, but I do want to, if you will please indulge me, we need to look at the plan and the role that innovation plays. Innovation, looking at how we...
Efficiencies then.
How we are able to ensure that we sustain the economic success that has been the Cayman Islands. And I know we've been very focused on Grand Cayman, but we have 2 other islands that we should be considering as well and what's happening in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman as well. Deputy Premier.
Well, I think you're talking about trying to make sure we're efficient as possible and be ahead with the trends, particularly with AI, consumer trends. They're more eco focused.
So that we can
and-
stay competitive
So
on
we
a
can stay
global
competitive.
stage.
But we've been doing that. Let me tell you something. CETA is a wonderful organization. To be honest with you, sometimes it makes my job a lot easier. They're already telling us the trends and telling us what's going on, and they jump ahead of the game. Cayman is very advanced in our tourism product. We don't have a problem with tourism and getting people here. What we have a problem with is our management. Here's the thing, and what I'm worried about. We have 2 beautiful properties about to come online. Where are the people going to live who's going to work in them? Are we talking about growth? You know why I had to say to myself, Kenneth, slow down a little bit, because if you do too well, you're going to create other crises. We just talk about workers coming in, and we don't have enough Caymanians to work. Where are those workers going to work? In a shack that costs them $1,900 to live in? We do have to have a plan in order for me to be an effective tourism minister. Because if I do too well, then I can create problems for everybody else. So even that we had to think about. So I agree, there needs to be a plan, and we need to decide what we're going to do about cruise. And when we decide that, okay, what's next? Because I don't want to go ahead, I could get 4 other hotels in Grand Cayman right now, but where they're going to stay, how the roads are going to be, who's going to be working in them, and what is the value for Cayman? I had to sit and read a report by an amazing Caribbean economist and question myself, hold on, Kenneth, are we going too fast? And we have to ask that question. And the truth is, we don't need anything more on this side. East End, Bontown, and North Side, and Little Cayman and Cayman Brac are beautiful, and that's where the rest of our culture is left. Let our guests go and see that area. We don't need any more traffic down here, simply.
So we have things to address, and I talked about the tourism plan, but we also need that overarching, where is Cayman going plan, right? Because that also ties in the public transport situation, the workforce development situation, all of that, right? We need to be thinking about that. Yeah. Troy,
well,
final thoughts
I
on
don't
this.
think that we can put together a realistic tourism development plan if it's not within the context of a national development
Agreed.
plan.
Exactly.
Right? Because tourism can say, we want to grow.
Exactly.
And we're going to need 4,000 new employees, but if we don't have a development plan that says we're going to take
Where is
on
this country going?
exactly this immigration, for example, because tourism is very much a service sector.
Exactly.
Okay, so that's the first thing. We need a national development plan from which we can then form a tourism development plan. The other thing is, because I think sustainability was on one of our tags here, we cannot sustain tourism growth if we do not start focusing on the people and the Caymanians within tourism. We know and we hear it, and Ms. Rosa has said it over and over and over again. People want authentic experiences, they want local culture, they want to hear a Caymanian accent. There is no way that you can continue to grow a tourism industry by 1,000 employees a year when you have no new Caymanians entering that industry. So the last thing we want to do is to kill the one sector of the industry that has the highest proportion of Caymanians, owners and employees, which is the cruise sector. We cannot do this. And that's where I think when we talk about sustainability, it's not only environmental sustainability, it's also cultural, and our people is where we need to start.
Social and economic, it's
Absolutely.
three-pronged.
Well, in response to him, I will say, preach it, brother, preach it. So, but let me just say, I agree completely. We need to have a national plan. As I sat here in the Chamber Forum today, I'm sitting and saying businesses, and I think somebody mentioned it, can go on in their own sphere of influence and do what they have to do. But everybody should know what a national plan is so that they can sit and say, we're trying to get more digital nomads and we're trying to do this, and know that they're not just working collectively to work on their business, but also collectively for the goal for the Cayman Islands as in its entirety. And again, I just want to stress and lay out the political landscape. It's very, very important for people to understand. With no disrespect to the political figures, we have chosen a particular system that allows them to live and thrive completely in isolation. And it is going to be forums and like this is going to be bodies like the Chamber of Commerce, which is a lobby body, to just really take the bull by the horns and make sure that that happens. Because politically, let's be clear, politically, no one candidate needs to deal with any national issues to secure their seat. And that is a very, very scary situation.
If I can close by saying this, I'm going to go out on a limb here, but I think that should be one of the questions on our referendum as well.
Should we go
Are you
back?
proposing a fourth?
Listen, that's my job.
National
I'm here
vote.
to
Or at least go back.
Whether it's a national vote or to go back to our old system, because you're right.
I agree.
It's the one thing that we were worried about is happening where people are living on an island. The truth is, I run in Georgetown Central. I love my people. I believe my people love me. And I can just focus on Georgetown Central and forget about all the national issues. The truth is, my advisor said, Kenneth, don't take on this cruise thing.
Right.
They're going to kill you for it. I said I had to do the national job because so many other people are suffering as a result. Mainly West Bears are going to be affected by cruise the most, right? Not in Georgetown Central. We are more in general business and finance and bars and restaurants, stuff like that. But you're right. If we keep this individual approach, by all 19 members, we're going to suffer. And I think we should consider going back to the old system so we can work in a more unified way.
Or the national vote that Elio had talked about.
And I want to
way
applaud
back when.
I want to applaud the minister too, because he is reaching out. You need to understand that he's reaching out to grab a national issue that's going to potentially bite him, right? When he could survive by just focusing where he's already strong in his area. And in politics, I always say there's a fundamental decision to be made. Do you want to stay elected or do you want to do the right thing? And the two seldomly converge.
Very seldom.
And I'm proud to say that he's, at least as far as I'm concerned, doing the right thing.
I think with that, I want to thank our panelists here today. We didn't get to touch on the minimum wage aspect, but I think that's a whole other discussion for another forum.
And she beat me up because of a talk show host too, you see?
Gentlemen, thank you very much for having this discussion, and thank you to you for having us. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Tammy, Minister Brian, Troy, and Elio. I think we all agree that that was a very necessary conversation, and it's part of the reason why we really have forums like this, and we do have the candidate forums to come. And I really do appreciate the comment about focusing on the facts rather than opinions. So next on our agenda, this is a first for the Chamber and at our economic forum. We're going to have a 10-minute TED-style talk, which is going to be done by Nick Joseph, who is the founder and attorney of Reside Cayman. So Nick is a distinguished lawyer known for his expertise in immigration and employment law. He has been pivotal in addressing the backlog of status and permanent residency applications in the Cayman Islands. Recently, Nick founded Reside, a firm specializing in relocation services, leveraging his extensive experience to assist clients with immigration and regulatory compliance. His talk is titled Rights and Responsibilities, Seeking a Sustainable Balance. So please join me in welcoming Nick to the stage.
Thank you very much. Meine Damen und Herren, Signore e Signore, Mesdames et Messieurs, ladies and gentlemen, those were the words that welcomed me to the finest dinner I have ever eaten. Later that evening, I was asked for confirmation of which sauterne I would like to pair with my foie gras. A prominent Russian sitting in proximity to me asked for clarification. Not a problem for the Portuguese waitress who was serving us, who, in addition to conversing easily in German, Italian, French, and English, was able to assist in near fluent Russian. I was in Switzerland, and it was 10 years ago. Would you all like a burger and a bud was not part of the repertoire. Upscale, sophisticated, exclusive, expensive. It was memorable, and like most things of the highest quality, it was worth it. The waitress was a professional. Her training had taken years. She was a migrant worker, and like her Swiss colleagues, well paid for her expertise. Stade is nice. Not her forever home, though. One day she was to return to her native Portugal. The cost of living demanded it. In any event, she could perhaps be more content with her sardines and occasional presunto iberico and port. Never a bud and a burger. But beneath the surface, all may not have been perfect. Had I asked for some Scotch bonnet on the side, some stew conch, callaloo, or a rundown, I am confident the waitress would have no idea what I was talking about. Behind me is my company's logo, developed to represent aspects of our home. Do you see the conch, the catboat, the stingray, something else? It is all a question of culture and perspective. We each have a vantage point, a perception. I am a Caymanian, but my origin literally Jamaican. An analysis of the law surrounding my birth could also lead to the conclusion that I was also born Iranian. Not terribly helpful. I have lived my life in Cayman, but I've seen much of the world. My background, education, training, and experience gives me a unique perspective, and so does each of yours. My age and position now give me the confidence and ability to say what I see as I see it, whether that be convenient or popular. We're here to share vantage points, perhaps even to reassess our perspectives. Cayman is my home. Whilst I acknowledge we are sometimes demonstrably a work in progress, we have the potential to be superb. My bias for Cayman and our people is perhaps apparent, but large numbers of discerning business people and families from around the world, including Stade, are coming here and staying here. The resulting investment and development are all around us. The potential benefits are significant. We feed our rapidly expanding economy with labor from all around the world. That labor, often highly skilled and of the most exemplary character, is invited on a journey. The initial stage is 9 years. Those that wish can remain if they qualify for permanent residence under a point system. Thereafter, most permanent residents under our existing regime will advance to themselves become Caymanian. Our workforce and our ability to attract and welcome and retain the best is key to much of what we have achieved. But we face a risk that, from my vantage, must be addressed. Our success as individuals, as businesses, and as a country must be and remain relevant to the people of these islands if it is to be sustained. Like all countries, we have an economy that requires balance. The government needs income to provide for the needs of the people. The needs, like the population, are growing. Two of the most useless and expensive things on earth are a newborn human baby and a newly qualified lawyer. They are filled with immense potential, but must first be fed, medicated, educated, clothed, and housed. Eventually, they are destined to become contributing members of society, even the lawyers. We eventually create, we earn, we pay fees and duties, just don't call them taxes, and contribute to government's coffers. As we retire, we will hopefully have saved enough, but the trajectory is that many of us have not. And we will run out of funds, ending our time, as most of us started, reliant on government for support. For the system to be sustained, our collective cost to the government, those areas that are below the line, cannot sustainably exceed our collective contribution, the area above the line. But Cayman has a secret weapon: expatriate labor. We do not have to medicate, educate, or feed foreign workers in their formative years. That obligation falls to their homelands. Expatriate labor usually arrives here fully prepared. It serves us and contributes to our coffers, including through the payment of work permit fees, and consumes nothing. Even its health care is paid for by private insurance. Its children expected to be educated in private schools. Traditionally, that labor would leave the islands and return home in retirement, never becoming a corresponding burden on this society while advancing in years. We took the resulting dividend and invested it in many things, including our airline, our civil service, and, as has been said today, our Turtle Center. But we changed the rules of the game. Today, we find ourselves spending on all the things we have traditionally spent on, and more. The realities of underfunded pensions and healthcare liabilities are dawning on us. They have been for a while. We are only now fully taking notice. We continue to attract investors, indeed must, to maintain appropriate balance. However, we are not paying 35 Swiss francs an hour for most of our imported labor, no matter how skilled, at least not as a guaranteed base. We serve foie gras and sauterne at prices like those in Stade, but no one seems to be sent from here to hotel training school in Lausanne, and few benefit from multi-year apprenticeships. Whilst our burgers remain good and we are gaining excellent in patisserie, fewer and fewer of our newest chefs have mastered bread kind or even know what it is. My reference to the culinary industry is convenient. The principles apply across all industries. We achieve world-class things at world-class standards, but is the pace of our own advancement and sophistication pulling too far ahead of our own people's ability to service it? Our commercial aspirations and ambition cannot become disconnected from our permanent population. Dreams of betterment, advancement, and opportunity cannot be allowed to become cast as unattainable illusions. If the Caymanian people are left behind, our march forward risks trampling our future. The warm welcome of the Caymanian people is ultimately the foundation on which our economy stands. There should be no hesitation in answering, who are we developing for? We also risk pricing ourselves out of our own home that many have toiled for generations to build. I believe we collectively have a duty to protect our legacy. With our great privilege and opportunity comes responsibility. Access to labor from overseas carries a reciprocal obligation to not only employ where possible, but also to train and mentor local people in meaningful ways. A culture of compliance is preferable. Enthusiastic participation optimal. We must take steps to empower the Caymanian people. In our quest for exclusivity, Caymanians are the one demographic that cannot be excluded. Handouts do not generate a return. My encouragement instead is for more of a hand up. A hand up will bring multi-generational returns. It is my hope that every Caymanian be equipped with the opportunity and through their toil and with the support of many gathered in this room, be able to achieve their maximum potential and to participate more fully, deservedly, and sustainably in all our economy and community can offer. We ultimately need to ensure that we have a secure place going around the dinner table for our customers, our neighbors, and ourselves to be asked, y'all want a K-brew with your burger, a sauterne with your foie gras, and some swanky with your turkle? We need to get it right. If we do not, in a generation or two, those that choose and have the wherewithal, born here or otherwise, may feel it necessary to retreat to an affordable retirement in Portugal, if that lovely country will have them. I don't really like sardines and my Portuguese is lousy. I'm not planning on going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for your very thought-provoking talk and for stepping up to this new approach to the forum. You probably missed your calling outside of law. So we will move swiftly into another title-sponsor video, and this one is for Health City.
In 2014, Health City Cayman Islands embarked on a compelling mission to deliver world-class healthcare while driving tangible benefits for the Cayman Islands. Today, we're proud of our efforts to advance economic opportunity, enrich lives, and prioritize sustainability. We've not only built a state-of-the-art healthcare institution, we've catalyzed measurable growth and transformation across the Cayman Islands. Health City has been a driver of economic diversification in the Cayman Islands, injecting nearly $1 billion into the local economy between 2012 and 2024.
Health City has contributed significantly with $450 million going towards the Cayman Islands GDP. That's 105 from construction, 345 million from operations, and this investment fueled 500 million in additional economic activity through local supply chains and household spending. We're happy to state that in 10 years we've supported nearly 1,000 jobs annually, from clinical roles to construction and ancillary services. Beyond employment, medical tourism has represented 4,000 patients from over 70 countries, injecting further vitality into the local economy.
On a broader scale, the influx of international patients has bolstered local businesses, including hotels, restaurants, and transportation services, all benefiting from our growing reputation as a medical tourism hub. By offering life-changing medical services locally, we've also reduced the financial burden for residents and businesses that previously had to send employees overseas for care.
Well, I've been telling so many people locally how blessed we are, how lucky we are to have a facility like Health City on the island. Because I don't know if I would be here without it, to tell you the truth.
Through initiatives like our partnership with Samaritan's Purse and the Children's Heart Fund, we've been able to provide life-saving treatments for nearly 1,000 vulnerable children who had nowhere else to turn. Locally, we heavily invest in the next generation of Caymanian healthcare workers. Our award-winning education program, Healthcare Explorers, has introduced over 6,000 hours of hands-on education to young Caymanians, inspiring the next generation of healthcare professionals. By fostering local talent, we're laying the foundation for a stronger, more resilient healthcare workforce.
Healthcare Explorers has provided me hands-on experiences and mentorship through which I've gained practical knowledge. This program has solidified my commitment to pursuing my career as a physical therapist.
We recognize that we also have a responsibility to safeguard the environment. Our facilities are designed with sustainability in mind, incorporating renewable energy systems and eco-friendly construction. From reducing water usage to optimizing waste management, we've exceeded global benchmarks in sustainable hospital operations. With achievements like the region's first LVAD surgery, awake craniotomy, and groundbreaking procedures such as ECMO and TAVI, we continue to break barriers and set new standards of excellence as the premier healthcare facility in the Caribbean. At Health City, we've made significant strides in curbing costs for specialized, tertiary, and quaternary care over the past decade. However, the rising tide of health insurance premiums remains a pressing challenge. The Cayman Islands stands out with its standardized health insurance fees, which cap charges across both government and private sectors, ensuring that patients pay a consistent price for similar services. This unique scenario has ensured stable charges for nearly 2 decades, even amidst inflation and economic fluctuations. Yet, despite this stability, premiums continue to soar, threatening access to essential healthcare services. As we look to the next decade, Health City is committed to driving impactful change. We are proud to introduce One Health Cayman, a sister company dedicated to reversing the alarming trend of escalating healthcare premiums. Our mission is clear: to prioritize the patient experience while innovating solutions that focus on preventative diagnostics and services. By emphasizing health education and early intervention, we aim to, over time, mitigate severe health events in our population, fostering a healthier community overall. The future of healthcare cannot be one where high deductible plans and reduced coverage become the norm.
We refuse to accept a trajectory that limits access and diminishes preventative care.
With One Health Cayman, we are dedicated to providing innovative solutions that not only curb costs, but also enhance the value and quality of health insurance services. Together, we can forge a path toward a sustainable healthcare ecosystem, one where affordability and high-quality care go hand in hand. A solution is not a solution unless it's affordable, continues to be at the center of our vision for the future of healthcare in the Cayman Islands and beyond. As we reflect on a decade of achievements, we remain committed to our vision, advancing healthcare, driving economic growth, and contributing to a sustainable future. Health City Cayman Islands is proud to be part of this community, working together to create meaningful, lasting impact.
Thank you, Health City. So we will now break for lunch, and I would kindly ask everyone to be back and seated by 1:05, please. Thank you and enjoy lunch. Hello, everyone. We'll be starting in 1 minute. We're good? Will, we're good? Oh. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna do like my good friend Shamari. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. I know that lunch was very, very good, and the conversations are exceptional. But we do have a lot more items to cover and an exciting afternoon agenda. So we do need to get going. So first up after lunch, we're gonna have our second TED-style presentation by Douglas Spencer, who's the founder of Monteforge and Xenia. So Douglas Spencer founded Monteforge, a SEMA-registered virtual asset service provider, or VASP, as we all know, and Xenia, which is a consulting firm established in 2009. Douglas has a broad range of technology, banking, investments, finance, and blockchain development expertise. And I know you'll find his presentation extremely interesting. The topic is tokenomics, Cayman's opportunities. So please help me in welcoming Douglas to the stage.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, and thank you to Will and the Chamber and team for giving me this opportunity to present. I've been here, living here for 15 years. I have a family with 4 kids, and we started thinking about moving here in 2008. But before that, I grew up in Toronto, Canada, but I worked for IBM, and I've lived in Singapore, Philippines, Malaysia, Dubai, the US for 10 years. My kids have recently reminded me just how old I'm getting because I hit the 60th birthday on Christmas Day, and they remind me that all the time, how old I'm getting. And when I think back in the last 40 years and the technological changes that have taken place, and the different things around the world from a global perspective, that kind of what brings me to here today. And, I also just want to mention that I chose Cayman. My wife and I, we chose to live in Cayman. It's clean, it's modern, it's safe. And having lived in many places around the world, having traveled to almost every country in the world, I can say without question, and I'm a Canadian, Canada's a great country too, but there's no place like Cayman. And no place at all. Nothing compares, and we have such an amazing opportunity to take Cayman to places for the future that, is really quite an amazing opportunity. Anyhow, I only got 10 minutes, so I better get talking here. When I think about the next 10 years, I think actually back to 1990 when I was an IBM software developer and sales and technical marketing guy. I was part of an executive briefing team. And, we used to talk then about banking systems and transaction systems. And we used to talk about the internet. And I used to go to bank executives in 1991, 92 and say, you're going to put your bank online. And they'd say, no way, that's for pornography and blogs. I'm not going to do that. And I'd say, no, the internet is really starting to take off now, and you're going to want to be part of that. And so, think back to that time, 1988, 89. Who accessed the internet? A few of us geeks that had computers and a few corporations that had PCs, and we're starting to get into it. But if you went back in time, you could, without question, say the next 10 years, the internet's going to be a really big thing. And it's going to impact everyone's life. It's going to impact every industry. And it's going to be a global phenomenon. I'm here to tell you that's the same thing for artificial intelligence and blockchain. Now, I'm sure you would have already assumed artificial intelligence because it's the talk of everything these days. And it makes your life more efficient in several ways in every business. You think of a lawyer drafting a legal document. He can do in a few hours what used to take a few days. My son, who's studying economics at university, I also paid him extra so that he could take some AI classes. And he helped one of my companies produce an amazing visual ad, 3 or 4 amazing professionally developed videos, all using AI tools done in a way we could easily edit. What he did in a few hours of time, I used to do in multiple days or weeks as we gathered the content and took take after take after take to get it right. And so AI is starting to impact every industry, and there's no question of that. But a little understood thing is called blockchain. Now, blockchain is going to sweep across every industry. Finance, banking, reinsurance, insurance. The finance industry of Cayman is going to be completely transformed because of blockchain, the same way the internet transformed businesses. And you might wonder why. Well, first let me talk about what is blockchain. It's a collaboration of technologies that were put together about 15 to 18 years ago. IBM actually contributed a lot of the cryptology technologies and database structure things. It's a database. It's a database on steroids. But it's very unique and very powerful. And speaking as a guy who used to sell banking transaction systems, database systems, and all the stuff that we intensely rely on to be accurate, none of that compares to what blockchain does. Blockchain is immutable. You can't change it. And you might wonder, well, why is that big a deal? Well, because you don't want someone going into your bank account where you had $10 and they add 1,000. Well, you might like that, but the bank's not too happy about it. You can't change the blockchain. It's designed with what's called a consensus model. So there's actually like multiple servers all replicating every transaction. So for example, Bitcoin, which has been around the longest time, and most people are familiar with Bitcoin, it's got about 10,000 server nodes that replicate every single transaction. And it's a consensus model. And every server says this is what the data is. If one of those servers says, no, it's this, it gets kicked off the network. And it's self-protecting. And it's just amazing. It's also secure. It's transparent. It's designed in a way that is incredibly efficient. You wonder about the word blockchain? Well, it's blocks of data linked together in a chain with one of the most efficient data search mechanisms we've ever had. This is why it's proven this itself. You know, the internet in the 1990s had already been around 15 or so years. But it was in the 90s that we had the browser, we had better connectivity. You no longer had to dial in with that, 2400 baud modem. I was really thrilled when I got a 9600 baud modem. But the blockchain is kind of similar in the sense of the rate of adoption. We're now past the point where it's proven itself. It's now reliable enough that we can implement. And it has incredible benefits. And, you know, one of the things that it allows for is something called tokenization. Now, tokenization is the idea of taking a real world asset, could be real estate, could be a bond, could be a share of a company, could be a commitment to profit sharing, could be a gold bar, and linking it with legal entitlements to a token. Now, a token is an address on the blockchain. It's a piece of software. And I could go into detail about all that aspects, but we have other seminars that would cover that. And so the tokenization allows us to bring to this reliable, secure blockchain infrastructure a much more efficient way to do things. And it is estimated that trillions of dollars of assets are going to move to the blockchain in the form of tokenization. And if you don't believe me, let's listen to a guy who was against Bitcoin and was against all that crypto stuff just a few years ago, and now listen to what he says.
We believe the next step going forward will be the tokenization of financial assets. And that means every stock, every bond will have its own, basically, CUSIP. It'll be on one general ledger. Every investor, you and I, will have our own number.
So, as Larry says, everything's moving to the blockchain. You know, in the stock market, I don't know if you knew or not, but back in the 80s, they realized they had a problem. They couldn't process the re-registration of shares fast enough. You know, you used to have this like 3-day turnaround time. And they did some things to try to make that more efficient. But now with the blockchain, it can be done in seconds, what used to take days. It can be done more reliably. And there's a lot of benefits to institutions, to individuals, and to the regulatory frameworks to embrace blockchain. So for example, Cayman Islands Monetary Authority, we have our virtual asset service provider legislation. It's been in place about 5-6 years. It's going through an update. It's very important, and it's a leader in the industry, and it's a very interesting space to move to in terms of how does it get impacted by regulatory things. Well, it's actually easier to regulate on the blockchain than it is in traditional things. And you know, there's a lot of opportunities for Caymanians and for Cayman as a whole. But blockchain adoption has to begin now, because I guarantee you, in the next 5 to 10 years, the funds industry is going to change, the insurance industry is going to change, banking is going to change. All of these things are going to impact jobs and create opportunities if we're prepared. A simple example, in my company, Manette Forge, we've got several tokens that we launched last year. Some of them started doing their quarterly dividends. We send out 2,000 distribution dividends in 15 seconds to the token holders who are like shareholders or investors in a particular fund. We have more reliable KYC and AML and onboarding investor administration than anything in the traditional model. And now these things can be used to help the traditional space as well. There's a lot of benefits to Cayman to being a leader in tokenization. And my company, Manette Forge, again, I'm not here to advertise, but my company, Manette Forge, is proud to be a Cayman-based company. And we are providing things in this industry that are unique. We have an on-chain SEC transfer rules engine that is like a rules system to ensure restricted transactions or restricted securities are properly and securely managed. We've been asked to open source that as part of the ERC standards. So Cayman can be a leader in the space of tokenization, in the space of adopting blockchain, and I'm out of time, so I'm going to wrap up. But let's just say this is an exciting area, and I know you've heard about AI, but be prepared for how blockchain is going to change the world, and Cayman can be a leader in that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Douglas. I think we all, the conversations around the internet and how it's changed our lives and the way we interact with each other and the way we do business definitely resonated with everyone. So your comments on AI and blockchain, I hope that they're noted and factored into everyone's discussions as they go forward. So earlier today, we talked about building a future-ready workforce, and we're now going to move into the second pillar, which is sustaining economic success, with the topic here being government accountability. A key ingredient to sustaining economic success is, of course, good governance. a cornerstone to building sound business environments that we depend on. Engendering confidence will encourage more entrepreneurial decisions, more investment, and bold planning for the future. I know you all are looking forward to Marla speaking this afternoon, but Marla will be moderating this discussion for us, so I will introduce her now. So Marla is our keynote speaker, and as I said, will be moderating this discussion. Marla is a renowned economist with a vision and a passion for transforming and strengthening not only economies across the Caribbean, but also their associated societies and communities. She has the unique ability to draw together different strands from different areas and disciplines, leading to something that is increasingly understood as something we all need, a holistic and joint thinking approach, a really good look at the big picture. Recently, the DART group did commission Marla to analyze the impact of beach erosion at 7 Mile Beach, which we did hear about a little bit about earlier. Her work emphasizes the economic and environmental implications, highlighting the need for proactive measures to protect vital natural resources. Marla is pivotal in fostering public-private sector engagement and shaping decision-making processes. I personally do go to your website every month and look at your updates, so definitely thank you for that. So please help me and welcome Marla Ducran to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, this is on. Good afternoon. Sit wherever you want.
Thank you. You get to sit in the middle. Yeah.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yes, I think I hear myself. Good afternoon again. Thank you for the very warm introduction, Omari. And I have the pleasure this afternoon of, as you would see from the agenda, chairing this panel where we will speak about the government's accountability scorecard that the Chamber announced that they will introduce some months ago. It was announced. I will introduce my guest speakers here. We have Sue Winspear, who has been the Auditor General of the Cayman Islands since 2016. And she will demit office next month, so we're very lucky to have her before she takes off. And of course, Mr. Franz Manderson, he's the Deputy Governor and the head of the Civil Service of the Cayman Islands. And next month, he will celebrate his lucky 13th year as Deputy Governor. I think that deserves a clap. So you might recall when Pilar was here and there was a discussion around we should have a plan. We should know where we want to go. I mean, I'm a strong advocate for having a vision for your country. But then what? Like in my country, we had a Vision 2020, which as soon as there was a change in government got stuck on a shelf, if not destroyed. And so the whole issue of implementation, which we know we have a deficit of in the Caribbean, is really driven by accountability for the implementation. So we're going to talk about the scorecard, but before we get to talking about the scorecard, which is about the accountability for implementation, we're going to talk about accountability more broadly. No better people than these two folks here to talk about accountability. And so I want each of you, you can well, I'm guessing ladies first.
Yes.
Explain, Madam Auditor General, from your role, why is accountability so important, and how does your office drive accountability in the Cayman Islands?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to be here. As one of only 2 independent officers of Parliament, me, as the Auditor General in my office, and the Ombudsman, that's Sharon Ralston, and her office, are completely independent of government and are really key sort of pillars of the accountability framework. So we sometimes get called watchdogs and things like that. I don't like that so much. But in being auditor of government, We are about driving improvement, and we are about holding the government, and that's the civil service that we primarily work through, because I can't look at policy, but I can look at the implementation of policy and holding government to account. And how I do this is by doing the financial audit of the 47 entities that comprise the public service. Many of my clients are in the room, because that's the statutory authorities, government companies, as well as all the ministries and the entire public sector. And we do that to international standards. We do it to international auditing standards, and our clients work to international accounting standards, IPSAS or IFRS. And of course, and we have clean opinions. We've come miles as a country, Cayman, in terms of the quality of the financial reporting and the financial statements and financial management. And that's important because that all feeds into our credit rating and those sorts of things ultimately. So that's all good. The other thing we do, as well as doing the financial audit, is performance audits. And as the name suggests, it's a sort of unique public sector audit skill, but it is looking at the economy, efficiency and effectiveness and the value the public get from public services. Now, my office is as big as the resources I'm given, so we can't do the 60, 70 that I used to be doing in the UK when I worked in the National Audit Office over there. We do a handful each year. We're contracted to do 3 to 5. We usually do 5 to 7. So we look at things, and I'm really grateful that Miss Juliet mentioned this morning our one on employment prospects for Caymanians. We've got a PAC hearing, and I'll talk about PAC next week, looking at our recent performance audit, which is developing a sustainable, what the government's approach to developing a sustainable economy, both of which are very relevant to today's conversations. And the key bit of the accountability comes from the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, where they hold hearings and invite witnesses in and question. So that, along with the media and us trying to promote our work, I think does hold the government accountable. Inevitably, my job's about improvement, so the focus tends to be on the things that haven't happened and what happens next and the recommendations I make. But as I say, there is a lot of improvement, and a lot of things do move on. So that's my role. But it's really important to say I am not part of government. This is my biggest bugbear. Oh, but you're part of government. No, I'm independent of government, and I audit government, because I think that's really important people know that, and the Constitution protects that. I take direction from nobody, not even the governor.
I love that.
So do I.
And
I try to use that power responsibly, though.
I don't use your reports enough, so I'll be reaching out to you a bit more. Deputy Governor, tell us why accountability is important to you, and how does your office support accountability?
Good afternoon, everyone. Jeez. Okay.
It's after lunch, come on!
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Special good afternoon to my amazing civil servants who are here, and our brothers and sisters in the SAGCs. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. So, as Deputy Governor and Head of the Civil Service, I sort of have two functions. As Deputy Governor, my job is to support Her Excellency in the work that she's doing. She spoke a bit around her reserve powers on the security, good governance. And then the major part of my role is Head of the Civil Service. So my job is to make things happen. It's as simple as that.
You're the action guy.
Yes, and to make sure that the civil service performs. Each year, politicians get up and make promises to the citizens, and when they do get elected, then my job is to make sure that they can deliver on those promises. Once they give us very, very clear direction as to what they want to achieve, then it's our job to deliver those policies and projects that they have promised to the people of the Cayman Islands. So accountability is absolutely critical, not just around the delivery, but accountability in performance. We have launched our new strategic plan, which has a focus area on accountability. Accountability for ourselves as to how we perform as civil servants, accountability for our teams, and that we hold them accountable, and of course, as I said earlier, accountable for delivering for the people of the Cayman Islands. Now, the civil service gets a lot of criticism, some deserved, some not. And the biggest thing is, well, there's no accountability in the civil service. Nobody gets fired. Everybody's having a good time. I'm here to tell you that that's not true. Accountability across the civil service has improved dramatically over the last few years. How have we done that? We have made sure that our leaders are upskilled so that they are having the leadership capabilities to lead their teams, lead their departments effectively, that they are holding their staff to account, that they are having the courageous conversations, and that they have the systems in place that when they do want to make hard decisions, it supports them. So we have reformed our performance management systems. Everyone has a performance agreement that they're held to account. In December and January, we are having those assessments between 1 and 5. Not everybody gets a 5. Some people get below 3, which is below standard, and those persons are then put on a performance improvement plan to give them an opportunity to improve. But if they don't improve, they're going to come to you, the private sector, right? So
they're going to be looking for a job.
That's yes. So we've had to have conversations with persons to say, you may be a better fit in the private sector, not here. I'm guilty. I've said it. You'll have to decide whether they're a fit for you. But it's the government services that we provide. We have a monopoly on all our services. That's it. If you don't like the services at your bank, you close your account and you go somewhere else. If you don't like the service, you go to CBC or the passport office or at WRC, there's nowhere else for you to go. So my message to the civil servants is because we have these monopoly on services, we are under an overriding responsibility to provide the very best, world class. Because people, if they get fed up, they'll leave and go somewhere else. So we want to make sure. So answer your question, accountability is alive and well in our civil service, and it's getting better every day.
I love it. Thanks for that. So I have a question for the audience. When you look around the Caribbean, and I know a lot of you in the room are from all over the world, including the Caribbean, when you think about what's the country that you would pinpoint as being the one that made the most positive change or the most progress in the last 10 to 12 years, anybody has any suggestions in the Caribbean as to which country might be the one? Besides Cayman. Sorry, besides Cayman. Yeah. I forgot to qualify my question. Besides Cayman. Barbados, Bahamas. Okay. Jamaica? Yeah. Okay, so from an economic standpoint, when you look at the numbers, Barbados, no. Sorry, Barbados defaulted in 2018. But Bahamas has been on the verge of default for the last at least 5 years. So I would politely disagree. When I look around the Caribbean, the country that has made the most progress from a default in 2011 to where it is now, having had consistent credit rating upgrades, having the lowest level of poverty it has ever had. As a matter of fact, had the lowest level of poverty ever in 2019, just before the pandemic. And the lowest unemployment rate. As a matter of fact, they have the opposite problem. They don't have enough labor in Jamaica. And when you think about where Jamaica started, right? When you think about what Jamaica looked like in 2011, I don't know how many of you would be familiar. It was not a good place at all. And yes, Jamaica still has a lot of problems that it needs to address. Of course, crime, criminality, homicide rate, etc., being one of the major ones. But from a socioeconomic standpoint, Jamaica has made the most progress in the English-speaking Caribbean in the past 10 or 12 years, apart from Cayman. And one of the fundamental reasons for that, I think, and it's something that I've talked a lot about and I write a lot about, I've done an interview with the chairman of an interesting institution called the EPOC in Jamaica, the Economic Program Oversight Committee. So when Jamaica defaulted in 2011, they had to go to the IMF for the umpteenth time and beg the IMF to take them on one more time. And so the private sector, civil society, the opposition, even members of government came together to form this committee that basically held the government to account for doing the things that the government had agreed to do, which they had never done before. They had agreed to in the past and they never did it. But you needed this body basically to hold a stick over them, in a sense. And so this Economic Program Oversight Committee was born, and for the past 10 years or so, 10, 11 years, every quarter they receive data from the government in terms of what was achieved, what wasn't achieved, what is the inflation rate, unemployment rate, growth rate, fiscal deficit, level of reserves, et cetera, and then they come to the public. We heard the governor talk earlier about communication. They come to the public on a quarterly basis. Literally, the chairman of the EPOC sits on the corner by the rum shop and explains to the Jamaican people in layman's terms, this is what the government said it was going to do. This is what it did in fact achieve. This is why it didn't achieve everything. This is how we're going to wheel and come again. And this is what we're going to do for the next quarter. So this has been a huge tool of accountability in Jamaica, which I credit as being fundamental to the improvement that we've seen in the past 12 years or so in Jamaica. And this EPOC was the inspiration for the Government Accountability Scorecard that the Chamber announced some time ago, which, by the way, is very much in a conceptual phase. Deputy Governor, maybe you can share with us your thoughts on the conversation you had with the Chamber around it, the fact that we have to wait till there is a new government installed before it can be designed and implemented.
Yes, so we did have that conversation a few months ago. Our recommendation, which they accepted, was this was a lot of danger if you try to implement this in the middle of a government's administration or term. So the Chamber agreed to put it in place after the election. So as you know, after an election, a new government is formed. They set up their strategic policy statement. They set out all the outcomes that they want to achieve for the persons. So in the civil service, once we get those very clear marching orders, then it's our job to deliver. Anything that shines the light on government's performance, I think is a good thing.
Good.
So I certainly welcome what the Chamber wants to do. Anything that is measured gets done.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I could see them, making my job a little easier actually, by helping make sure that there is a sense of urgency, that there is accountability.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a good idea. Like you said, it's in the very early stages,
yeah.
so I would have to do a lot more collaboration. Our job, of course, is to support the government, and the last thing I want to see our civil service doing is being sort of accused of making the government look bad. So I will have to be very careful about how information is supplied to the Chamber. I don't want, Minister Bryan saying, DG, why are you giving all this information to the Chamber? Because technically, it's, we share implementation.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to make sure, I'm sure Minister Bryan would be supportive of the whole accountability. It's how that information is supplied and then built in areas of flexibility. So, the Minister of Tourism can have a really nice strategic policy statement of increasing tourism. But if there's a hurricane or if there is something that goes wrong,
yeah.
then how do you implement those things?
Right.
How do you balance that? There's always going to be some crisis that comes along that takes the team away from that priority that the minister has set. So overall, I think the concept is great. It's applaudable. but we just want to make sure that we work out the details so that it can be implemented.
Absolutely, and I should have mentioned that the EPOC in Jamaica was governed by an MOU between the EPOC and the government, so that all of those details are worked out and you have a mutual understanding of how this relationship works. But I think when you look at a strategic policy statement or even a budget, how many budgets, I mean, I can't tell you how many budgets I've listened to. And, you know, literally, I'm not talking about Cayman here. You know, it's a repeat of last year. What have you done? These finance ministers just come and say whatever they feel like saying, and not Cayman, and they don't say, well, I said this last year and this is what I've done. So I feel like whether it's a strategic policy statement and or the budget and the goals outlined, there must be a mechanism, and that's what this scorecard aims to do, a mechanism to say, these are the things the government said it's going to do, not that we asked them to do. These are the things they said they're going to do, these are the timelines, and then you provide the information on a quarterly basis as to what targets have been met, what targets haven't been met, why, and how do we, with some flexibility, how do we move forward? Ms. Auditor General, could you share with us your ideas around the jumps in Jamaica, which is something I didn't know about until I had a conversation with her. Was that yesterday?
Yesterday.
Yes.
And I didn't know about EPOC until I had a conversation with Marla. I think I'd start by sort of talking about populism and the fact that we now have globally politicians that say things and draw on facts that are actually not fact-checked and are not at all true. In my role, it is all about data, it's all about evidence. I make judgments based purely on data and evidence, and a lot of what I do is about trying to get things out into the public domain, which is where they should be, that maybe aren't in the public domain for whatever reason or are hidden away somewhere, and then drawing these different data sets together and drawing conclusions from that on how a part of government is functioning and operating, how it's providing value. So anything, I think, that drives that transparency, and through that transparency you drive greater accountability back to the people, is a good thing. Absolutely. EPOC sounds good. I'm really taken with JAMP, jampjm.org, if you want to look it up, which is in Jamaica. So interestingly, when I was asked that question, I would have said Jamaica anyway, because of what I know is happening over there. And this is their Jamaican accountability meter portal, where you've got citizens that have come together and are publishing and putting data sets out there for the public. So there's one on an MP scorecard, there's stuff on procurement, there's stuff on financial spending. They work very closely with the audit office over there, as you'd expect. So that to me is a great idea. I'd love to do something like that for Cayman when I leave office, or work with people to do that. And again, it's not drawing conclusions, it's just putting data out there to enable people to make their own judgments. But it also means that when, and again, I'm not saying anything about Cayman, but globally, it's easy to make claims, but you need to be able to have the sort of facts that sit beneath it. So I'd fully support it. The only thing I would say, and I mean this sincerely, I came from the UK. The UK's got over 600 MPs. It's got 400,000 civil servants. We are trying to compete and be world class when we are very small. And the infrastructure you need if you're running a country is the same in Cayman as it is in the UK, pretty much, apart from security, which obviously is a retained responsibility. So it's also got to be engineered in a way that's as light and as effective as possible. So, I often get with audit, but you say we have to do business cases and we can't just go over here and buy something for 100 grand from this person or this company. And I keep saying back, they don't have to be over-engineered. They can be really, really short, but you've got to justify why you need something and why, in that example, it's okay not to get quotes from other providers of that particular good or service. So anything, I think, that would help improve that transparency and accountability has got to be a good thing.
The question I have for both of you, before actually we're going to go to the audience to see if you have any questions or comments on this, but the question I now have for both of you is, can you see whether an EPOC or a JAMPS can add value in terms of driving better delivery for the outcomes that we want, which is ultimately why we're here. Joanne spoke about that in her address this morning. You can have the best growth in the world, growth numbers, inflation numbers, none of it matters unless people feel better off, unless our lives are all improved, right? So this accountability scorecard and all the work that you do, at the end of the day, is supposed to make our lives better. Otherwise, why bother? So my question to both of you is, can you see a way of bridging whatever shortcomings there are between, for example, in your reports, Auditor General, the reports that you produce that say you have a recommendation for certain things being done, or the politicians who come to you to make demands of, certain projects being executed, and then the implementation is probably not as solid as you would like. Do you think that something like this accountability scorecard can improve and take you from where you are now to one of securing the outcomes that we all would like to see?
If I start, yes. So, yes, I can see where it would help. So, one of my roles now is to support the work of the Auditor General. So when she makes a recommendation, the Public Accounts Committee endorses those recommendations or tweaks them or whatever. But once those decisions are made, my job then is to work with the Chief Officer team to try to deliver as many of those recommendations as possible. But if I can, I'm not going to put my hand up and say we do that in a very excellent way. I think we're okay because of all of the competing priorities that chief officers have. So if I'm saying to them, the Auditor General has recommended that you implement a new system in your ministry, and I want you to put your team on that, their minister is going to say, but I actually need them to deliver this project for me. So you're always going to have those competing interests, and we don't want to be growing the size of the civil service. So those are some of the challenges that we have to overcome. And we have to be innovative. We have to be flexible, adaptable, to work with the minister and find a way to deliver for him. Our job is to deliver for the government. That's the whole body of the civil service. That's what we're all about. But also then find ways to re-engineer our system based on what the Auditor General has said. Because on a lot of times what we find is that if we just simply implement what she recommended, our jobs become easier.
Right.
So if she made a lot of many reports around capital projects and some of our delivery failures there, and then when we implemented a lot of what she recommended, things got easier. So it's about working smarter, and it's about being innovative, being flexible, adaptable. But again, my role is to make sure these things happen. Now, when I read the EPOC, and I was looking at their responsibilities, I kept thinking about the Auditor General because some of the things that they do is some of the things that she helps promote, government accountability, government performance. So I sort of saw lots of synergies there, and I wondered how does that committee work with the Auditor General in Jamaica. So I think there's those kind of things that we would need to work out. But anything that helps drive delivery for the people of the islands has to be a good thing.
And what I'm also hearing you saying is that what should go in this scorecard, first and foremost, are her recommendations, as opposed to all of the wishes of...
No, a minister might say, but I can't take priority over my thing. So it's those nuances, those issues that we have to work on very carefully.
For sure.
Because
well, the design will be the make or break of it, yes.
Absolutely. Because our major priority is to deliver for the government. Yes.
Absolutely.
While keeping her happy. Yes.
All my performance audits are based on government priorities, so there should be a complete synergy, not a conflict in any way, shape or form between what I recommend and what the government's trying to achieve.
Yes.
I think the issue Franz is alluding to, though, is the immediacy of some of the day-to-day things that crop up and how that can crowd the longer term, more fundamental drivers that are necessary. So an example we've recommended many times about National Development Plan. It's been mentioned this morning. Nobody would argue, no politician of any ilk would argue that's not an important thing to do. I think the tension is the short-term expedience versus the long-term infrastructure, if you like, that's really, really necessary to drive improvement. So everything we do is based on the strategic policy statement and the most important thing. So our audit should be absolutely on point with what the government's trying to achieve. But I do recognise what absolutely what Franz is saying in terms of the competing priorities. I think the other thing that I think would be really good about a balanced scorecard and publishing it and reporting on it is it will also sharpen the priorities, I think, for the government. Because also when you get a new government come in, you know, they've got to come to, whether it's a group of independents or whether it's a party or a combination, there is immediately the honing down on what are the priorities, what's going to be in the strategic policy statement. And I think also if you know you're going to be reporting on it, it'll probably help hone that.
Exactly.
Again, one of the recommendations we've made many times is to move more towards an outcomes-based performance framework. At the moment, there's, you know, it's outputs, it's tasks. Not saying those things aren't important, but it's like ultimately, what are you trying to achieve through the, you know, through whatever area of government business it is. So I think that could probably help with sharpening all of that too. Good.
And as to say, I agree, and the government of the day has charged the civil service with moving to an outcome-based budget.
Good.
I want to highlight the work that's being done in the Ministry of Financial Services. They're sort of doing a pilot on that, Chief Officer Doc Sebastio. So what it means is that the people we will be able to evaluate whether we are actually delivering the outcomes that the government wants. So I can put my hand up. We're very good at starting things, but we're not very good at evaluating and stopping things. And we need to know that the programs that we're putting in place are working. If it is an after-school program that we are spending lots of money on delivering better education for our children, that is something that we don't measure at the moment. So we agree with 100% with the Auditor General that that's the way we need to go. We've been doing more of an input budget, but now let's move the output to outcomes so that the people of the Cayman Islands will know whether these programs are working.
Excellent point.
If anybody would like to
Yes.
ask any questions, we have waiting for questions. So you use your phone, you scan in that QR code, and you can submit your questions. I'd like to ask a question if I could.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the question I'd like to ask the Auditor General really is, you have some great reports. We read them, they're provocative, they're illuminating. The question is, many times you're reporting on things that can't be acted upon now. So the question is the process, does it need reform where your reports can actually feed better into policy and the outlook? Oftentimes we are learning things after the fact.
We have done real-time audits, and it's got us into a bit of a pickle, to be honest. So I did a real-time audit on the Araya redevelopment, the airport redevelopment, when it was happening. And we got into all sorts of commercial issues with that, because I can say it now because we're long past that point in time, where the lead consultant wasn't managing the project effectively, and the airport authority were probably going to take legal action on that non-performance, but they wanted to keep them managing the contract. Anyway, I did the report. It was too sensitive to make public at the time, to your point, Will, and I think that's the problem. A lot of these things we can do in real time, but we fed that information into the government. So it did help with the negotiations, what we found and what we reported, but we put it into Parliament. We put it into Parliament to the MPs, asked them all to sign non-disclosure agreements, and needless to say, it got leaked. So it's and you could argue it's democracy, and you know that's that. I think that's the tension you get, that if you do things in real time that are going to be impactful, that are going to make a difference.
Yeah.
Regen's another one. That probably, our report we did way back in 2021 has still not seen light of day because of the sensitivities. That we will probably get out in the next week, but it's tricky. So it is tricky. It is tricky. So we do tend to look to things that, you know, look at programs and things as they're finished. or as they're ongoing.
And just to say that, yes, while some of those are dated, the lessons learned or the issues that Auditor General highlights really build into some of the things then that we need to do better. So if we made mistakes, a year ago, the whole idea now is to not make those mistakes again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Again, one of my jobs is to make sure that when she's highlighting these things, that those things lessons are learned and things are implemented.
Good.
So
we
Marla,
make
we have another
progress.
question from the audience. With multiple ministries, it feels like there's a significant duplication in terms of HR, marketing, finance. Would it not be more efficient, cost, and accountability to centralize?
Yes, I guess that one's for me. Many years ago, maybe 2015, we decided not to keep a centralized HR and system, and we devolved that HR responsibility to chief officers. What we have learned with a new administration coming in, different ministries being set up, was that we can do shared services. So even though some of the ministries were expanded, we did not expand staff in HR, in finance. And it's actually been a great exercise to see that each ministry doesn't really need its own CFO. They can be shared services depending on the size of the ministry. We have been sharing HR staff across different ministries. There's now a conversation with my team around whether we can now do that across the civil service, be more centralized. So to answer to your question is yes, that is a good idea. I don't want to see the civil service growing. We want to make sure that we're more efficient and to make sure that we are, there's value for money. So lessons have been learned, and I think we will move more, you'll see more of that going forward in terms of shared services.
I like that. Before you go to the next question, I just wanted to make a point. So one day I calculated your budget here in Cayman is roughly just over $1 billion.
That's correct.
Right? When you calculate on a per capita basis this budget, it's the equivalent to a tiny country called Andorra and a big country called Singapore. And in Singapore, almost nobody has a car because public transportation is amazing. And most people live in government-built housing. So that tells you in Cayman that you have a very high cost structure and where the government spends, just about $1 billion a year on keeping this country going. So deriving efficiency is very important here. Will, do we have any more questions? I see we have 14 minutes.
Oh, there's plenty of questions. The next question deals for the Auditor General. Whose job is it to question if the Auditor General is correct with a recommendation?
Okay, I can talk about the accountability around me because there is a fair bit. As you would expect, we've got to lead by example, so you wouldn't expect us not to have some mechanism of accountability around us. So first off, our financial statements are audited every year. Berman Fisher currently audit us. But more importantly than that, in terms of our professional practice and how we're regulated and how we are reviewed, we work to standards, so we have all the areas of review before we actually get our reports out. So it's not just me doing it on my own. We have all the levels of review that you would expect to meet the international standards for auditing on the financial audit side. On the performance audit side, there is a global framework that the external offices of all countries sign up to, and you get assessed against this global framework. It's called the Supreme Audit Institute Performance Measurement Framework. We've had 2 reviews through that framework in the 8 and a bit years I've been here. We do them once every 5 years because we feel that's all we can manage. The full report, which is well over 100 pages, is on our website if people want to look it up, and we score relatively highly, particularly for a small audit office. But that assesses our practice on all the different audit disciplines, our corporate functions and everything.
Well done. Good for you.
It's important,
Yeah,
because that's a really important question to be able to answer.
It is, it is.
One of the biggest challenges with accountability is the whole idea of what happens afterward, whether an action is to be taken.
Yeah.
What are your views on that type of, what's the next step after something is actually flagged as something being a problem?
I think that for me is the most difficult area. I've not just worked in Cayman, I worked in the UK too, and it was the same there. Things never move as quickly as I'd like them to move. I'm sure things don't move as quickly as the DG would like them to move. That's probably because we've got really high standards and we're really striving to get things better. The only way you can do that is, as we've just been discussing, by keep shining a light on it, keep reporting back. So when we make recommendations, as the DG says, they go through Parliament. Parliament then require government to submit a minute to Parliament saying what they're going to do. And then my office, and again, we never used to follow up, but I started that in my time. I just go back and we just review the follow-up to recommendations periodically. So nothing is left. We just keep going and going and going and going. And things do improve. Things do improve. Maybe not at the pace we'd all like to see sometimes, but they do get there.
But that's the power of having a scorecard. Something like the question that just came in, if there is something that's identified as a red flag or something went wrong, fixing it should be part of how you move forward, and that should be included in, at least that's my perspective, included in a scorecard going forward, so that you don't just make a mistake and oops, I made a mistake, and then you leave it. It's oops, I made a mistake, and we have to mitigate it and make sure it doesn't happen again, right? We have 10 minutes, Will?
Yeah, we got a couple more questions from the audience. Thank you very much for responding with that QR code. So this one is really operational, Deputy Governor. It's about government. What is government doing in terms of technology applications to improve its services and efficiency?
A lot. We are really working to ensure that we are offering the vast majority of our services online. The vast majority are. I'll give you an example of one of my greatest pain points for years had been DVDL, where everyone goes to license their car. And if people remember, you used to spend a half a day sitting in the office waiting for someone to license your car. We sent a team in there to look at it, to reform. And I met with the management support advisor who was going in. And she said, Deputy Governor, what is it that you want? What is the outcome you would like to achieve? And I said, I would like to look forward to licensing my car.
Look forward, okay.
Yes, that was the outcome that I want to achieve. And I must say that today, you don't have to go to DVDL at all. You could go to a private garage, you can get your car inspected, and you can go online. And I have tested this 2 years now. You can license your car in 9 minutes. I have done it. So that's a great example of us not accepting mediocre performance, going in, making some hard decisions, driving online, and that is happening across the civil service. We are also putting in a feedback mechanism on all our websites so that people can say, yes, the service is going well, or no, it's not. And we pay very close attention to what people are saying about the service that we provide. So those happy or not terminals that you see across the entire civil service, at the end of last year, they've been in place since late 2017. We had received 1.6 million touches on those happy or not terminals. And I'm very pleased to say that our happy rating is 93%. Now that is a great score. It also means that maybe 50,000 people were not happy. So that's a lot of people that are happy, but 1.6 million, 93% is a great score. But I get a printout every morning on my computer as to where the hotspots are. If there are lots of greens, but if there's reds, then I have a conversation with those people. So with the staff that are responsible. So it is very important that we look to move online. Now, we have to be aware that there are some people in our community that simply do not have the ability to go online. Mr.
Yeah.
Brian reminds us of that often.
Mhm.
So we have to be aware of that. There are some people that will never, we want to use chat boxes to reduce the many complaints that no one answers their phone. Probably because we get 10,000 calls sometimes in a few days. So it's very difficult to keep up with all of those. So we want to be innovative, have chat boxes, put more information on our website. But we have to be aware that a lot of Caymanians, a lot of residents, wants to pick up the phone and call somebody.
Yeah.
Or they want to come into the office and pay by cash. So we can't take that away, but those who do want to get on the beach and license their car, we need to be able to do that, and we have achieved that.
One thing I want to say, Deputy Governor, that I think, and of course, Honorable Tourism Minister, is these forms that we fill out to land here. The only other country in the Caribbean that has these paper forms is Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, we are
right?
behind in that area. So stay tuned for that one.
Okay, good. I'm looking forward to that one. And everybody on the plane is like, I don't have a pen. Because who does this anymore, right?
That's on the top of the list, yes.
We have 6 minutes. I think maybe one more question, Will.
Okay. And Deputy Governor, we're friends, right?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Just want to make sure. This is from the audience again. The Cayman Islands government is one of the largest employers. Why does it take so long to get things processed? Example, TNB license, lease, stamp, duty assessment, and can we be assured that this will appear on a scorecard?
It should.
Yeah, it should. A lot of it, listen, so you're never going to hear me make excuses. You don't get success building on excuses. If you make mistakes, those mistakes can turn into success, but not excuses. So not here to make any excuses at all. There are some areas where we absolutely need to get better. But a lot of times, people don't understand the volume of applications, for example, that we get. A lot of these go to boards. Boards meet on a set basis. For example, trade and business licenses. A lot of those applications go to boards. So we are always looking to do things better, but I can guarantee you volume plays a huge role.
Yeah.
And of course, no one wants me to grow the size of the civil service. So, for example, the latter thing that you said around stamp duty section, there's probably 3 people that work in that department. It probably should be 7. But we have, don't want to be constantly growing the size of the civil service. These are decisions that a minister has to make. So it's our duty to get those information or those applications to ministers as quickly as possible. I have received the complaints that things are not moving faster. So I've charged the chief officer responsible to look into reform that area, make things a bit more accessible electronically. And that is actually happening. So listen, a few years ago when I took over the civil service, one of my measures for myself, how do I hold myself accountable, is how many times my phone rings where somebody else should have solved the problem. There was a time when my phone used to ring a lot. It doesn't now.
Oh.
It doesn't. The emails that I get now are vast majority is complimentary, not a complaint. I do get complaints. That particular area is probably the last area that we have not made meaningful reform. In the majority of other areas, I'm very happy where we are.
Okay, so...
Yes!
Closing thoughts, please, Auditor General and then Deputy Governor.
Well, I suppose the thing that prompted Francis' answer, and I agree, is in governance terms, I think there are times when the division between the executive and the non-executive, whether it be the politicians and the civil service or the boards and the SAGC staff, can get a little bit blurred. So perhaps my challenge to politicians, civil service, and everyone is really, can we look at what's administrative decision making and what's political decision making? Because whilst politicians should be allowed discretion, of course, I think there's a lot that could be done at an administrative level, because the criteria and the decision should be sufficiently clear that it doesn't need political input. So that would be my thought, adding on to that the final thing.
Thank you. Final thought?
Yes, but first of all, thank you for having us. You know, when I told my team that we were coming on, they said, DG, do you want to do that? And I said, yes. I cannot give up an opportunity to talk about accountability. It doesn't really look that we're driving accountability if I don't show up. So I certainly wanted to make sure that I was here. I think we have a great story to tell about accountability. The civil service is not perfect. But we have made meaningful strides over the last few years in that area of accountability. There's no doubt we're changing our culture. We're moving away from, let me work around Mr. Manderson, to no, we're going to deal with Mr. Manderson and we're going to make sure that he's going to perform or he's going to join the private sector. Sector. So that is where we are. But it would be remiss of me not to say that the whole Cayman Islands owes Ms. Sue Winsper a debt of gratitude for the work that she has done. Yes. She has held us to account. She has made the tough decisions, and she said she's accountable. Nobody tells her what to do. I'm very proud to say that she can get up here and say that. Not everywhere people can get up and say, you know, I am not interfered with. I am allowed to do my job. So the fact that she's here saying that, I think is great. And our Chief Justice said it just last week as well. Yes, she did. So those are key wins for us.
Absolutely.
But thank you very much for having us, Ms. Winsper. Thank you for your service. Thank you.
And I want to, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to personally congratulate both of you. You for your service here, and you're demitting next month. You for your 13 years, because both of you have made the Cayman Islands a better place. I mean, when you think about the accountability and the institutional capacity of this country, it's outstanding on a regional level, and you're part of that story. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank everyone for submitting those questions too. So, and we'll have some other question time too. So keep pushing your questions through that app.
So thank you to Marla, Honorable DG, and Honorable, Miss Auditor General. Really appreciate the dialogue about the government performance, the management framework, and the capacity pulls that we also feel in the private sector. I think everyone is very happy to hear about the independence of the Auditor General's office, the focus on data, and also the audit framework that covers the work that is done. Do read up on Jamaica and the story of Epoch and Jams. I think you'd find that very interesting. And stay tuned for more on the Government Accountability Scorecard, and we look forward to working with the next government. So we'll continue on with the second pillar, sustaining economic success, and move to financial services. Our next speaker, who's known to everyone, is Steve McIntosh, CEO, Cayman Finance. Steve is the CEO of Cayman Finance, a position that he's held since September 2022. He also founded the financial services recruitment firm CML in 2004 and later co-founded Nova and Connect, a non-profit focused on employment opportunities for Caymanians. In 2020, Steve launched CareerPoint.com, a tech-enabled startup offering virtual coaching for early and mid-career professionals. And I do also need to say that in the discussions around the forum today, the idea of the TED-style presentations actually came out of discussions with Steve. So Steve, thank you very much for that amazing idea. The topic for his presentation is the rise of the Cayman Islands financial services sector. So please join me in welcoming Steve to the stage.
Well, thank you very much, Omari. When I first told Omari what the title of my talk was, he asked if it was a typo, if I'd meant to say rise twice. Can you imagine if I was talking about the fall of the financial sector? But I am going to talk about where we are as an industry and what I consider to be the greatest challenges to our continued success as a financial centre and what we need to do as a country to overcome them. And I want to start with what I believe is known today as a trigger warning. Some of what I'm going to say might offend some people. It's not my intention to offend anyone or to criticize anyone, but as the CEO of Cayman Finance, it would be a dereliction of duty for me not to speak the truth as I see it for fear of causing embarrassment or offense. And if you disagree with anything I say, which of course you're welcome to do, please reach out to me and we can have a discussion about it. You can tell me why. You can check my math. Show me where I've gone wrong. The financial industry today employs more than 6,000 residents, including 4,000 Caymanians, and contributes more than 50% of government revenue, $500 million a year. It's often said that the financial industry contributes more than 50% of our GDP, which is true, but I think it understates the true value of the industry to the islands, if anything. And I would think about it slightly differently. The Cayman Islands GDP per capita is around 20 times our nearest Caribbean neighbours. And although Cayman has many unique attributes, what really sets us apart from our neighbours economically is the size of our financial industry relative to our population. If it wasn't for the financial industry, the Cayman Islands economy would almost certainly look a lot like our Caribbean neighbours, only without their natural resources like agriculture and oil, and without their economies of scale. The other key industry sectors here in the Cayman Islands, including tourism, technology, healthcare, construction, are what they are in no small part, thanks to the environment and the infrastructure that has over the many decades been funded to a large extent by the financial industry. It's also thanks to the revenue of the financial industry that we, the citizens, residents, and businesses of the Cayman Islands, pay nothing in direct taxation. It's often said that we pay indirect taxes instead of income and corporation tax. But if you do the math and add up the typical duty that we pay per resident on things like groceries, gas, liquor, and so on, it's literally a few $1,000s a year. It's nowhere near the level it would be in income tax or corporation tax. You've probably noticed a few changes at Cayman Finance in the last couple of years. We have a new team, a new strategy, a new mandate, and a new mission to enhance the success of our members, our clients, and our community. I'm proud to have built a team of outstanding Caymanian professionals in the last 2 years. And I can tell you that they are working incredibly hard every day to make sure this industry continues to thrive, because they know the success of our industry is the best way to enhance the success of our community. So what does the future hold for our industry? The theme of today is 2035. What will the industry look like in 2035? Will it still be contributing half of our government budget? Employing thousands of people, powering our economy and the lives we want for our families? Put another way, are we halfway up the mountain, or have we already reached the top? When it comes to challenges, you might expect me to talk about international standards. But thanks to the efforts of our members and public sector partners, Every time we've seen new international standards, whether from FATF, the EU, or our mother country, the UK, we've risen to that challenge, introduced the standards, silenced the critics, and carried right on. Here's a timeline you may have seen before showing all the laws and global standards we've implemented since the 1960s. I'll let you study it for 30 seconds. There's going to be a quiz at the end. The good news, as I told an audience from the asset management industry in New York earlier this week, is that for the first time in probably 2 decades, there are no looming threats from international standard setters or the United Kingdom. I've spent the last 2 years speaking to our members, international stakeholders, and our public sector partners, who I spend a great deal of time with, to really understand the prospects for the industry. And from that work, it's become clear to me that the greatest challenges to our industry right now are not external from these guys, but internal. Let's talk about complacency. There's a saying that was inscribed on page 1 of an MBA textbook that stuck with me. To those whom the gods wish to smite, they send 50 years of success. I'm assuming from the reference to the gods that this is from the ancient world, but you can probably see how it applies today, because today we're seeing the problems that our success as an economy have created. That President-elect Omari mentioned in his welcome address this morning, problems like inequality, straining infrastructure, the pace of population growth and development, the high cost of living, and translates to a high cost of doing business for all of you. There's another saying that's often applied to family businesses, rags to rags in 3 generations, a Chinese proverb, I didn't make it up. Being an audience of entrepreneurs and business owners, I'm sure you all know how this goes. The first generation toils to build the business. Having built more than one business, I know just how hard it is. You toil day and night for years, and there are many times when you need to move mountains just to survive. The second generation, taught well by the first, diligently continues the work, but already seeing the fruits of previous labor, lacks not so much the motivation, but the imperative to succeed. The third generation, detached from the hard-learned experience and wisdom of the first, never having observed the toil that went into building the business generations ago, and now enjoying the bountiful fruits of the labor, squanders its endowment and runs the business into the ground. Only 3% of family-run businesses survive beyond the third generation, according to the Family Business Institute. 60 years from the creation of our financial industry, we are the third generation. Now, the rise and fall of a family business is by no means inevitable. There are plenty of examples of businesses that continue to thrive for many generations, including some right here in Cayman. But the ones that thrive know the odds are stacked against them. And they do everything they can to avoid the complacency trap. And here in Cayman, when it comes to our financial industry, there are signs that complacency has crept in. Let me expand on that. I don't know if anyone has read Sir Vassal Johnson's memoir, As I See It. If you haven't, you should. I read it many years ago, but I ran into Juliette Defoe, who, as you probably know, is Sir Vassal's daughter, who told me she had worked to have it made into an ebook and re-released on Amazon. So it's available on Kindle, and I recently reread it. It's an incredible story which details the life of a really exceptional Caymanian public servant and tells the story of the founding of our financial industry. It's full of stories of Sir Vassal and his peers in government moving mountains to build the foundations of our financial industry. This is Sir Vassal receiving his well-deserved knighthood from the Queen in front of our Legislative Assembly in 1994. As Sir Vassal presciently observed, our entire industry rests on a bedrock of just a few pivotal government departments, in particular, the General Registry and the Monetary Authority. It's common for people to talk about Cayman Inc., but I prefer to think of it as Cayman OS. I spent a lot of time on this slide. Come up and take a closer look. You can admire the graphic design. Thank you, Mum. Our laws and regulations and government services are just like an operating system. The companies that provide services to clients are like the apps that run on that operating system. But the apps can only function as well as the operating system they run on. And the more apps there are running on the operating system and the more people there are using the apps, the faster the operating system has to run to keep up. Maintaining and debugging the operating system requires diligent focus and investment to make sure it's able to cope with the strain. And in this competitive world, the expectations of our app users, who we know as clients, are rising all the time. They expect our apps to be as seamless as the apps they use on their actual phones every day. And the more they pay for our services, the better and faster they expect them to run. In the 1960s, Sir Vassal Johnson wanted clients to be able to register companies within 24 hours. Think about that, 60 years ago. And his vision was for companies to be able to be registered within 24 hours. Today we have 160,000 companies and partnerships, hundreds of times the volume they had in the 1960s. And the registry has an awful lot more to do than just registering companies. And while we can still register a company in a day for an additional fee, without that express fee, it often takes longer. And there are many things clients need to do other than just registering companies, many of which there is no express option for. I want to be absolutely clear that this is not in any way a criticism of the team at the registry. They work incredibly hard. But they're working with technology that they are the first to admit has not kept pace with the demands put upon it, and a team that hasn't grown at the same pace as the industry it supports. And things are much the same for our regulator, SEMA. In 2020, the Cayman Islands introduced the Private Funds Act, which brought 16,000 more funds into SEMA's regulatory purview. This is the growth in the number of companies and partnerships. Around the same time, between 2015 and 2020, salaries for compliance professionals increased dramatically. The reason was that new requirements on regulated companies had transformed compliance functions among our members from cost centers to profit centers. An experience at the regulator was highly valued by the private sector firms, and it still is. Yet salaries at SEMA were, and still are, constrained by the Public Authorities Act, which binds SEMA to the same pay scale as the Turtle Centre. This made it extremely difficult for them to compete with the private sector for the talent they needed, especially for the Caymanian talent, which was in high demand among financial services firms. And at the same time, unlike actual government departments, authorities like SEMA have to apply for work permits, just like many of you, which can take months. So this was not just a double whammy, this was a triple whammy, a perfect example of a mountain that had to be moved. But it wasn't a mountain that could be moved by SEMA. It wasn't even a mountain that could be moved by the Financial Services Ministry. The issues were put in place were the rules that had been put in place for good reasons at the time, but which were now causing one of our most important authorities, a pillar of our industry, serious problems. But although there have been some modest changes and improvements, to cut a long story short, the mountain barely budged. SEMA is still bound by the Public Authorities Act, still has to wait in line for work permits, like many of you, when they can't find Caymanians. Sir Vassal Johnson was able to move mountains because he had the support of government. Today, too often, the government is the mountain. I want to reiterate that this is not a criticism of CIMA or the registry. In the 2 years I've had this role, I've developed enormous admiration for the team at CIMA and the registry. Between staffing challenges, ever-increasing volumes and complexity of regulations, they have really been put through the ringer in the last 10 years, and they've handled it all with incredible stoicism. I have never once heard them complain. That's why I'm doing it today on their behalf. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, the management staff at the regulator, the registry and the ministry are the unsung heroes of today's financial industry. So yes, thank you. But the bottom line is this. To retain our position as a leading financial centre in areas like investment funds and to capitalise on the opportunities in emerging sectors like insurance, reinsurance and fintech, we urgently need to invest in upgrading our operating system. We need to invest more in new technology like artificial intelligence and frankly allow or even encourage these critical government departments and authorities to hire more people. Instead of asking what the minimum amount of funding we can provide is, we need to start by asking our clients what level of service they expect, then ask CIMA and the registry what level of resources they need to be able to meet those expectations, and then give them the investment they need. And if we decide not to give them the resources they say they need to meet our customers' expectations, we need to accept that we are going to disappoint our customers. And as you all know well, as business owners and leaders, disappointing customers is not a recipe for continued growth and success. Another example of complacency is our approach to promoting the financial industry, a subject close to our hearts at Cayman Finance. Our government invests $1.4 million a year in promotion of the financial industry. That's their annual contribution to Cayman Finance. And in fact, that's a slight exaggeration. About $1.4 million, that $1.4 million budget gets split up between our 5 strategic priorities, just one of which is promotion. So the actual investment in promotion is less than $500,000 a year. We spend 40 times that, $20 million a year, promoting the tourism industry, which employs fewer Caymanians, contributes a much smaller proportion of government revenue, and puts a much higher strain on our environment and infrastructure. Now, that is not an argument against promoting tourism, by the way, because it is an equally important industry sector. It's an argument for investing more in financial services. For comparison, our counterpart in the Channel Islands, Jersey Finance, receives $8.4 million in funding from their government. At Cayman Finance today, we have a team of 10, up from just 4 only 2 years ago when I took on this role. Jersey Finance has a team of 40. I want to be clear again that I'm not criticizing the government of today. In fact, our current funding level has dramatically increased in the last few years, which is one reason our team is now twice the size it was under my predecessor, Jude Scott. And that increase had a lot to do with Jude's hard work over the years. I'm certainly not criticizing our former Minister of Financial Services, my good friend Andre Ebanks, because he worked incredibly hard for the industry and achieved a tremendous amount, not just in his role in our removal from the FATF grey list last year, but while the former minister was moving mountains for our industry in Europe, London and DC, it's the ones we've built for ourselves here at home that for some reason seem to be the hardest to move. Industry leaders warning about complacency is nothing new. Tim Ridley recently sent me a copy of a speech he gave in 2009 in which he warned against what he saw as complacency at that time. And in case you think we're crying wolf, there is more than one example from around the region of former international financial centres. Those who fail to learn the lessons of the past are doomed to repeat them. And just as they were in former Caribbean financial centres, the political decisions that got us here have been a legitimate democratic response to the sentiment among the public. And I'm not speaking anecdotally. We have the data to prove it. 2 years ago, shortly after I took on this role, we began conducting an annual telephone survey with the help of Tower Marketing to find out just how the public perceives the financial industry. Here's the question we ask. On a scale of 1 to 10, how positively does the financial industry contribute to the island's overall well-being? What this survey revealed was widespread apathy towards the industry. The first survey in January 2023 found that 58% of Caymanians had a negative or neutral view of the industry. Among Caymanians in Northside and East End, only 20% of Caymanians had a positive view of the financial industry. And that's all the more striking considering that when this survey was conducted at the start of January 2023, we'd just come through 2 years of economic blight, courtesy of the COVID-19 pandemic. But why should the public care? Most Caymanians don't work in financial services. And they don't decide how they feel about the industry by looking up the ESO reports to find out how much we contribute to GDP. But remember, the financial industry generates 50 cents on every dollar of government spending. That's why my message today is aimed as much at convincing the Caymanian public and the broader business community to care about the financial services industry as it is aimed at the government. Supporting the industry should be a matter of national priority, but it won't be a priority for the government unless it's a priority for the people. Now let's move on to talk about talent, one of the big themes of today. Everyone knows talent is a subject near and dear to my heart. But it's also the number one challenge to the growth and success of our industry. If I were to ask you how much our industry has grown in the last 15 years in percentage terms, what would you say? Throw out a number. 10%. Love it. Let's see. So back in 2019, the Bankers Association hired a consulting firm called Oxford Economics to carry out a detailed economic impact study. You can find it online. It showed that at the time, the industry contributed $1.1 billion to the island's GDP, $200 million in government revenue, employed 5,700 people, roughly 2/3 of whom were Caymanian. In 2022, the most recent year we have figures for, the industry generated $353 million in government revenue. We estimate that number will be closer to $400 million this year. That's almost a 100% increase in the 15 years since the Oxford Economic Study. And that's just company fees, by the way. It doesn't include work permits and duty, which account for at least another $150 million annually. In the same 15-year period, the industry contributed to our GDP industry's contribution to our GDP more than doubled from $1.1 billion in 2009 to $2.3 billion in 2023. But here are a couple of striking facts that most people don't realize. First, although our total GDP has increased dramatically from $2 billion in 2009 to $6 billion in 2023, our GDP per capita has fallen precipitously from 68,000 CI per capita in 2017 to only 59,000 in 2023, according to the ESO. That's a reduction of 17% in just 6 years. And that one fact alone should be ringing loud alarm bells for all of us, because it means the growth path the country has chosen is making us less well off. And while the industry's contribution to government revenue and GDP have both doubled since 2009, the number of jobs in the sector has barely grown. We estimate that we currently have around 6,200 jobs, so up by less than 10% on 15 years ago. So why hasn't the industry grown? You're all experts in business, so you might think it's a result of improved efficiency from new technology, and that is part of the story. A friend of mine at a well-known accounting firm told me that they're doing 10 times as many audits with twice as many staff. So they're now 5 times more efficient. So that is certainly part of the story. But if you compare the local offices of international financial services firms to the overseas offices in, say, Dublin or Toronto, some of those overseas offices have grown tenfold, while the Cayman offices have stayed the same or downsized. We have the same technology as Toronto, so technology can't be the issue. So if it's not technology, what's the reason? A generous way to put it would be that we have not encouraged the industry to grow. That might seem very strange considering the increase in business volume, that steep line for the increase in registered companies and partnerships, the increase in population, which has been considerable in the last 20 years, and how lucrative the industry is for the Cayman Islands Treasury. But you see, financial services is a knowledge business, a business that depends on people. But unlike most other sectors in Cayman, the people actually doing the work can be based anywhere in the world. It used to be, around the time I arrived in the Cayman Islands in 2001, there were a number of smaller financial services companies and a number of international companies headquartered here. Many of them boomed in the 2000s. But with that boom came a boom in work permits, which perhaps inevitably created a backlash. The government and the Caymanian people became unsettled with the scale of immigration and by what they saw as good jobs going to expatriates instead of Caymanians. The government began making it much harder to get work permits and all but outlawed temporary contractors that the industry relied on to fill in the gaps while they waited for work permits. At the same time, the financial crisis of 2008 had begun to bite. The economy had tipped into recession. The government faced a growing annual deficit. Many of you will recall those days with no fondness. The cost of work permits tripled. And the increased volume of work permit applications, not from the financial industry, but from all sectors of the economy, slowed the entire process down. Today, a work permit for a senior accountant costs 15,000 Cayman Islands dollars and typically takes up to 3 months to process, even when there are no Caymanian applicants, which for accounting jobs, there often are not, because there are 15 times as many jobs as there are Caymanian accountants. Add to this that it takes several months to advertise and select a candidate, and several more months if they need to relocate. All told, it could take 9 months from the time a company decides to hire someone to the time someone starts in the job. Now, it's not the cost and delay in obtaining work permits. It's not that those costs and delays are not a problem for other companies in other sectors. It's that most companies in other sectors don't have a choice. They need people here in Cayman, and so they have to pay whatever the government decides and wait as long as it takes. Financial services companies, on the other hand, do have a choice. In Toronto or Dublin, a company can hire someone in a matter of weeks. And if you can't wait, you can hire a temporary contractor to fill in right away. And either way, no $15,000 work permit fee. There's also a long-standing convention that financial services companies here in Cayman are not permitted to hire non-Caymanian graduates. When I worked at KPMG in Glasgow, 40% of the entire firm were graduate trainees. So a normal professional firm looks like this. Here in Cayman, because there simply aren't enough Caymanian graduates to fill the entry-level roles, we don't have exact data, but instead of 40%, it would probably be about 3%, so it looks more like this. Instead of a pyramid, it's some kind of hat. It's like a pilgrim, I think it is. That makes it extremely expensive for financial services firms to do business here compared to competing financial centres. And those are just the self-inflicted factors. Other global trends in the last 10 years made it even less attractive for employers to create financial services jobs here in Cayman. First, the impact of technology that made it much easier for employees to work remotely. You might think that was a consequence of the pandemic, but Cayman-based companies had remote workers 20 years ago, long before the days of Zoom. COVID merely accelerated a trend that was well underway. Remote workers don't need a $15,000 work permit, and needless to say, contribute a great deal less to our economy than workers based here. These days, if a company wants to hire someone and can't find someone locally and can't wait for a work permit, they can simply find someone somewhere else, tell them to stay where they are, and work from home. They can send them a laptop, can start tomorrow. No work permit required. Another factor was the increased cost of living. In 2003, my wife and I were able to rent a 2-bedroom beachfront apartment for $2,000. Those were the days. Then we had kids. Today, that same place would cost $4,000. Yet another factor, industry consolidation. Many smaller financial services companies founded here in Cayman have been acquired by private equity firms. Private equity firms, which are not based here in Cayman, have no compunction whatsoever about offshoring jobs. Indeed, ruthless cost saving is how private equity works. And it's this widespread offshoring of jobs which I believe has reached the level of a crisis, in which I'm here to sound the alarm about today. You might say we can't or shouldn't try to compete with low-cost jurisdictions. I would agree. The jobs I'm talking about haven't gone to Hyderabad or Manila. They've gone to places like Hong Kong, Dublin, or Toronto. None of these are low-cost centres. Dublin has the highest cost of living in the entire EU. And while as an industry, we've invested heavily in the development of local talent, and we can do more, we have to be realistic about the pace of that improvement. We've talked a lot today about workforce planning and talent development. But even if we fixed our education system tomorrow and implemented the best workforce planning you've ever seen, it could take 5 or 10 years to translate to significant improvement in supply. And even then, it probably still wouldn't be enough. More than 90% of the jobs in financial services are graduate jobs. And if you're not a graduate, financial services is probably not the best career option for you, because your prospects for advancement are limited. According to the most recent labour force survey from the ESO, the unemployment rate among Caymanian graduates is only 2%. And the fact the headcount of the industry has barely increased hides massive disparities between sectors. So some of our firms, and you might be thinking this, haven't lots of our firms grown significantly in the last 15 years, especially the accounting and law firms? Yes, they have. Our estimates show that 60% of the financial services employees today work for a firm that has grown dramatically. And among Caymanian graduates, that number is probably much higher because the vast majority of Caymanian graduates go to work for a big accounting or law firm. So that gives people the impression that the entire industry has grown. But at the same time, two industries that have contracted equally dramatically are fund administration and banking. When I founded CML in 2004, 70% of our placements were in fund administration. By 2021, when I left, that percentage was zero, nothing. Over the last 15 years, the Cayman Islands Fund Administration Association shrank from more than 40 members to less than 25. Again, that should be sounding alarm bells. And the industry, to be fair, has been raising the alarm since 2008, when the fund administrators started leaving or moved their offices to Canada. During the same time, the footprint of some Class A retail banks has halved in size. Contrast this with the population of the islands in general, which has increased by more than 60%, and the growth of the tourism sector, in which the headcount has grown by more than 50%, according to the ESO. You can't work remotely in tourism. Hotels can't offshore jobs. There's a hotel going up near Georgetown, the Grand Hyatt. I'm not speaking out of school. You can't miss it. It will probably employ close to 500 people, I'm guessing. The vast majority of those employees will probably be work permit holders. 10% of them might be Caymanian, most of whom will probably come from other hotels. If you were to go to the government and say you wanted to open a new financial services company and needed 450 work permits for accountants, I'm not really sure, but I think you would have a hard time. Seems like a double standard. Work permit fees for financial services workers are 5 times the level of permit fees for workers in tourism. Workers in financial services earn more and spend more in our economy. Workers in financial services, on average, generate $400,000 of GDP, 10 times the contribution of a tourism worker. That's why our GDP per capita has shrunk, because we have so many fewer of those financial services workers per capita. We've allowed in tens of thousands of people in other industry sectors, but oddly, not in financial services. The industry on which our entire economy and arguably our entire way of life depends. This isn't an argument against development in tourism. Again, it's a false choice. We don't need to stop investing in tourism. We need to start investing in financial services. Now, you might be thinking the solution is to increase the number of Caymanian graduates. That is part of the solution, no question. At Cayman Finance, we have a full-time member of staff devoted to community engagement and developing local talent, Danielle Hennings, she's here today somewhere, who is doing sterling work day in, day out, by the way. But even if we were to double the number of Caymanian graduates, and I don't know how we would do that, by the way, because right now 33% of Caymanians have college or university degrees compared to 40% in the UK and 38% in the USA, so we're not that far behind. But even if we did somehow double the number of graduates and then somehow convince them all to work in financial services, we'd still have nowhere near enough people for all the jobs that we could create, if we chose to. And Caymanian graduates have a lot of options. My daughter, who is Caymanian, born and raised here in Cayman, just turned 17, which I did have to wait in line for just a short time at the DVLD to make the appointment for her written test. She got good grades. She could probably find a job in financial services. Her old man knows a few people in the industry. But she doesn't want to. She wants to be an architect. And why not? She sees what happens to you if you become an accountant. In the UK, only 7% of graduates go into financial services jobs. And there are 200 applicants for every single job. You might be thinking, why don't we just pass a law that prevents companies offshoring jobs? That has been asked. It was asked when I gave a similar speech at UCCI during the Q&A. Someone asked that. Well, we should just put a stop to this, right? Well, first, if we did that, we'd have to allow companies to create thousands of new jobs here in Cayman, which, because of the math I just went through, would need to be filled with work permit holders. So the outcome would be the same if we simply allowed it rather than required it. Second, you can't outlaw it. Most remote workers aren't technically employees of Cayman firms. They're independent contractors or employees of affiliates in other countries. They're just people who work in other offices of the same company. To outlaw the offshoring of jobs, you need to make it illegal for Cayman firms to buy services from overseas firms. Just impossible, completely impossible. And you might be wondering why you haven't heard about this so-called offshoring crisis before. If it's such a crisis, why hasn't the financial industry been demanding action? Two reasons, one of which has come up a few times today. The first reason is that it's very hard to see in the data. The ESO doesn't report employment data in a way that corresponds to what we understand as the financial industry. It's kind of split across a few different categories in the standard international classification. But the main reason, and this is a key point, is that the private sector has no problem in the current situation. The private sector is happily creating jobs they need in other places. It may not be a problem for those companies, but it's a big problem for our economy. Not only are we holding our economy back and actively reducing our GDP per capita, we're undermining our most important industry sector. Because as companies downsize here in Cayman, the mind and management of those companies is steadily moving away. And so the question I would put to you, the business community and the leaders of the country, is this. Do we want our financial industry to grow and thrive and to continue to support the country or not? If the answer is no, then we have to accept that the industry will continue to flatline and that in 10 years' time, there is almost no chance the industry will still be contributing 50% of our government revenue. If the answer is yes, then we need to take this issue seriously and start moving some of these mountains. The solutions are clear, and they've already been talked about today. We need to do a much better job of workforce planning. We need to do everything we possibly can to support Caymanians who want to work in the sector so that every Caymanian who is willing and able to work in this industry has the opportunity to do so. That is and will remain our number one priority as an organization. But we also need to be realistic about the outcome of those efforts in the short and medium term and allow financial services companies to hire the people they need from overseas when Caymanians are not available. Just as we do for our hotels, our restaurants, and every other sector of our economy. The ESO predicts that our population will increase to 93,000 in the next 3 years. That's an additional 8,000 people. Every year, the Caymanian-born population increases by about 500, which means that the ESO predicts that we will have 6,500 more work permit holders in 3 years' time than we have today. So it's not that we're not allowing the population to grow, and it's not that we're not granting work permits. The question is, do you want any of those new work permit holders to be in financial services, or do we want them all to be in other less productive sectors? Look, I know immigration is going to be a hot topic in the election, but the next government simply has to find a way to protect Caymanians and develop local talent without incentivizing companies to create jobs and hire remote workers in other countries. It can be done. Frankly, it has to be done, because the growth of our financial industry doesn't get back on track and keep up with the growth of our population. The Cayman Islands will be a very different place for our children. It will have all of today's problems, without the government revenue, job opportunities, and economic activity we've all become used to. Are we halfway up the mountain? Or have we already reached the top? That is for the Caymanian people and the leaders of tomorrow to decide. What will the future hold? I don't know. But as Abraham Lincoln said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for joining us today and really painting the picture of where we are. But I do have to say, though, the timeline of the new laws, that was really, really dizzying. So again, like, great work on getting through that. But on a serious note, thank you for giving us the examples of the current constraints, recognizing the incredible work of the civil service, and also providing solutions for consideration. And your presentation rolls nicely into our third TED-style presentation, which is going to be done by Rudy DeCuna, Managing Director of Apex Funds Service Cayman Limited and Global Head of Insurance Services for Apex Group. Rudy has been part of Rudy has over 20 years of experience in financial services and has a diverse background in investment funds, banking, and insurance. His extensive experience and commitment to education makes him a respected figure in the financial services industry. And you will see that his presentation ties nicely into our last topic, and his topic is Lessons from Singapore's Meteoric Rise. So without further ado, please welcome Rudy to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Having called Cayman Islands home for the last 9 years, I feel inspired to contribute to its growth. Challenges are catalysts for innovation, and I see this as a land of opportunities. Enormous opportunities to rise, to innovate, and to create our own golden age. I invite you to be open and consider this as a vision, not to empower Cayman just into 2035, but a longer-term vision to Cayman 2050 and beyond. I'd like to delve into another island nation with many similarities to Cayman. What fascinates me about this island is that it's just had spectacular growth, but it's used it holistically and a very conscious approach to growth. Rarely in history of humanity has a nation traveled the path from poverty to riches so quickly and sustainably. I'm talking about Singapore. Singapore's GDP per capita since its independence in 1965 has grown exponentially, about 125 times, to become an enormously successful nation. Remember, this happened in just 50 years, in one lifetime. In a lot of times, it takes multiple centuries to reach this growth. It often boasts of staggering economic statistics, such as one of the lowest inflation in the world. The small state city even has one of the largest exports sectors. It even has the 10th largest foreign reserves in the world. So let me take you back to 1965, when this small island nation stood at its independence and its crossroads. The challenges it had were staggering: widespread poverty, drug infestation, racial tensions, and very, very little hope for self-sufficiency. Fast forward today, Singapore is one of the wealthiest and most innovative countries in the world. Its transformation has been so profound that has been studied by nations, economists, and leaders across the globe. Now, this has been possible with relentless and concerted approach by everyone involved and led by a great vision and a great visionary, and which has transformed the country to rank as one of the best in the Human Capital Index. Now, Singapore's success was not accidental. It was built on 5 key pillars. Pragmatic leadership, that is using a business-centric approach, effective public bureaucracy, improving the ease of doing business and eliminating corruption, economic diversification, that's not having all its eggs in one basket, strategic investments in education and infrastructure, which focus on long-term thinking, and finally, environmental stewardship and commitment to social stability. The entire economy embraced the environment, social governance, the ESG concepts that we talk about in the truest sense. Now, don't get me wrong, right? Cayman is not far behind in some of these economic statistics, right? When you do comparison. Like Singapore, we are a small nation facing similar constraints when it comes to land available for agriculture, for manufacturing. But just like Singapore, we are rich in something far more valuable: our people, our culture, and our resilience. The answer lies in strategic, forward-thinking approaches that have propelled a nation like Singapore. We are not here to copy that, but we are here to adapt and excel. I've used some of these learnings to act as a guide and list a few measures as we look to build Cayman that's more prosperous, more sustainable, and more inclusive. Now, to begin with, every country needs to plan for tomorrow. And for us, one suggestion is to build a Cayman Development Fund, which is a sovereign wealth fund that can turn today's surplus into tomorrow's security. A sovereign wealth fund is a large pool of capital usually a country or a government uses to achieve specific economic or social goals. Singapore has not one, but 2 sovereign wealth funds, which are some of the largest, top 10 in the world, with combined assets of over $1 trillion, and that they also can attribute a lot of their success to the sovereign wealth funds. Now, imagine a fund that safeguards our wealth while generating income to invest in critical areas like education, infrastructure, technology, all of what we spoke about, what some of the speakers spoke about earlier today. And when done right, the fund can ensure our economic stability, diversify our resources, and make Cayman stronger year after year. Now, Cayman is home to some of the largest and biggest funds in the world, which we can use to leverage the expertise from. Next, now, let me talk about another opportunity. Right now, Caymanians feel that they feel left out in the economic development, right? We talk about a lot of growth. Other than starting their own business or investing in real estate, there are almost no investment opportunities for Caymanians to invest in Cayman. Now, Caymanians don't really necessarily partake in the development of the islands, leading to income inequality, and also that impacts the savings of the nation. So how can we look to address that? We can encourage and incentivize local companies to list on the Cayman Stock Exchange. Now, this will create a circular economy where Cayman companies can raise funds and invest it back here in Cayman, and that money stays in the shores, creating jobs, fostering innovation, and empowering local businesses to dream big. To support this, we can also set up a Cayman-focused investment fund, which can be offered for Caymanians to invest in, and that can exclusively invest in Cayman businesses that are listed and enabling steady capital for that. See, there are no doubts on how stock exchanges can be great catalysts to the economy and to savers, which brings me to my next suggestion. which is investing in our next generation. Now, I know I'm not going to go into detail because of the paucity of time, but I'm just going to highlight some key suggestions here. Is as a financial sector, we need to educate and include the importance of financial management and financial literacy in everyday school. We also should look at introducing Olympiads to encourage leadership in education. Teaching essential skills of accountability and personal responsibility at an early age are very essential. Lastly, a curriculum to teach the physiology of stress and performance, impact of lifestyle choices on mental health, and practical application of spirituality can look to boost our youth's confidence and resilience. What if we can go further? Use this Cayman Development Fund to create state-of-the-art facilities, launch talent development scouting programs in our schools, and look to host the island games. Now, picture Cayman where education doesn't prepare students just for jobs, but it prepares them to change the world. Next, food security is a challenge that we can no longer ignore. Right now, majority, if not all of our food is imported. That leaves us vulnerable to the global markets. As all our food is imported, we don't even know how they're grown, what chemicals have been used, and what impact it has on our bodies. But what if we can demarcate farmland just to be used for farming, use the Cayman Development Fund to invest in high-tech agriculture, and set ambitious goals for supporting local food production? With research and innovation, we can grow more of our own food, reduce the use of chemicals or genetically modified food products, and improve the health of our people. We can also look to invest in overseas farming or land outside Cayman to secure diversity of our food sources to ensure Cayman never goes without food. Now let's turn our hearts to the heart of our island, our oceans. And our coastlines, our coral reef, our mangroves, they're not just beautiful, they're essential to who we are. We are also blessed by a very rare phenomenon of bioluminescence. For those who have been there, who haven't been there, please do go and see that. But all of this is under threat. The glaring lights from new developments have significantly reduced the visibility of bioluminescence, in addition to the eroding beaches that affected the total nesting. Now, how can we address some of these? Introduce blue bonds or leverage the Cayman Development Fund again for garnering resources to that. Now, we must certainly act right now to protect our marine areas, restore coral, and promote sustainable development. Protecting marine biodiversity is not just about conservation. It's about preserving our identity, our livelihood, our tourism, and our future. Now, lastly, let's reimagine our tourism sector. Now, Singapore continuously assesses the opportunity to enhance its tourism offering, aligning with broader economic plans, sustainability goals. This proactive approach ensures Singapore remains an attractive destination for visitors worldwide and also a repeat customers. Our tourism is not just about beaches, it's about experiences. By investing in unique architecture, accommodation, biophilic design, and cultural events that build story and participation. To curate unique experiences, we need to understand who our customers are, their spending habits, their likes and dislikes. So we need to get data and understand how we can curate experiences for them. So collecting data is very, very important. Imagine Cayman as a hub for cutting-edge longevity treatments, luxury wellness treatments, unique cultural experiences that showcase our rich heritage. Now, these pillars by no means represent the only pillars. It just means that I have very limited time to present. I'm certainly brimming with lots and lots of ideas. I'm happy to share some of these as we can talk through. I would like to thank the Chamber of Commerce for providing a platform for highlighting these. Now, Cayman Islands can be poised for continued greatness. Let's together build a future that honors our past, celebrates our present, and inspires generations to come. God bless Cayman and its people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rudy, for your exceptional presentation, and I hope this has given everyone a lot of food for thought on different solutions that we could start thinking about and implementing to help us as we continue to grow. So right now we'll move into a video from our next title sponsor, which is the Ministry of Tourism and Ports.
Almost every Caymanian knows tourism is one of the two pillars that support our economy. In the first episode of the Tourism Matters series, we learned how tourism brings foreign money to the Cayman Islands, fueling economic growth. It also creates jobs both directly in hotels and restaurants and indirectly like distributors that service these local businesses. But tourism does more than just support our economy. It showcases our culture and beauty of the Cayman Islands to the rest of the world. A few generations ago, the Cayman Islands were relatively unknown. Early tourists were mostly scuba divers or wealthy individuals seeking peace and quiet. At the time, many people in other countries had never even heard of the Cayman Islands. Due to the lack of demand, travel to our islands was difficult, often by seaplane or boat, and many Caymanians moved abroad in search of better job opportunities. These early expatriates became our first tourism ambassadors, spreading the word about our island paradise. In response to growing interest and Caymanians living abroad coming back as tourists themselves, an airstrip was built, followed by new hotels. As a result, the tourism industry began to grow, bolstered by new port facilities in Georgetown, which increased cruise ship visits. Tourists discovered our crystal clear waters, pristine beaches, and pleasant weather and welcoming people. A popular slogan from the 1980s, "Those who know us, love us," highlighted our growing appeal. Attractions like Stingray City became world famous, and the Cayman Cookout, launched in 2008, showcased our diverse culinary scene that ranged from cassava cake and rundown to fresh seafood and fine dining. Today, thanks to tourism, almost everyone in the US, Canada, Europe, Central and South America, and many other countries know about the Cayman Islands. And those who visit continue to love us. In our next episode, we'll explore how tourism dollars flow through our economy. Thanks for watching. And remember to share this video to help others understand why tourism matters.
So we're going to make a slight change to the agenda. We're going to stop now for a coffee break. And if everyone can come back at 3:35, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I do have to say that I really enjoy the engagement today and how you've been around for the different sessions and the conversations. So, really thank you for being present and being engaged. And now it's time for me to bring the boss on the stage. We will now be transitioning to the third pillar, which is enhancing the quality of life. And some would say that this is perhaps the most critical pillar, our third pillar. Of course, enhancing the quality of life encompasses many facets, economic success too, and maintaining a beautiful environment and a pleasant life for us, and opportunities for our children to reach their full potential. But that also means access to good, affordable health care, which in turn means reliable, affordable health insurance, which is surely a pressing issue for us right now. And I think everyone would remember during COVID, the slogan, health is the new wealth, sort of became something that everyone talked about and a lot of people transitioned to health. So without further ado, I invite our CEO, Will Panu, on the stage to take us through the next segment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, please join me in welcoming to the stage.
I hope everyone enjoyed the coffee break. So there's some additional pressure upon me now. I am nervous when I do public speaking, but I'm equally nervous because my wife is in the audience. And so anyway, I'm going to get over that. She's heard me speak privately, but probably not publicly. But in any case, good afternoon, and I'm glad, I'm hopeful that all of you are enjoying the format of this conference or this forum. And as President-elect Corbyn has said, health is one of the most important aspects of any one individual life. So I'm just going to give some context to the conversation before we invite our two panelists. So obviously the escalating cost of healthcare and health insurance in particular is a pressing issue that affects almost every business and household in our community. Its implications for the well-being of our residents, especially retirees and those on fixed incomes, are profound and immediate. While our islands boast an impressive and ever-expanding healthcare infrastructure, in fact, there are 187 licensed healthcare facilities as of December 2024, the highest per capita in the region. Many of our community face significant challenges in accessing affordable healthcare and insurance. This paradox underscores a pressing need for dialogue and action. How is it that despite having the best medical infrastructure in our history, so many cannot afford the services they need? One of the most alarming trends we face is growing number of individuals who cannot even secure health insurance coverage, particularly retirees. These individuals have contributed to our community for decades, yet struggle to afford quality health care in their latter years. Compounding the issue, many are foregoing early preventative care because of cost barriers, which can lead to more severe health issues down the road. This cycle burdens both individuals and the broader healthcare system. These challenges prompt us to consider, is our current system truly designed to ensure equal access for all? Are there opportunities for reforms that can strike a balance between affordability, quality, and sustainability? So today's discussion is not just about identifying problems, but about exploring potential solutions. It is a call to consider whether it's time to review and revise our approach to healthcare and health insurance with the aim of creating a system that truly benefits everyone. This is a discussion that could shape the future of healthcare in our community. Today, we are privileged to have two distinguished panelists who bring a wealth of expertise and experience to this conversation. Their insights, born from years of dedicated service in the healthcare and insurance sectors, will be invaluable in our quest to understand and address the challenges we face. Firstly, let me introduce Shamari Scott, the Chief Business Officer at Health City Cayman Islands. You can give him a round of applause. He ensures that hospital remains at the forefront of medical excellence. His commitment to expanding accessible access to affordable, high-quality health insurance has had a transformative impact locally and regionally. Joining Shamari on this panel is Mervyn Conley, the Health Insurance Commissioner for the Cayman Islands. Again, put your hands together. Mervyn brings over 30 years of experience in the healthcare industry with a career marked by leadership and service. As Health Insurance Commissioner, Mervyn plays a pivotal role in shaping the regulatory framework for health insurance in the Cayman Islands. His work ensures compliance with health insurance laws and acts and protecting the rights of policyholders while fostering a stable and effective insurance market. So these two experts offer unique perspectives on the intersection of healthcare delivery and health insurance. They will explore key issues such as care affordability, the evolving role of technology in health services, and the importance of sustainable insurance models that meet the needs of all segments of our economy and our community. And as we delve into these critical topics, I encourage you to engage actively with panelists during the Q&A session. This is a rare opportunity to learn more of the two most influential healthcare and health insurance leaders. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Shamari and Mervyn. So let's start the conversation with some perspective on both of your roles. So maybe we'll start with you, Mervyn. Tell us a little bit about your daily role and what you do and what you see so that people understand what role that you play in this health care industry.
Thank you so much, Will. Good afternoon, everyone. Yep. So I am the Director of the Department of Health Regulatory Services and also the Superintendent of Health Insurance. So this position actually brings together the healthcare practitioners, healthcare facilities, and health insurance providers. So as Will mentioned, we have, as of December 2024, 187 registered healthcare facilities in the Cayman Islands, with 4 hospitals, obviously and a plethora of other outpatient clinics, etc. We also have, on the health insurance side, we have 8 approved insurers, meaning that those insurance companies are licensed by SEMA and approved by the Health Insurance Commission to sell health insurance products to residents of the Cayman Islands. So with that in mind, obviously we have the responsibility of licensing the healthcare facilities, inspection and licensing of healthcare facilities, to ensure that they all meet what we refer to as national standards. We also have the responsibility for registration and licensing of all healthcare practitioners, including doctors, dentists, nurses, professions that are allied with medicine, nursing, pharmacy, pharmacists, etc. So with that in mind, our department has been challenged literally on a day-to-day basis to keep up with what we see as significant growth in the healthcare marketplace.
And Shamari, what's your day look like?
Well, first, Will, thank you for having me here. And I just want to state that whoever is a part of the organizing committee, next time, think about the size of your biggest individual and then make the decision about what the actual seating arrangements would look like. I know Omari saw me coming up here testing the seat before just to make sure that it wasn't going to topple over. And I also would just like to state that if you came to the parliamentary luncheon, you'd notice that Will was always on me about the time. So we made sure we had a video. So it was 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes and 45 seconds, but it was still 5 minutes. And Omari was supposed to actually moderate this session, but Will decided that he's going to be here, and I think that's to make sure that we keep to the 35 minutes that's on this clock. But on a serious note, just want to state that day-to-day is a little bit of everything at Health City. Previous role, being the Director of Tourism, I was always looking towards what we can do to impact our economy
at the greatest level and also help to fulfill the lives of Caymanians through that industry. So when Health City was sold to me to leave that role to actually come over there, it was really that we're going to create another industry with medical tourism that will one day be another pillar that the economy will be able to stand on. We know right now you have tourism, financial services, and potentially real estate. But let's get that fourth pillar with medical tourism as well in order to make sure that when you go through any recessions in the future, Cayman will still be resilient. So it's a little bit of everything, but high quality healthcare at an affordable price with an organization that's world-renowned of being a disruptor and actually achieving the reduction of healthcare costs for citizens and or countries in any place that the parent company has gone.
Well, it's interesting because it leads me to the first question, which I'll ask Mervyn. I mean, obviously, the landscape for healthcare in the country has incredibly expanded over the last decade or even two. So what do you think are the primary factors contributing to the rising healthcare costs generally, and how do they affect all residents, especially retirees, or I should say health insurance costs?
Sure. Well, firstly, if we go back, say, 20, 25 years ago, when we really only had one main healthcare provider, and that was the government healthcare services for the Georgetown Hospital and the various district clinics. At that time, most residents, if they required any type of tertiary level care, they really had to travel overseas. And most of our residents were going to South Florida for health care. Now, those of us who are familiar certainly with the cost of health care, I guess certainly in the US, we would know that South Florida is perhaps one of the most expensive areas in regards to the cost of health care. But because of the proximity to the Cayman Islands, and because obviously of the number of healthcare providers that you have in the South Florida area, most residents gravitated to going to South Florida for healthcare.
And have you ever evaluated the different cost structures when you send somebody overseas for a particular procedure versus having that procedure done locally? Is there any comparative data to show us what that difference is?
Yes, we have certainly done that, and we have something called the standard health insurance fees, which is actually referred to as the usual, customer, and reasonable fees for the Cayman Islands. And those fees are actually based on the Medicare system that is utilized in the US. But having said that, the Medicare system is perhaps the lowest level of fees that is applied because it's a government system. It's based on, obviously, the US government system for Medicare and Medicaid patients. So our standard health insurance fee schedule is not necessarily set for the maximum, meaning the highest level of fees. It's more based on hopefully the lower side and perhaps to the medium level of services and care that is provided. So here, I guess the point I was trying to make earlier, that what is driving the cost of healthcare locally is that going back now from 2000 to where we are in 2024, 25, we have, again, 187 healthcare, registered healthcare facilities in the Cayman Islands with over 2,000 healthcare practitioners that are currently employed to obviously work in those healthcare facilities. So with the change of going overseas and having access to local healthcare providers, and I must say that generally speaking, I think we're lucky because not only do we have easy access to those healthcare providers, but the quality of care is comparable to what you can get in the US in many instances. But with that comes a price. It means then that we obviously have to provide the type of technology, MRIs, CT scans, etc. We also have to have the type of specialists, so to provide those level of services, and to ensure that those equipment and services are well maintained and supported. It does cost. And I think the biggest factor that perhaps is perhaps driving the cost also is the size of our population. So we have a population of less than 100,000. Let's say it's 85, 86,000 or so now. But if you look at health insurance and how health insurance is really set up, it's about spreading the risk. Insurance generally is about risk and how you insure risk. So with the small population, and certainly now with the increased level of facilities, access to those facilities, clearly it is driving up the cost of healthcare locally. But on the flip side of that, the convenience of having local healthcare providers who can deliver these services at a high level locally is certainly something that also have to be balanced in the equation.
Okay, so Shamar, let's turn to Health City Cayman Islands generally, and also just talking about innovative strategies as to how do we address these things. So, in your view, how can healthcare providers, health insurance providers, and regulators innovate to improve the affordability and access, say even to the underserved populations? Because I think the Health City model that Dr. Devi Shetty introduced was revolutionary, so to speak, in the Cayman Islands environment.
Definitely, and obviously it's a multi-pronged issue, and I thank Mr. Mervyn for giving the background that he gave as well. When you actually look at GDP and healthcare spend as a percentage of GDP, in 2010 we were at 4.1%. By 2014, before Health City came, we had reached to 6.3%. It takes decades for countries to move a milli%, right, to move forward, but we jumped 2% in just 4 years. And if that trajectory continued to where we were today, prior to Health City coming in, we would have spent about $646 million more dollars on healthcare. So even though the healthcare is increasing, it would have exponentially have been worse if you didn't have a model which was innovative, bringing in Health City. And to Mr. Mervyn's point, there was an article in The Atlantic that spoke to the 20 most expensive hospitals in the US, and 7 of the 20 most expensive hospitals in the US are located in Florida. And there was a recent article that I read that had the most net revenue per patient hospitals in Florida, the top 20. One hospital that we like to send a lot of people to is number 5, right? So even if the percentage has decreased with the amount of people going overseas, those that still go overseas, obviously that's going to be at a high cost. So providing more of those services here at a lower cost, same high quality, was one way to stem that issue. But what we've seen over time, since COVID forward, is that line has started to take another uptick. And that's when we said, we have over $300 million invested here in the Cayman Islands. If we don't actually have a good look now on the payer side as to how we can stem the tide of costs, you're going to have high deductible plans. Everybody's going to get the lowest level of insurance. And then the great access we have now, people won't be able to actually get the access. The great thing is we don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are models out there that are innovative, and that's where I talk about population health and integrated healthcare. I think it was the DG that was up here and was talking about the government and the fact that we need to move from outputs to outcomes. The actual value-based system actually looks at the outcomes of health. So just a simplistic model, you actually get paid as a provider per individual, and your reimbursements are based on the actual health of the individual, not the actual service that's actually rendered. So now I remember sitting in rooms when I was new to healthcare, and there were overseas providers that would say, show me the incentive and I'll show you the performance. And I didn't quite understand what they were saying at the time, but what it translates to is that we're misaligned when it comes to healthcare, right? We provide more, we get paid more. It needs to be, is there a healthier population? And if there's a healthier population, then we get paid appropriately. I'll just give one example. They're doing this in Singapore. Interestingly enough, they have an integrated care model in Singapore. But in Israel, they have 4 major hospitals, and one of the major hospitals does all of the diabetes monitoring. They're the same as every other OECD country, that they have 6.5% of their population suffers from diabetes. However, they're second in the world in regards to those patients presenting to hospital with an issue. And the reason is because of the integrated care model, they get paid based on actually taking care of the patient throughout. So they make sure they're in the homes, they use technology, and they manage the diabetes that those individuals don't end up at the hospital, and then you don't get the costs that are associated with them being at the hospital as well.
So obviously we have 187 licensed healthcare facilities. Public health, I see Lizette in the audience. You know, reality is there are still some underserved populations in our country. And these are people, some of whom have spent their entire life given, you know, their whole careers to the Cayman Islands, and they reach retirement age, and then suddenly they realize that the health insurance that they need for probably the most important part of their lives is very difficult to obtain because it's so expensive in some cases and increasing every year. So I guess what policy reforms, I guess I'll start with you, Mervyn, would you recommend kind of to reshape that paradigm so that Caymanians who need this access to this, and even residents who retire here, can get access to affordable health insurance?
Absolutely, thanks. Clearly, we have a population of retirees that is growing, and certainly as our population increases, we can expect that also to add to the number of persons who are 60 plus or 65 plus, who are retiring on a fixed income, but obviously will still need health insurance coverage. So if I could just, again, look quickly at where we are. We have 8 approved insurers for a population of less than 100,000. And clearly, they offer a number of health insurance benefit plans to the marketplace. And again, the current legislation only monitors and regulates the standard health insurance contract. And some people refer to it as SHIC or something a little bit less than that. But having said that, what the government of the day did back in 2000, 2001 was to set the minimum level of benefits that any health insurance benefit plan would have covered in it. Unfortunately, that standard health insurance contract has not really been updated or enhanced, meaning the benefits under that plan have not increased significantly over the past 20, 25 years. There was, in 2013, there was a slight increase in the benefits. But suffice to say that this standard health insurance contract does not meet the needs of today's healthcare marketplace. So one of the first things, obviously, I think, hopefully the next administration will look at the adjustment of the benefits under that standard health insurance contract. But having said that, again, that standard health insurance contract sets the base, right? What we really need is, especially for retirees, and as we grow older, obviously your health risk increases. So we need a plan or plans that really would be more targeted for seniors, individuals 60 or 65 years of age and older, meaning that a senior would not necessarily need things like maternity benefits, et cetera, et cetera. However, they're going to need more outpatient benefits. They're going to need more services in regards to emergency care, hospitalization, pharmaceutical coverage. Those type of benefits needs to be added in there. In the US, there's something called the Medicare system, which caters to those type of plans. And one of the things I think from the Commission point of view is that we would certainly want to recommend that. And what we would recommend is that there be actually a tailored plan for retirees, for senior citizens, with specific benefits that they would need and utilize. We would then make it compulsory for all of the approved insurers to offer that plan. And in doing so, we would have to actually have the premium rate for that plan actuarially determined, so that all the approved insurers would offer that plan, and it would be at a premium rate that would be obviously set and determined as being fair and reasonable to the consumer and also to the health insurance company. Having said that, we did an exercise, an actuarial review, and such a plan would cost approximately $1,100 a month. And this is like 2-3 years ago. It may increase a little bit by now. But 2-3 years ago, the premium would have been like $1,100+ per month. The average retiree still would not be able to afford that type of a premium rate on a monthly basis. Obviously retirees would be on a fixed income. So what we would recommend, that we suggest that government would have to subsidize that premium rate based on a needs assessment basis. So that's one of the recommendations that we would put forward.
Because obviously with people who may not be able to afford health insurance when they reach retirement age, or some of the other folks who just don't have health insurance because they're kind of falling away from the system, they're not getting wellness benefits, they're not getting their checks. And oftentimes when they present to the public, most of the time to the public health and the hospital, the country really has to bear the expense, a very high medical cost for those folks who, if they were diagnosed 5 years ago, maybe whatever they had contracted or whatever happened could have been addressed through some preventative health care at an earlier stage. So let's talk about that, Shamari, about, does the paradigm shift have to be that we would be encouraging our community to go for wellness checks earlier? And I hear the argument that health insurance generally is on use. So they look at 5 employees, and I can tell you that you've used this much, and it costs this, and by the way, your insurance coverage is going up by 7% next year. Is that the way this is going to continue to go?
Right. So I want to answer that in 2 ways, Will. So the first component is that the reason Health City has a sister company now that actually provides health insurance is trying to use that integrated healthcare model whereby the patient is at the center and you have the provider as well as the payer. And if you continuously use your benefits, then obviously the payer is going to go out of business tomorrow if there's too much in regards to overutilization. And if you keep denying the benefits that somebody needs on this end as the health insurer, then you're going to actually kick the can down the road. Then you have that event that you were talking about. You present at an emergency room, and there's going to be a huge claim based on the disease profile that would actually happen at that point in time. So what we're looking to do is to actually have more frequency of preventative care, of wellness checks. Actually, Health City will be working to make sure that the executive health check is more or less free to the insurance company and to the person who has the insurance, to incentivize them to come in for the checks, to actually have more wellness within the package, so that we can actually catch things earlier and we can have that ongoing conversation with patients so that you don't have that heart attack 10 years down the line, 15 years or 20 years down the line. And I like what Mr. Mervyn mentioned in regards to the retirement component, and you said it, right? In a population this size, you kind of have to manage the risk. And a lot of people in the private sector who are Caymanians would have worked their entire life in the private sector with great insurance. And then for the most part, once they retire, they're not able to afford the insurance when they need it most. So they weren't using the benefits for the most part during their healthy years. And then when they need it the most are proud. And I hate to say it, they see NAU as the division for handouts. I've worked my entire life. I am not going to NAU is what would happen. They present at a hospital because after 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 years, they couldn't afford the checks that they typically should have gotten, and then we're paying for it on the back end. But I would like to look at it a different way in that whichever government comes in needs to look at the model in and of itself and incentivize keeping people healthy. And in doing that, then you potentially will lower your healthcare costs, and then you will have more to go around to make sure you can take care of the stalwarts of industry that retire and then can actually retire in dignity as well.
And so, well, if I could just add to that, I think Shamar is making a good point in that from the Commission's point of view, we also believe that it's important for consumer education in regards to how you utilize your health insurance benefits. Let's face it, right? If you are overutilizing your benefits, meaning that you have benefits under your plan, and obviously if you have the need, you have to use it. But if you're going to literally max out every single benefit under that plan, clearly the premiums for that plan is going to increase. So what I think from the Commission's point of view, we want obviously for consumers to be much more informed about the type of benefit plans that you have. And then we also want to work with the health insurance providers to put more emphasis on primary health care benefits, outpatients type benefits, wellness checks, those type of things. Right now, the focus is more on the inpatient type benefits, the higher cost level of care, more so than also putting benefits in plans that could really cover wellness.
Let's, because we have about 9 minutes left, so let's talk about innovation in healthcare systems, and what innovations do you think need to be introduced into the market so that maybe we can possibly lower costs and do things differently? I know, there are some platforms that are being used by different healthcare providers. So maybe start with you, Shamari. I mean, what innovations does, I don't want to put Health City on the spot, but how can you improve your innovative systems to lower costs, and are you already doing it?
No, definitely. So obviously, as much telemedicine as we can have where people don't have to actually come into the facility, where it's low cost but still can have high impact, are the areas we're looking at. From a Health City perspective, our parent company, Dr. Shetty, obviously is a visionary. From about 5 or 6 years ago, he invested in having an office with 50 software engineers, because his vision is that you should never come to a hospital for healthcare, right? And through technology, we should be able to monitor patients. We should be able to go to patients to be able to help them along the way, because if you are going to leave it up to a lot of patients, they're not going to be compliant. And we are developing systems to be able to do that. And that actually dovetails into, I keep talking about integrated healthcare, which isn't a Health City thing. It would be a nationwide type of program or population health, whichever way we decide to go. But in doing that, a lot of times now, even for monitoring at home, for instance, it needs to be medically necessary in order for insurance to pay. this is before it's medically necessary that we would be doing these types of things where you have, whether it's wearables, monitors, that links into a hospital system or a care system, that they're able to check and see when there's a spike, when you don't, we all know of somebody who looks healthy, who you thought was the actual image of what health should be, that drops down and you're like, wait, what happened, right? So with these wearables, even for our more mature population, we would be able to actually see when there's spikes in their health and actually go visit or have them come in as well. And that's a public health type of scenario, using technology, not because it's medically necessary, but in order to keep tabs. If you align the incentive with keeping the patient healthy, then all of that technology and everything falls into place.
So, well, if I could just add one point also. I think, again, going back to the size of our population and the number of healthcare facilities that we have currently, I think what we would also like to see is more collaboration amongst the healthcare providers, meaning that, you know, we have specialists, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we have to duplicate having these specialists at every single facility. Because one, you know, those specialists needs to be performing a certain number of procedures to obviously keep their skills up. So that is something that we would like to also encourage, more collaboration.
So are you saying overutilization? Say I go to one facility locally, they tell me I need an MRI, I get one there, and then suddenly 5 years later, I need another MRI. Is that the type of stuff you're talking about?
Exactly. So we're having duplications of tests, etc. You know, because obviously we're not necessarily coordinating, and the patient may not be sharing that information. So we're repeating tests and mainly diagnostics tests that certainly could be adding to the cost of healthcare.
And the collaboration you're talking about is more of a unified technological system that can. So I mean, one thing is, I hear in other countries you can have your whole medical history on your phone. So that when you go to one doctor or the other, you just transfer the documents that you wish.
Yeah.
Has that been introduced locally?
I think not at this time, but obviously with, you know, the advent of AI, I think we heard this morning, and where that's going, we see hopefully a lot of opportunities for using technology and AI to help us hopefully keep the cost of healthcare down.
And just to touch on what Mr. Mervyn said as well, I sat on a committee during COVID really, that was looking at social services and healthcare. And one of the items that came out of it was that there needed to be, and it was to do with pharmacy. The Pharmacy Act hadn't been updated since like 1972, 73, can't remember.
But we finally got it.
Right.
So.
But the Pharmacy Act hadn't been, at that point in time, hadn't been updated since 72, 73. And what the different stakeholders were saying that were in the room, healthcare providers, pharmaceutical companies, pharmacies and the such, was that there wasn't one system and database. So what they were actually finding was happening is that some patients were photocopying the actual prescription and would go to this pharmacy, get a fill, go to the next one, get a fill, go to the next one. And you can understand how obviously abuse would happen, but overutilization would happen in that instance as well. And to Mr. Mervyn's point, I think we have the most per capita MRI machines probably in the world.
And CT scans.
At some level, at times, you know, as Mr. Woody would have said, you know, there are always a few bad apples. You know, they don't want to see the MRI imagery from another facility because they want to do the MRI themselves. So there's some of that as well. But when it comes to innovation, and I think this is where the DG and Minister Bryant left, or Deputy Premier Bryant left, but this is where the government comes in, that I'm fighting to get you more resources, Mr. Mervyn. They also need more resources, and maybe realigning resources to be the quality, as Ms. Sue said, watchdog. I would think, because we have so many medical services, free economy, you go where you feel is best, but the government is who should be the guardrails, as they said, to go in and see Why did you actually prescribe that MRI and have the resources to do that in order to keep an eye on facilities and all of the mom and pop shops and everybody around to make sure that there isn't overutilization and also to ensure that there's one system and that we can reduce healthcare costs. And in doing that as well, that also dovetails into your integrated healthcare where you get paid for a population of people based on their health and not on them actually coming in to get that MRI and or that procedure.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're going to have to wrap up. I have about a minute 30 left. So I'll start with you, Marvin. What's your message to the next government? We have an election coming up, and what will you think? What would you say to the next government? What should be their first priority in healthcare?
Thank you, Will. So, based on the financial performance report, audited financial performance report, and going back to 2023, we see that the premiums that has been collected by the approved insurers is somewhere in the region of $399 million. So there is a lot of money in the health care marketplace. Of course, the claims is estimated to be like around $380 million. So the approved insurers are making some profit, but not exactly a huge profit. So what we see now, the average profit per year is somewhere between $11 and $15 million or so per year. And that's for the industry itself. So they're not making like $50 million or $100 million profit on the $399 million that they're actually collecting. So there is a lot of utilization. The bottom line is, though, I think we have to focus, as we said earlier, more on wellness and prevention. How can we incentivize that? Through the health insurance providers, through, obviously, consumers, through the patients. But more importantly, I think what we have to do is take a closer look at our current system to see if it is sustainable going forward. Again, we have a free market system where competition can be good, but I think in healthcare, we have to be careful with how we see competition because it could actually do the reverse for us. In other words, if you have an oversupply of healthcare providers, an oversupply of services and benefits, that may not work well for us going forward. So we have to monitor that very carefully. I think as Shamari said, obviously as being part of the healthcare regulatory system, we don't want to over-regulate the marketplace, but clearly we're going to have to put some guardrails in. And one of the things that we're looking at is really and truly the reporting from all of these healthcare providers. I think we have to make that compulsory in regards to if there is a bad outcome. I think that needs to be certainly reported, and we need to see what those trends are so that if we need to go to that healthcare provider and make certain recommendations, that we have the documentation and the justification for that.
All right, I'll give you. Did you see the red? It's
yeah, I know, Will. You always try to shut me up, Will.
But what's your wish list to give to the next government?
Oh, definitely. The wish list is just from an outcomes perspective. Stop looking at outputs. Let's start looking at outcomes. And when you look at outcomes, a lot of them are shared across departments, across ministries. And if you're actually looking at the outcome and not the output, then it becomes less of this is my area, because at the end of the day, it's about the Cayman Islands. It's about getting to that end goal of a healthy population. And I'll put a plug in here for the CMO, Dr. Gent. The STEP survey that he actually conducted recently in 2023, I was reading the language and he said it was appalling how 10 years later, after they had done their last survey, the actual health of the nation is worse, right? So, using what one of the panelists would have said here before, personal responsibility needs to come into it as well. 70% of our population, and this isn't Caymanian population, this is population of the Cayman Islands as it is today, is 70% are overweight and or obese. A third have higher levels of cholesterol or higher levels of high blood pressure. So with the integrated care model, with the outcome model, looking at it with the view of making sure everybody is healthier, let's implement systems that government keeps it on the guardrails, but incentivizes the actual health outcomes versus doing the actual surgeries, and I think we'll be a far ways ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Put your hands together for the panel. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Will, Shamari, and Mr. Mervyn. So we will continue on to our final TED-style presentation, and it will be done by Dr. Ryan Punambolam from Doctors Hospital. Dr. Ryan is a neurologist and neurophysiologist and has focused on promoting stroke care in the Cayman Islands, emphasizing comprehensive patient-centered care. He's also dedicated to teaching, holding adjunct professorships, and earning numerous teaching awards. His outlook is centered on preventative neurology, so follows on nicely from the last conversation. He aims to reduce the incidence of stroke and other neurological disorders through lifestyle changes and risk management. His commitment to excellent patient care and education makes him pivotal in advancing neurological health in the Cayman Islands. The title of his presentation is Optimizing Brain Health for Cayman's Future. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Punambolam to the stage.
So, you guys are doing okay? You must be wondering, what am I doing up here? And that's a good question. I promise you, give me 10 minutes of your time and listen to my story, and you guys will see how our two disciplines, neurology and economics, are in fact inextricably bound. So my colleagues know this. I grew up in a smallish town in Canada called Waterloo, Ontario. It's that smaller section there. And when I was growing up, it's a lot bigger now, but it was about 50,000 people. And Waterloo understood very early that it could not rely on a single economic driver, mainly manufacturing. And so they invested in the University of Waterloo, and they made it the top engineering university in the world. It still is. And from that, offshoots of computer science, actuarial sciences, among other things. And many of you in this room know how this story ends. 50 years later, this Waterloo-Toronto technology hub is the third largest technology cluster in North America. And that took a long time, but when I was growing up, I saw the immediate ripple effects. The high schools around the university started focusing on science, technology. Even I was computer coding in grade school before computers were even a thing. And really that made everything better. But something even my colleagues like doctors don't know is that in 1990, my life changed. There was an economic downturn, mass manufacturing layoffs. My parents lost their jobs. There was a mortgage kind of dramatic increase in rates. We lost our home, and I was effectively homeless for the last 5 years of my high school, since my entire high school career, in and out of homeless shelters, struggling to eat. It was a very, very, very tough time. But interestingly, when I went to school, I felt enriched because the culture in Waterloo is that this was not the end. You were going to university, like it or not. And that's what I did. And long story short, I ended up going to university. I was a varsity wrestler. I graduated with the academic gold medalist, completed medical school, completed a neurology fellowship in Vancouver, post-fellowship training in UCLA, Harvard Medical School, IHI. I have a master's degree in dementia, and before I joined Doctors Hospital, I helped transform one of the poorest performing stroke centers in Canada to one of the best, an over 400% increase in every stroke metric for that center. So I'll tell you what I know, and what I'm going to convince you today is that our brain is our most important asset. Our brain is the primary driver of innovation, resilience, adaptability, and I tell you I'm here because if not for the grace of God in my brain, and that is the truth. But sadly, my story is not unique. You guys know our brains, individually and collectively, is under threat. There are micro threats, things such as food insecurity that you heard about today, inadequate access to health care, trauma, poor sleep, low quality education. There are mid-level threats, and there are macro threats, things like climate change, aging population, ineffective governance. Even living in the digital age is a threat to our brain, all attacking our brain, and guess what? Our brains are losing this battle. And if indeed the brains make the world go round, we are in trouble. We live in a brain-negative economy, an economy that devalues and deprioritizes brain health, and the cost is staggering. 14% of the global burden of health is attributed to brain disorders. If you or your loved one has a sick brain, guess what? Your life is cut down by 20 years. And now the average age of the diagnosis of a brain disorder is before the age of 25. And we're in an economic forum, guess what? It gets worse, to the tune of $2.1 trillion lost annually. That's US dollars. To give you a perspective, that is 2/3 the GDP of India as a result of this brain negative economy, as the result of brain disorders. Now, obviously, the relationship between the economy and the brain is complicated. This is a very interesting study from the UK Biobank Group. And they've taken a representative sample of 40,000 brains, and they're actually studying these brains in terms of structure and function over about 30 years. And they asked an interesting question. What is the relationship between our brain health and fluctuations in the stock market? And obviously, not all 40,000 participants are heavily invested in the stock market. But as you know, the stock market index is a global measure of geopolitical and socioeconomic stability. And they focused on an area of the brain called the amygdala. And these are two almond-shaped structures deep in our brain called the limbic system. It is our primitive brain. It is our fire alarm. When we're under threat, the amygdala increases activation and the volume increases. Then when we remove this threat, sometimes the amygdala volume may regress. And what they found was remarkable. When they looked at the FTSE 100 index, look at what happens. As the stock market index declines, we are under threat. Our brain amygdala senses that threat and actually increases in volume. And then what do we see? As the index goes up, we remove that threat and our amygdala volume decreases. Macroeconomic fluctuations have a real and substantial impact on the very structure of our brain. And this has been replicated in almost every stock market index except China because it's not a real stock market. So given this increasing understanding of the relationship between brain and the economy, in 2021, thought leaders came up with this novel framework called brain capital. And in simplest terms, brain capital is the economic output as a result of brain health. And there's two main drivers: Remember, you learned that healthy brain is the foundation. With a sick brain, your economic potential is severely limited. And the second driver, coupled to that, is brain skills. The same things we value and use every day. Innovation, lateral thinking, communication, social and emotional resilience, and regulation. And those two drivers feed together to create a productive and complex capital stock that accumulates over the course of a lifetime. And now there is emerging evidence that's quite robust that brain capital is just as important as any key indicator of national prosperity and security, including GDP, including energy independence, including traffic infrastructure. And so my critical ask of you guys today is you guys take the lead, that we begin to account for and to build on brain capital. And to do this, we need to destroy silos. We need to converge experts in policy, government, neuroscience, economics, environment, education, all working to do one thing: to measure, monitor, and to prioritize brain capital. And it's quite intentional that I started with data that we measure, because if we cannot see it, we cannot treat it. And that is a problem here on the island. This is the Global Brain Capital Index. I'm not making this up. This was established and maintained by the European Mediterranean Economics Association. Almost every nation is indexed here except guess who? The Cayman Islands. And it's not because we're small. Believe me, Bermuda and Bahamas are on here. So this needs to be remedied, and remedied quickly. So one of the action points I would like to see happen is we start a national brain capital dashboard. We may borrow these same drivers from that global dashboard, but obviously we can adapt it to our own national needs. And the second ask is that we operationalize brain capital. We make it into an index. Looking at those inputs, remember those two drivers, brain capital and brain skills, but remember, brain capital is an economic construct. We're going to look at return of investments, things like IP generation, increased government revenue, the formation of new, high-paying, high-skilled jobs. What I'm asking you guys to do is to stop thinking in terms of quarters and start thinking in terms of generations. We need to stop focusing on problems and even solutions and focus on the solution generator. The protection and promotion of brain health is the critical problem and challenge of the 21st century. I'm asking you guys to take the lead, to begin to account for and to build a brain capital on the island so that we may form a future without limits and a future that we can face any challenge that is thrown at us. And that's it. Time's up. Thank you very much.
Dr. Punambolam, thank you so much for that presentation. I definitely learned a lot. And I think, it's definitely food for thought and something that we all need to think about and take forward. And looking forward to engaging you and the other TED speakers at the networking session after. So moving right along, I've already gave her glowing introduction, and I know you all have been waiting patiently for our keynote speaker. So I will not stand between you and Marla. So please join me in welcoming our regional economist and keynote speaker, Marla Dukaran, to the stage.
We have a problem because I'm clearly not related to Omari and don't share his genes. So, poor guy, he brought this step like 3 times, and that's fine. Thank you, Will. Appreciate it. You see me better now? All right. I don't know, this is a bit... Anyway. Is that all right? Are you all seeing me? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me just make sure. The green. Okay, it's coming up. Anyway, well, while they get that sorted, where the trainees in the house? By a show of hands. Woo! It's so good to be here again. There we go. I have a whole hour, wow. And what serious and stimulating remarks we have heard today. I love that, just that last presentation on brain health, wow. And this is why I love Cayman, because the discussions and the issues people care about here are next level. Compared to my country, Barbados, and I hope you all appreciate that, right? And, you know, no, you don't appreciate it, but you should. I mean, do you think we could have a conversation in Trinidad and Tobago about accountability? A country where our Auditor General had to take the finance minister to the Privy Council to get access to do her job. All right? This is how lucky you all are. Don't take it for granted. You couldn't make that stuff up, even if you tried. And I want to honor and thank all of the speakers today. I mean, what a lineup the Chamber has curated. Great job, guys. This is, I'm honest. Seriously, this is the best conference I've ever attended in Cayman. And I'm aware I'm the only thing standing between you and cocktails and chocolate chip cookies and all of that good stuff, so I'll try to be efficient. There was a thread woven throughout the discussions today, and one which I want to explore more deeply in my presentation now. Has anybody ever read the book, How Nations Fail? You should. The Nobel Prize in Economics was awarded last year to the authors of that book. And I quote, "For studies of how institutions are formed and affect prosperity. These economists have demonstrated through their research the importance of societal institutions for a country's prosperity. And interestingly, one explanation that they have found in their research for the differences in countries' prosperity is the societal institutions that were introduced during colonization. And most people don't know that the majority of the Caribbean remains colonized, including the Cayman Islands, of course. And most of the institutions introduced in the Caribbean during colonization, and according to these Nobel laureates, were extractive institutions, which were created to provide short-term gains for the people in power. And as long as the political system guarantees that the elite will remain in control, no improvement occurs. Remember, short-term gains for the people in power. And that's not how we want things to work, right? This is why the Government Accountability Scorecard, I think, is going to be a game changer for Cayman, because it holds those with power to account for fulfilling their mandate and for improving the lives of the people of the Cayman Islands. We heard the Auditor General say today that nobody interferes with her work. And just last week, at the opening of the new law term, your most honorable Madam Chief Justice remarked that unlike many other jurisdictions in the region and in the Commonwealth more broadly, the judiciary here in the Cayman Islands is not subject to interference by the executive or legislative branches of government. Yes. The independence of the judiciary demonstrates Cayman's superior institutional strength despite being a colony. And this is evidence that history is not the only or the most important factor determining the quality of a nation's institutions. Once a new government is established, there is no doubt that they will want to include this accountability scorecard in Cayman's armor of societal institutions which support long-term, broad-based, equitable prosperity for the people of the Cayman Islands and the competitiveness of this country. And these strong societal institutions will provide important protection for the storms all around us. So with that comfort, let's look at what's happening out there and how it relates to us here in Cayman. In a world where global institutions are crumbling, as we witness the steady disintegration of the post-war international order, global cooperation is at a low point and conflict is escalating. Traditional leaders and global institutions such as the WTO, the UN, etc., are largely failing to avoid or to resolve disputes. And as the Eurasia Group puts it, and I quote, "We are entering a uniquely dangerous period of world history, on par with the 1930s and the early Cold War." Trump's return to office will unleash an unmanaged decoupling in the world's most important geopolitical relationship. The US and China will export disruption to everyone else this year, short-circuiting the global economic recovery and accelerating geoeconomic fragmentation. Russia is expected to do more than any other country to subvert the global world order this year. The erosion of independent checks on executive power and the rule of law in the United States will increase the extent to which the US policy landscape depends on the decision of one man, the president, who is about to inherit a robust US economy, but his policies will undermine its strength through higher inflation and reduced growth. End quote. Someone asked me the other day for my projection on growth for Trinidad and Tobago, and I was like, why does that matter? There's blood in the streets. We're asking the wrong question. And this is kind of how I feel about this chart and about global economic growth. And for the first time in my career as an economist, I feel like this doesn't even matter. The IMF announced earlier today, a couple hours ago, that they're expecting 3.3% growth globally this year and next year. 3% growth is a recession, a global recession, all right? So we will continue, the global economy that is, will continue limping precariously along the edge of the recession precipice for the foreseeable future. And I find this chart looks very much like somebody who had a heart attack, which is COVID, and then flatlined. Sure, we are not in a global recession, but we are in that maddening and boring place where we are not likely to see any meaningful improvement in the foreseeable future. And remember Bob Marley said, when the rain falls, it don't fall on one man's house. And this global torrent is of biblical proportions. I'm not saying all of this to scare you all. I'm saying this is all the more reason why now more than ever we need strong societal institutions. We need good governance. We need unprecedented levels of transparency and accountability. We need evidence-based policy making. Decisions based on facts and not feelings, right? Earlier was it Troy, what's his last name? Leacock, right, who said, we cannot make facts out of feelings. We need the facts. There is no room for error now, especially in an election year. Speaking of elections, last year was the biggest election year ever in history globally. More than 70 countries held elections, more than 1.7 billion people voted, with an average voter turnout of 61%. This year will be the biggest election year ever in the Caribbean, with Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Suriname, Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Anguilla, Belize, Bermuda, Curacao, Turks and Caicos Islands, and of course the Cayman Islands, all holding general elections this year. Globally, we have seen many incumbents give way to new leaders, which is typical in times of inflation when people feel pressured and want change. As such, I expect to see much of the same in the Caribbean this year based on a high level of discontent, partly driven by the high cost of living. You may have heard many politicians celebrate the fact that inflation is down, but do you feel better off? Lower inflation does not mean that prices are coming down and that you can afford more things. It simply means that the cost of living is not increasing on a year-on-year basis as fast as it did 1 year ago, which is actually a fairly abstract idea. It doesn't make the average person feel better. And this is why so many incumbents lost elections in the past year or two. President Trump's trade, or should I say anti-trade policies, are expected to drive higher inflation in the US this year. But this supply-side inflation is unlikely to respond to any hikes in the Fed funds rate, but hike they will in the face of inflation. And the cost of living for the average American, therefore, will again take flight. And take with it the cost of living of all of us who import from the United States, and those whose interest rates are tied to the Fed funds rate, including Cayman. Already, this region has faced the highest inflation globally for the past 10 years. As I mentioned earlier, we are likely to see many incumbents fall this year across the Caribbean as a result. And remember, as it did back in 2019, this election bump will come again in another 4 to 5 years' time. I wonder what the world would look like then. Well, there is a crystal ball I love to turn to, and that is demographics. According to the United Nations Population Prospects Report 2024, global population growth is slower, and the global population is expected to peak earlier in this century and at a lower level than they had anticipated back in 2013. 1 in 4 persons globally already live in a country whose population has already peaked, such as China, Germany, Japan, and Russia. And this peak would have come sooner for Germany and Russia in the absence of net inward migration. Caribbean countries whose populations have already peaked include Cuba, Curacao, Dominica, Guadeloupe, Jamaica, Martinique, Montserrat, Puerto Rico, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Martin, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Bermuda, and the US Virgin Islands. The rest of the Caribbean will see its population peak in the next 30 years, except for the Dominican Republic, French Guyana, Haiti, Suriname, and the Cayman Islands, whose population is projected to reach 107,000 in 30 years, peaking at 118,000 in 2098, according to the United Nations. In other words, Cayman is one of only 6 countries in the Caribbean expected to see its population continue to grow beyond 2054. The other very interesting thing I found in this report, as you can discern from this chart, is that India will continue to be the most populous country basically forever. Roughly 80% of the population of India identifies as Hindu, but the dominant religion of the other most populous countries on the chart on the right-hand side, Pakistan, Indonesia, Bangladesh, 50% of Nigeria, 1/3 of Tanzania, and 31% of Ethiopia, is Islam. This shift in population domination towards the global south has already brought significant change to the global power dynamics, including the strengthening of the BRICS institution, which now includes Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates. 13 nations have now been added to the partner countries of the BRICS, that is Algeria, Belarus, Bolivia, Cuba, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, Malaysia, Nigeria, Thailand, Turkey, Uganda, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. At their October 2024 summit in Russia, BRICS members introduced a cross-border interbank payment and settlement system called BRICS Pay as an alternative to the SWIFT system, further eroding the dominance of the US dollar, which used to account for about 80% of global reserves half a century ago, but now accounts for only 60%. But the US dollar still dominates as the world's most prolific safe haven currency, the most liquid and the most widely used globally. We can see that the US dollar is off its highs, and investors and speculators may switch to other assets they consider safe or lucrative since Trump won the election. I mean, what a run we saw on crypto, right? And this too is likely to accelerate based on the Trump-Musk alliance. But unlike the US dollar or gold, Bitcoin is not underpinned by any institution per se, but is probably the ultimate anti-institution. But this trend we see here in Swiss bond yields suggests that there is still some flight to quality. Demand for safe havens, given all that is happening in the world, the level of uncertainty we feel, and the risk of a disruptive global event. The level of confidence in Switzerland's bonds and their currency is a direct reflection on their institutional strength and stability. Too bad they don't issue more paper. Amid mounting, y'all, I didn't make this one up, right? Amid mounting socioeconomic malaise, the French government collapsed after Prime Minister Michel Barnier was ousted in a no-confidence vote last month. And one would think that such a disruptive event, your government collapses, everybody will sell off France's government paper. But as you can see from the dip in the chart, French bonds actually rallied. Likewise, the Canadian dollar rallied once Trudeau announced his resignation. There are many ways to interpret these reactions, but one of the ways that people and commentators have been, and various pundits have been interpreting these events, is that it indicates a greater level of confidence in the civil service than in the politicians. Now, why is this important? Well, as the Cayman Islands have seen in the past few years, politics can get messy. And I'm trying to be polite here and not get into any trouble. I should have borrowed from Steve and said this is a trigger alert, you know. I'm not here to offend anybody. But you get what I'm saying. The past few years have demonstrated the importance of solid institutions, including a stable civil service, transparency, accountability, and it is not just a function of the state to build these institutions. We all share this responsibility, and it is clear that the Chamber is taking this responsibility seriously, and I congratulate them. Too bad we can't watch the yields on Cayman Islands government bonds. So this is the next best thing. And despite all of the political upheaval, Moody's has taken the view that the institutions and governance strength in the Cayman Islands are unaffected. And this is partly based on the fact that the Cayman Islands is an overseas territory, but no doubt is also a reflection on the quality of your domestic institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the external environment is what it is. And there isn't much at all we can do to influence external events. But as mentioned earlier, these external storms mean we need to focus more than ever on wetting our own house, so to speak, because our neighbor's house is on fire. I expect growth to average between 2 to 3% following the gyrations we saw due to the pandemic. The ESO's latest economic report released November last year pertains to the first quarter of last year. So in the absence of more current data on the economy, I really can't comment on the current picture. But also, to be honest, it's like the global economic picture and their growth projections and the flatlining as we discussed earlier. I am not quite sure that the growth number is even that important in a Cayman context. I think what is more important is how inclusive is that growth? Is it evenly distributed, or does it benefit a few disproportionately? Is this growth improving our lives? According to the ESO, people at the top of the income scale earn, on average, 7.6 times more than those at the bottom in Cayman. Similarly, the top 20% of households earn 9.2 times more than the bottom 20%. 9.2 times. And the Gini coefficient, which measures inequality, has not improved since 2007 in the Cayman Islands. And you can see, relatively speaking, where you stand globally. So no, growth is really not inclusive and is not improving lives equitably across the population. So what you should be chasing is not growth, but the better distribution of that growth. And as discussed earlier, inflation has come down, but prices have not. Have real wages been eroded, or have they adjusted to the higher cost of living in Cayman? Well, the ESO's Quality of Life report noted, inflation-adjusted employment income increased on an annual average of 1.2% between 2016 and June of last year, indicating that employed persons barely covered the same basket of goods purchased in 2016. Nonetheless, the nominal employment income increased by 45% during that period. That's how much spending power has been eroded, 45%. I note that civil servants received a 5% cost of living adjustment effective this month, and a 2,000 Cayman dollar bonus for Christmas. Now, domestic factors such as this 10 million Cayman dollar payout to civil servants could actually push domestic prices higher alongside the imported inflation, which is harder to manage, and we could end up in an inflation spiral. So that's something to be mindful about. My team and I measured that the cost of living in Cayman is the second highest in this region after Bermuda. No surprise there. And interest rates are a major driver of the cost of living. Cayman's domestic interest rates are pegged to the US Fed funds rate with a nice big spread on top, as you can see from the chart. And I am not ashamed, as an economist, to admit that I am not entirely sure why this is so. I mean, no offense to the bankers, including Omari. The bankers have explained why, including Omari, but the explanations make no sense to me as an economist. And I think that it's basically a function of how things always have been. And it doesn't need to be like this. Certainly not on Cayman dollars. And I think this must change. The economic cycle of the US does not necessarily match that of the Cayman Islands, and surrendering your monetary policy to the United States is, in my view, an unnecessary and harmful institutional arrangement for Cayman. And it is driving the cost of living higher than it needs to be in Cayman. Remember, our institutions determine our nation's progress, and CIMA is fundamental to the Cayman Islands' overall economic competitiveness and success. It is my view that CIMA should be empowered to set domestic interest rates on Cayman dollars and have a greater role, therefore, in managing the economy. The Cayman dollar is fully backed by US dollars, or more than fully backed actually, held by CIMA, as per the currency board arrangement, which also exists in Bermuda and the Eastern Caribbean. And it is my view that this is the best currency management system for small islands like Cayman. It means that the central bank, and in this case CIMA, can't be asked to print money to finance the government. That's a very good thing. The currency board arrangement is appropriate and works well, and the Cayman dollar is stable and fully backed, as I mentioned. But the reserves held by CIMA backing the Cayman dollar are not what Cayman uses to pay for its imports. It is mostly the foreign currency reserves held on deposit within the domestic financial institutions, and those financial institutions holding of US dollars that they are willing to sell to their clients in return for Cayman dollars or other currencies, that is what is used to pay for Cayman's imports. And as you can see from the chart, the foreign exchange deposit base is flat to declining in the Cayman Islands, while your US dollar outflows are growing, as you can see from imports increasing and remittances as well, outbound remittances increasing. Now, I just want to be clear, I am not saying we have a problem, so please, don't raise any alarms. My calculations show that the deposit base in the previous chart gives us 2 years of import cover, which is the highest in the region. But we are not sure how much of that deposit base is actually available to be sold in exchange for Cayman dollars to be wired out to pay for imports. And I want to reiterate, we don't have a problem from what I can see, but we have to be mindful of the situation that exists. Cayman has to earn its US dollars, the US dollars that it spends, just like the rest of us in the Caribbean. And we are spending more and more US dollars, but it does not appear to me that we are earning more and more US dollars as a nation. Steve McIntosh earlier signaled that unless the government supports the financial services sector, and this sector, which is the sector that earns most of Cayman's US dollars, we can end up having a problem in time. Bottom line, who is monitoring this? This is an institutional weakness. Someone needs to be measuring the true import cover ratio for Cayman Islands and keeping a track of this on a regular basis and on a macro scale. And it is my view that CIMA should be empowered again to monitor the US dollar reserves of the Cayman Islands to pay for its imports and calculate the level of import cover on a regular basis, just like the rest of us in the Caribbean do. This is commercial bank claims on the total public sector, meaning the amount that the entire public sector owes to the commercial banks in Cayman. And it went from 205 million in 2021 to 435.8 million in 2023, which is more than double in just 2 years. This is alarming. I have not seen a doubling of public sector obligations in 2 years in any country in the Caribbean. Yes, we're starting from a very low base, and yes, the debt to GDP ratio is low, but this is an alarming trend. The obligations for pensions and healthcare as well are not reflected here, are not reflected in the fiscal balances. So this is something we need to keep a very close eye on, meaning the fiscal health. And I know that I've been harping on the need for a sovereign wealth fund for a long time, and I'm really grateful that Rudy spoke about that earlier. I could not agree more. Thank you for your presentation. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. But the best time to plant a tree, if you don't have one, is today. We need one, quick. The financial services sector accounts for the majority of the economic activity, the majority of the fiscal revenues, and the majority of the foreign exchange revenues in the Cayman Islands. But this is a sector, as you would have heard earlier from Steve, that faces constant pressure, not just from the external agencies, but also domestic pressures. We spoke about concerns regarding foreign currency earnings versus the outflows and government debt. This sector is the goose that lays the 2 golden eggs, fiscal and foreign exchange. So I encourage the authorities to devote more time and energy and resources to supporting this sector. I congratulate the former Deputy Premier Andre Ebanks and his team for getting Cayman removed from various shady lists. Sorry, I really meant to say lists of various shades. Has anyone heard of the US Tax Convention? You see, the US Tax Convention is basically going to supersede the OECD and their global minimum tax. and it's likely to bring significant change to the global tax governing landscape. But there is a media blockage on this, right? And Cayman does not have a voice at the table for these UN tax negotiations. The UK is not a supporter of the UN Tax Convention, and as far as I am aware, the UK is not seeking the interests of the Cayman Islands at these negotiations. I urge you, whichever institution is responsible, I urge you to reach out to the Attorney General of the Bahamas, Ryan Pinder, who is representing the Caribbean in these negotiations, and to get involved and to make sure your views are heard. Guys, for all that you get right, come on. Last year, I was staying at an Airbnb, basically on the southern end of 7 Mile Beach, so, to the left of this chart. And let me tell you, there were days I could not be outside because the smell was terrible. And I can't imagine that it's very healthy as well. This is the first item that should be on the government's accountability scorecard, if I had any say. And from looking at the data, it would appear that this problem is not going to ease up anytime soon, especially not based on the population projections we discussed earlier. Can Mount Trashmore accommodate and afford more cruise tourists? Cayman's cruise passenger spend grew only 10% between 2019 and 2024 and is currently estimated at around $116 per head. And this 10% increase does not take inflation into account. So in real terms, cruise passengers spending actually declined and is US $116 per cruise passenger worth it? You know what the honest answer to this question is? We do not know. Again, bottom line, we need to do a proper socioeconomic impact assessment to determine the best way forward. Otherwise, we are making decisions based on feelings and not facts. Furthermore, have countries like the Bahamas and St. Martin, who built huge cruise terminals and pegged their economic fortunes on this sector, have they seen material socioeconomic improvement? Actually, no. The Bahamas has been teetering on the edge of default for some time, partly based on natural disasters, but also on its government debt levels. And St. Martin has not shown meaningful improvement as long as I know myself. For the first quarter of last year, which is the latest data I have available to me, the unemployment rate for Caymanians reached 4.9%. The size of the Caymanian labor force expanded by 3.9%, or 867 persons in the first quarter of last year, but the number of unemployed Caymanians grew by 36%, or 301 persons. That is to say that 35% of the new Caymanian labor force was unemployed. This is a staggering statistic, and one we would want to interrogate to determine exactly what is happening here and why. I want to congratulate the ESO for the Quality of Life survey. It's the only one of its kind in the region, and it's an excellent starting point to inform policy and for us to determine over time whether we are making progress. And it would be an excellent starting point for the Government Accountability Scorecard to refer to this data and to ensure that these metrics are moving in the right direction. I want to give a bit of a highlight from this report for those of you who haven't seen it yet. Roughly 1,605 households completed this survey in 2024, last year. And the major findings were, the respondents said that health was the most important factor determining one's quality of life, followed by employment and job quality. The report noted that the labor market created an estimated 16,116 jobs between 2018 and the first half of last year. The majority were filled by expatriate workers, and 1,430 of those jobs went to Caymanians. 60.6% of employed persons' income exceeded their estimated living costs, which means 40% of employed persons in Cayman stated that their living costs exceeded their income. Almost 5% of respondents self-assessed as living in poverty, while another 8% were vulnerable to the effects of poverty. 5.5% reported food insecurity as measured by the proportion of persons going without food due to lack of resources. 11% of households are deemed to be overcrowded. Roughly 20% of respondents indicated that in the last 6 months, they were behind on paying their bills. 5.1% were behind on electricity bills, 4.3% on personal loans, 3.9% on rent, 3.3% on water, and 0.6% on mortgage repayments. 7% of households were disconnected from at least one of the household services during the last year, which is electricity, water, or internet. Again, this is all very good data to drive policy making and priority setting for the new government and for those running for office. Again, I congratulate the ESO for doing this survey, and I encourage them to do it on an annual basis. But this survey, again, makes a point that I made earlier. The growth is not a problem. Growth is not a problem in this country. It is the distribution of that growth. It is responsible growth that we need to aspire to here. In conclusion, how to improve Cayman's competitiveness. So the best way to safeguard ourselves from the storms is to strengthen our institutions and to build buffers such as a sovereign wealth fund and manage our foreign exchange reserves. Nobody is paying attention to this. We really need to fix this. CEMA's mandate should be expanded to manage the interest rate on Cayman dollars and to manage and measure Cayman's import cover. Facts and not feelings should inform decisions. We cannot make facts out of feelings. I loved that statement. I wish I could make a slogan out of it. Cayman's quality of life survey is an excellent tool to inform policy making. Use it. And accountability is the only way to really drive results. The Government Accountability Scorecard will drive accountability. Like I said earlier on the panel, it is how Jamaica made the most progress of any country in the Caribbean over the past 12 years. Use it. And with that, I thank you. And I will open for questions, but also I will have, at the end of this month, the 26th, is it? Yes, on this, I'm having an online Caribbean economic outlook for those of you who are interested in Caribbean issues more so than I outlined. So I encourage you to register. And I will take questions. I think you all can either stand up and ask your question, put your hand up, or I don't know if, Will, you want to put up the QR code. But we have 22 minutes. But again, I know you want your cocktails, but I'm happy to take questions.
Well, we're going to do it the traditional way. I'll be in the audience. Does anybody have a burning question you'd like to ask Marla? Don't be shy. There we go.
Hi there. Facts, not feelings, right? So
love it. Well done.
So I think you've spoken many times about the fact that Cayman has good growth, but the inequality or the inequity, I guess, and I think you've talked about, maybe today you've talked about how do we distribute some of that growth. Do you think that a major impediment to us sharing the wealth created by the nation across all of our people. Do you think that our tax system, and I know the T word, nobody wants to say the T word, right? Whether you call it tax or whether you call it government fees or whatever, but do you think our system of taxation in Cayman is a major impediment to us having a more equitable wealth distribution?
That's an excellent question. Congratulations. And I can't say whether it's major because, of course, I haven't measured to what extent it's a problem, but I think it is a problem because when your tax revenue relies mostly on indirect taxes, meaning customs duties, for example, stamp duties on property, if I am buying, let's say, a turkey, a ham in the supermarket, the import duty that was paid on that ham that I am paying is the same tax that somebody who has half my income is paying, okay? So that means that it's a regressive tax. And a regressive tax is actually pro-poverty, right? You would want a system where the lower income earners are not paying a larger proportion of their income on taxes than the higher income earners. And that is likely what is happening here based on the indirect tax regime that exists here. Now, there are ways to mitigate it by government using its revenue, for example, to alleviate the cost for those at the lower income levels. And so you kind of balance it out. But the data that I just outlined that shows the level of inequality and shows that people on the lower end of the scale are earning, well, on the higher income levels are earning 9 times compared to those on the 20% on the lower level. It would suggest that whatever government fiscal policy or social policy that's in place already to try and balance it out is not as effective as it could be.
Oh, so both Omari and I have microphones, so if anybody on that side of the audience would like to ask a question. Everybody wants to go to cocktails.
That's fine.
A question? Okay, here's Steve.
Hi, Marla.
Hi.
You've talked a lot about a sovereign wealth fund. Can you explain where the money would come from since the debt is increasing? Where would the money come from to put into the sovereign wealth fund?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I guess that's where a lot of people get stuck when they think about a sovereign wealth fund. So if you throw your mind back to 2019, early 2020 when COVID hit, this government had 650 million roughly in reserve that it was able to employ to deal with the pandemic, the effects of the pandemic. So in other words, this country already has some fiscal reserves. I don't know where that level stands now. I don't know if Deputy Governor, you might have that number, but 400 million, Deputy Governor says. So you already have this nest egg, right? So what a sovereign wealth fund does, and remember I spoke about institutions and governance and transparency. That 400 million, do we know on what basis it's spent? Do we know what it's spent on? Do we know how much is spent in any one fiscal year? Do we know why it's spent? We don't. And it's within the purview of the government and I guess the cabinet minister, finance, and so on to make those decisions. What a sovereign wealth fund does is it puts an institutional structure of transparency and accountability around how those reserves are spent and why. So for example, you're hit with a shock like COVID. Depending on how you design your sovereign wealth fund, part of it will be for stabilization purposes, meaning when we have a rainy day, we have a certain amount of those funds that can go towards supporting people's incomes and paying for COVID vaccines to be imported, etc. But then there is another portion of the fund that is earmarked for long-term socioeconomic development goals. So again, it's all down to the design, but the essential, to answer your question, the essential difference between what we have now, which is 400 million just sitting in a bank account, basically, or I don't know to what extent it's invested, and again, we don't know. And unless you have the structure of a sovereign wealth fund, you will continue to not have transparency and accountability around how these funds are managed. And I think that that's an institutional weakness that could be addressed, that should be addressed.
Thank you. Marla, on the issue of the interest rate that you touched, the local rate against the US rate, I'm an ex-banker and I used to explain this the same way probably other people explain to you. We have a fixed rate between the local dollar and the US dollar. So if the local rate is lower, I could take a loan in CI dollars at a lower rate and then send the money to the US and invest in a US bank at a higher rate and get the difference. So there would be an incentive for people to take the money here and invest there and make the difference. We would have a drive of money.
You will have capital flight. But,
Yeah.
but why would you put the, no, I'm not saying that they should control US dollar rates here. I'm saying we should control Cayman dollar rates.
Yeah, but if the Cayman dollars rate are lower, there is an opportunity for arbitrage in taking the money at a lower rate and then invest at a higher rate. But I don't know if this is really true or not, and I respect you as an economist, so I wanted to hear your answer to this issue of an arbitrage, which was the reason for the Bankers Association for many years to explain why the rates should be similar to avoid the arbitrage.
The majority of countries in the Caribbean have a fixed exchange rate to the US dollar. Only Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, Guyana, to a certain extent, and Trinidad, to a certain extent, have floating rates. The rest of us have fixed exchange rates, and we don't have that problem. So I'm saying that there's a way to fix that, you know. It doesn't have to be this way. I've not gotten any explanation that says to me that it has to be this way.
Thank you, it's Marla. I've been trying to get a correlation between carrying capacity and economic growth. And so, to what extent would the tremendous shortage of affordable housing in the Cayman Islands impact economic growth and expansion?
Well, I don't know how much it'll impact economic growth, but surely insufficient housing has severe social implications, which I think are more important than the growth implications. So I think those are the implications you would want to focus on. And I know that that's a problem here and it needs to be, it's a problem in many countries in the Caribbean and it has long-term social implications. So I would urge any government to address that housing shortage. But really, you won't want to solve that problem because of the growth imperative. You would want to solve it because of the social implications, in my view. Yes, definitely. So, you know, you wouldn't want people coming to your country and not being able to afford decent housing, right? Yeah, so it is something that needs to be fixed.
And we're going to move to our last question.
Thanks. Can Cayman benefit from a strategic reserve of Bitcoin as the US has proposed, or Trump has proposed for US?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Can Cayman benefit from a strategic reserve of Bitcoin?
I mean, I know that what SEMA holds in reserves to back the currency, if that's what you're asking, is mostly US dollars, simply because it's the largest trading partner and most imports are paid in US dollars. I am not sure I would see the logic, to be honest. Of course, there's upside potential, but there's also lots of downside potential. I know lots of central banks all over the world are looking at Bitcoin and other crypto to diversify their reserves. And for sure, maybe putting a small portion of it may be useful, but I don't think that it should be the major component of any reserves of any country, to be very honest. Sorry. Anyway, guys, thank you so much, everybody. Look at how many of you all stayed all day. Thank you so much.
So we are now at the end, and I'm going to deliver the vote of thanks, but I hope you've enjoyed the day. Have you? So just a couple of thank yous, obviously, to our title sponsors, CUC, DART, Health City Cayman Islands, as well as the Ministry of Tourism and Ports. Their generous donations have basically made it possible for this event, as well as several of our other sponsors who are equally important. So every dollar as a nonprofit organization, we appreciate. So to our esteemed speakers, panelists, I'd like to thank you for your expertise, your insights, and certainly your time. Your contributions have certainly enriched our understanding of the economic landscape and inspired meaningful dialogue. I want to give a special acknowledgement to the more than 375 attendees who have joined us today. Your engagement and presence reflected the strength of our community and our shared commitment to driving economic progress. And I'd like to also extend my deepest gratitude, certainly to my chamber team. Emily, are you in the room? There you are. Emily Centurion, she's the chamber's event coordinator. Maybe you just come forward so people will see you. You're near the door. So her professionalism and her meticulous planning have ensured that this event was smooth and successful. Glenn, I believe, is back there. Glenn Duran, he's our membership engagement coordinator. Thank you, Glenn. Chris, our communications assistant. Daniel, our administrative and communications assistant. We just hired Jada Ramoon. She's our new programs coordinator. And Anna Dino, who helped us out during that transition. I always like to give the people who matter in my life the highest gratitude. They really work hard to put on this event. Thank you, guys. To the staff of the Kimpton Sea Fire, they did an outstanding job. Put your hands together for them. They're amazing. And so if we just look ahead to the Chamber's calendar, we hope that you join us as we move to our 60th anniversary year. Our 60th anniversary year starts in March of this year, and I think it's an amazing opportunity for us to celebrate the incredible impact that this organization has had on our community. I look at Mario Ebanks. He was our manager of the Chamber back from 1986 to 89, I believe, Mario? I forget. 88, okay. But again, some of the groundwork for the success of our organizations lies at the feet of those types of individuals who built this organization. And then finally, we have the Chamber's candidates forums. We're moving into political season. You're going to hear a lot of promises and hopes and aspirations, but the Chamber of Commerce wants to get bound to the facts and reality of how these candidates will change the islands and keep us as successful as we currently are. So we're going to have a series of candidates forums as we've done since the 1980s so that you can see those, and it's going to be a nonpartisan format. And finally, I'd like that if you have a chance, click on that QR code. We want to get your feedback as to what you liked about this event, what you didn't like. And then finally, I just want to say, enjoy cocktails. Please don't race off. Traffic is bad already. So just go ahead and enjoy the hot cocktails with us in the back there. And thank you very much for attending.